They say it'll get better. How can they know if time's supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours? Hands in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better.
This land is calling.
Hello everyone, welcome back to day 3, the final day. Grandmaster Amon Hambleton here, joined by my good friend Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Eric, we are finally in the playoffs. There's no more mismatches. Everyone here is a very strong player, a Grandmaster, and we are sure to see some exciting matches in this double elimination playoff format today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the contrast. The last couple of days we watched and enjoyed Swiss chess qualifiers, seven rounds, a little bit of randomness, I'd say. Today, it's double elimination, just, one-on-one matches, one of the most intense formats you can find in chess. So, I don't think there's going to be any complaints today about someone sneaking through. You got 2 lives, but you still got to take down a bunch of strong grandmasters if you want to make it to the top 4.
That's right. And you mentioned top 4. That's the goal. We've seen 4 players from each group make it to this stage, the playoffs. There's only 16 players, and you can see the bracket right here. Round number 1 is where we are. All the matches will happen at the same time. Eric, and just look at the matchups right there. Aronian, Anish Giri, Nihal against Dennis, Amin Bassem, Andrei Sipenko, Prague Jules. Any of those matches really standing out to you?
There's too many matches. There's too many matches. It feels like we're a bit connected to the players here because we followed everyone's qualification journey to the knockout.
That's right.
So when I see those 16 players, I'm curious about seeing Bortnik and Grishuk. There's every single match interests me. We can only pick a few. Each round because they're all played at the same time, and the games only take up to 20 minutes. Time control 10 minutes, 0-second increment. I think I am curious though. On paper, Aronian versus Anish Giri is probably the matchup that features the two, the highest average rating and 2 of the most well-known players.
That's right. And important to remember for this round 1, it is going to be 2 games per match, and that gives the players an opportunity to, get the white pieces and the black pieces. And of course, we will be using Armageddons throughout this entire format in order to decide things. And this is what the players are playing for. Of course, first to fourth, Eric, that's truly all that matters. It's a nice consolation prize. In fact, a very generous consolation prize, $7,500 for 5th to 6th. But I think everyone in this event, Eric, is hyper focused on first to fourth and making it to the EWC.
Yeah, for those that don't know, the EWC main event has $1 million in prizes, and the minimum prize, even if you finish last, is $50,000. So the difference between, 5th and 6th and top 4th, well, you can do the math, but let's just say it's very significant.
That's right. And, the prizes extend even beyond this amazing prize pool here, right? We also have the Jafanzo Award, and we've been talking about that throughout the broadcast, but it needs reminding because this is a reward for, a team or player that manages to actually win the tournament after qualifying through the last chance qualifier, an extra $50,000. And we've discussed, Eric, if someone was, to win this, it'd be a very deserved $50,000 because they would have to take out the very best players in the world, which is no easy thing to do.
It would be very well deserved, but when you take a look at who qualified, I can think of names that if they make it to the main event, they have chances to win. Aronian just came to this event after winning, I know it's freestyle chess, but a Grand Slam. You got Hans Niemann, who seems to be a wild card, playing fantastic chess and has done well against some of the world's elite. Grishuk, former world blitz champion. Why can't he make it do well in the main event?
That's right.
Depends who makes the main event, but I definitely see worthy players here that will have an opportunity to score some upsets and make a name for themselves starting next week.
Agreed. We're waiting to see that underdog story in action, but of course, we're also here to learn about the amazing trophy that we have. So take a look at this video and, find out how the world champion is actually made.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
And we can see the, just the thought and the storylines that go into the creation of that trophy. Eric, there's been those 4 keys that have actually been on our main stage throughout the entire competition, day 1, day 2, but now it's kind of setting in for these players. It's kind of a reality as those things are center stage, right? It's like, oh, that's actually what I'm playing for. I feel like it's kind of hitting the players now.
Yeah, the first 2 days, all the players are there. No one knows who's going to make it. Now they know. One good day of chess today, and they're making it to, next week's main event. So I expect, it's also double elimination, which is kind of nice. There's some familiarity with that for the players. They're playing, guys they know. It's a match format. You saw so many examples of players being eliminated by just one loss. In the qualification. Maybe they drew a couple of good players.
Yep.
Lost to someone, they're out of it. 5 out of 7 didn't make it. Here, always an opportunity to make it through the loser's bracket or the main bracket, but you're playing a 2-game match each. I think the players in some ways are going to be pretty relieved to be here today and a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, I think so, and the double elimination certainly helps with that. And we remember that these players are also competing individually, right? Chess an individual game, but they're also representing a team or an esports organization. They're not just playing for individual glory, and they're fighting for something bigger. So take a look at this video to really highlight what they're fighting for.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
So we can see, Eric, just the build up, right? The keys, the trophies, the money that's on the line, the organizations that are behind these players, supporting them, putting their faith in them, right? Signing some of these players without knowing whether they'd actually make it to the Esports World Cup, and taking a chance and some very good chances taken. There's only 16 players left. We're moving on to the playoffs, right? Double elimination, and only the top 4 make it to the Esports World Cup.
that you mentioned yesterday while we were watching. I mean, Pragananda was signed by Team Liquid. They knew he hadn't qualified already. He was going for this last chance qualifier. There's many examples of that. So, you know, one of the benefits for chess, and you're watching as well, more players getting signed by esports orgs is a good thing. It usually means in the ecosystem, maybe trips are paid for, salaries are involved, and just, you know, provides more of a support system for players who are generally used to being pretty individual when it comes to playing chess tournaments. So having this team format, having esports orgs be involved, I like that addition. And you know, looking towards today, regarding the team thing, Liquid, if Pragananda makes it, having 3 players in that main event, they've got to be one of the favorites.
Yeah, that would be huge, right? We're remembering that in today's format, of course, double elimination, so you can lose a match and go forward. But what we also have is that the Armageddon is the decider here. So they're going to play matches of 2 games, but if there's ever a match that a player wins and they enter the EWC, they get one of those spots, it will be a best of 4. So important to remember that you can't make it without that match. And if it's tied, which obviously best of 2, best of 4, we're expecting some ties, 1-1, 2-2. An Armageddon will be necessary in that case. And if that happens, there will be a 10-minute timer for white, and the players are actually going to submit blind bids, which is a format that they are used to, and they're betting how much time they'd be willing to take to play with the black pieces. So you're going to see some low bids, maybe 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and they're going to be taking a time deficit in order to have draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, that actually means that black wins. And Eric, this is a format and a kind of a tiebreaker, a decider that these players are very familiar with, but I think it adds a lot of hype and a lot of intrigue into the format.
Lots of intrigue indeed. I mean, if you're an audience or it's us and we're waiting for that Armageddon game, you start to think, like, what would I do in that situation? How much would I bid? And different players have different approaches. Even though this format's been used a little bit in the past few years, I'm sure for many of the players, it's still one of their first experiences doing it. And I think we're just going to see a wide range of possibilities. One thing for sure, you mentioned, lots of these matches will head to Armageddon. 2 strong players playing. 1-1 is a very normal result on paper, which means we could really see a lot of tie breaks today.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways to get there. Could be a couple draws. It could be a win each. You know, this is a very exciting format, and it means that we will always have a winner. That's the best part about Armageddon, is we see 2 of the definitely the most well-known and top players in the world here on your screen, Grandmasters Levon Aronian and Anish Giri. And it just feels that little bit more tense in the playing hall. There's only Grandmasters seated at the moment, and we are straight underway, Eric, with the first game of round 1 here in the playoffs.
Yes, and we have 2 players that have played each other dozens and dozens of times. Anish Giri, Levon Aronian, perennial, top 5, even top 10 players, candidates. Well, they did get seeded. It looks like Aronian number 1 in the overall bracket versus Giri, who was number 16. So maybe not by rating, more by maybe how you performed in the preliminary stage, but here we are. And some of the players, by the way, Amon, might be happy to see this first round pairing because it's going to eliminate a very, very, very strong competitor. Even players in the main event might be watching this and happy to see this, because we know that both of these players are capable of beating the world's best.
Yeah, and the way the seeding works, it's more about how you finish the qualifier. So it's not just that the top seed and the bottom seed coming into this are the strongest and the weakest players, because in the qualifiers, some of the best players maybe just squeaked in. So it doesn't necessarily mean that this is the biggest mismatch.
Definitely not. And I think we're really going to see that today. I mean, yesterday, a lot of people or watchers were like, Pragananda, how are you losing versus a 2100?
Right.
He qualified. He didn't have his best day of chess. And I think a new day, new possibilities. I mean, For those, if you play online, you know that. Like one day you can play really well, and the next day it doesn't go your way. The players here, they do expect to be more consistent, but the nerves are completely different in that Swiss qualification. Now you're in the mentality, you're playing strong grandmasters, which is what you're used to doing, and it's not even about winning every game, right? It's a match situation, but just playing the best moves in a one-on-one spot. I think some of the players that maybe snuck in, they're going to have a good day today. Grishuk is another example that we're curious. He's playing Bortnik today in the first round. He got a bit fortunate in his pairings and how things played out to qualify through Group D. But we know the level there, and if he finds his form, he could be one of the favorites. And I don't expect a lot of these guys to have 2 days of, for chess. At the same time, some of the players that qualified and played really well, they want to try to maintain that level, and that remains to be seen. Guys like Nihal or Sindarov, Hans, everything played well yesterday, crushed the group. Is he going to ride that form into today, or somehow is the dynamic going to be different? Because it is a different format. It's a bit more intense.
Yeah, there's
lots of storylines.
No guarantees, really, as we dive into this game right here. Levon, Giri, as you said, played each other numerous times, and I was intrigued by the opening a little bit that Levon chose. Not the most common. He pushed his pawn up to c4 and pushed his pawn up to e4 very quickly, and that's why you see the black knight right in the center of the board on the d4 square, occupying a square that was weakened by pretty much White's first couple moves of the game. No pawn can attack that d4 square, and White is shifting all the pieces over to the king side. It kind of makes me think that at some point, perhaps that f pawn wants to move up. The knight's in the way right now, but wants to maybe move up 2 squares to f4, try to open things up, because otherwise it feels like we're shifting our pieces over to the king side without any clear direction just yet.
Yeah, with a move like a3 Levon here, I agree. I mean, it doesn't look like White has any plans on the queen side. Black has grabbed a bit of space. There was probably some calculations involved about maybe a poisoned b5 pawn a couple moves ago. So yeah, maybe I want to play f4. I'm not sure if the timing is perfect. It's not the standard way maybe to play here. You see that knight on d4, bishop on c5. If you ever invest time into f4, you have to really make sure your king, your pieces don't fall into some pin or tactic. But what we have in front of us, I think, is kind of typical, is that like Anish is known very good in the openings. In the whole field, right, he's got to be near the very top in terms of opening preparation and opening understanding. He's a tough guy to crack. Mm-hmm. And it looks to me like Black has equalized. I see that bishop on d1 for White. I see, the development. I'm like, I don't see how White is doing any better. And I think even when you talk about chess pedigree, things like that, well, that Armageddon format, that'll be interesting. If I'm playing against Nish or I'm a player that needs to win, I'd rather there be 5 minutes on the clock than 10 minutes, because he's got a very professional, solid repertoire, or, ambitious when he needs to. But his level of opening prep is higher than many of the players. And I would rather have less time so that he can't recall all of his lines.
Is there a funny move here? Knight takes c5, pawn takes b2. It's like a move you would never expect to have to deal with, but White has the most strange arrangement of pieces ever. The rooks are all the way on the king side, e1, f1, and then the bishop blocks the communication. So it feels like if knight takes the bishop on c5, we're going to see pawn takes b2, and it's still a game, but that is an extra pawn for Anish Giri.
Yeah, that intermezzo on b2 looks good. I mean, the tactics aren't too difficult. So the question is, what did Levon miss, or did he think that some line here, as we go a bit deeper into a takes b2 lines, was playable? The body language would indicate that, but I can't be certain, because it is a fairly easy move to spot, and with this amount of time on the clock, not sure he missed it, but you can't be complaining as black to be up an extra pawn and just a couple moves away from completing development. Maybe a rook e8, bishop e6, maybe a4 at the right moment. I guess I understand a little bit of what Levon has done. Yes, he's given up a pawn. At the same time, his position might be a little bit easier than before. He can maybe plant a bishop on c4, migrate the rooks over to the a file. But a pawn is a pawn, so I don't see full compensation there. But maybe he's analyzed the position and thinks, yeah, that a pawn, yes, black has an extra a pawn, but with the right piece play, I can corral it and, probably steer this towards a more level endgame. I'm not sure if Levon is playing this with the idea that he's pushing for something. It felt like Anish played some concrete moves in the opening that really, posed some questions. But yeah, I mean, looking at that, would rather be black here in that extra pawn. I just don't. It doesn't even feel like, Levon's style of chess. He sacrifices pawns all the time. I mean, he made a career out of playing the Marshall Gambit at the highest levels of chess for, many years. This type of sacrifice just looks like he maybe either missed something or wasn't too comfortable in the opening and wanted to steer things away. At least it is 10-minute chess, which means some moves that you might look at the eval bar, might be like, hey, that's a bad move. Yes, subjectively it might be a bad move, but when you have, less than 10 minutes on the clock, players have a wider range of moves they can play. There's practical considerations that are a bit stronger, knowing your opponent can't invest that much time. And there's also practical considerations for yourself where it's like, well, my position's a bit uncomfortable. If I continue down this road, that time situation, my discomfort's going to build. Even if the position is technically, something I can hold, it's going to be very difficult. And there's going to be other aspects of the game that are going to suffer as a result. So look, I'm going to try to bail out or go for something active. Activity, initiative, that definitely has a bit more value when players have less time on the clock.
And I think Levon just missed it because there were opportunities for him to play A takes B4 earlier to capture the pawn and then proceed with kind of the same way of playing. And it's a weird move to actually have in your games. It's so unusual that your own first rank with the white pieces is something that you're not defending 15 moves into the game. And that's the reality. He's currently down on time. He's also got this pawn on A3 to deal with. This has been a terrible start for Levon, who, he does have a great square on C4. I could see his own knight maybe reaching that square with knight D2, knight C4. But the problem is that A3 pawn is being currently blockaded. Queen on A2, the worst piece that you can really have in front of a pass pawn. This is Anish Giri kind of free rolling a little bit because I don't really see a way that he can lose.
I think free rolling is a good term there. Worst case scenario, White invests a lot of time and energy, finds a way to win the A3 pawn, and then you're still fine as black. It's even material. But even psychologically, what we have in front of us is not what Levon wanted. It's hard to read him sometimes. He's probably more uncomfortable than just look. You look at him, he seems pretty cool. He's playing at a pretty good pace. Oftentimes, it might even be a bad habit. You blunder a pawn, you blunder something. You spend a little bit of time getting upset at yourself internally. I mean, you just can't help it. And then you start to slow down a little bit because, well, I blundered. My calculations are a bit off. Maybe I need to double check a bit more. And then that material deficit turns into a time deficit. After he blundered, he's played pretty quickly, so he's not down too much time. But I don't see the long-term plan to remove that A3 pawn. And, behind on the clock, down a pawn, things aren't looking too good unless Levon finds a plan immediately, because it reminds me of this game we covered. It was Nihal playing black against Indich, where, just that A pawn and just keeping it there. There was another game yesterday as well, Tang against Keimer, when Andrew Tang won. Like this outside pass pawn, if a player just has to be passive and, they get deeper and deeper into the game, at some point the defending side breaks. Even shuffling around doesn't work because, let's just say, Levon is down on time with the worst position. Even shuffling around doesn't even work because you're also going to lose on time in that case against the better side. And but Hans showed a great example of combining the clock and board pressure with his win against Denis Lazovic. Anish might not quite have the same style. Doesn't play as much online, or we haven't seen too much flagging from his side, and in fact, maybe even lost half a point when he got flagged in his qualifier. But that's another thing I want to bring up again. I was quite impressed by that game, Niemann versus Lazovic, and I wonder if more players today are going in a match situation, going to try to use the clock and use flagging as a means of overcoming their opponent.
Yeah, I think at the moment, the knight's occupying the c4 square is a fantastic square, but in doing so, he's also not really committing to the idea that he had on the move prior, knight b3, which would actually attack the c-pawn, but it would allow Anish to use that outside a-pawn, and maybe there's some situations where you give up the c-pawn in order to just keep pushing that a-pawn down the board. All you need is one passed pawn to ultimately convert a win. That outside pass pawn is everything. But when I see knight c4, that's telling me that Levon is interested in just kind of sitting on the position. He's not really going to be able to win that a pawn, but he's covering the b2 square, and he's just looking to stay solid while he expands on the other side of the board and finally looks for some counterplay.
I like this f4 move. Levon not spending too much time, even though the position to me is optically difficult, objectively difficult. f4, he's, taking away that e5 square from Black's knight in the future, maybe going to play either maybe e5 and f5 in conjunction and just distract Black enough to give himself some breathing room, or also just pose a few challenges. Be like, hey, Anish, right now it's too easy to play for you.
But what about knight b6? I mean, can he just start eliminating stuff? Knight b6, maybe trade the knights, bring the queen into b3. I think that's way faster than any dreams that White might have on the king side.
Yeah, I'm expecting knight b6, but probably White has to play knight d6 or knight e5 and just keep pieces on the board. Could this be close to losing? Yes. Trading the knights could also be close to losing. And there's no more tricks once the knights are off.
B3 offers trade of queens, but it does allow rook takes c5. So you always have to be so sure. I can just see a position that might be desirable where you give up the c-pawn just to get that a-pawn to a2 and tie White's pieces down completely.
Yeah, this is my concern is Anish is up on time, up that extra pawn on a3, and slowly but surely Levon is running out of any counterplay. The majority he has, the 4 and 3 on the king side, yes, he can use that play, e5, queen d5, the moves you're seeing on the board, but that's out of desperation. He knows if the game just continued down its path, it was losing in a few moves. So when he's ready, he knows this might be completely lost, might as well just go for something active, because keeping your queen on a2 for the whole game is depressing, and you have no way to overcome your opponent.
I thought maybe he would take the rook and then try to move the king, because this one does allow maybe a2 to be played as an idea. Queen d2 hits the rook and also the f4 pawn. So I really like the look of queen d2. It looks like it almost forces rook to f1.
Yeah, a lot of tempting moves, which sometimes is a problem when you have too many good moves to play. But I have to say, Levon is playing very practically. Probably lost position, but with the queen on d5, he's always got queen a8 check. If the rook ever vacates the 8th rank, the queen can go back to e4 check. It defends g2. So placing the queen on d5 feels like a very good read, because it's multi-purpose and still has that looming idea of maybe playing e6 to start getting to Black's king at some point, or maybe f5 first and then e6. It just gives Black a little more to think about.
Yep, and we've got the time really factoring in here, queen a6 feels like a really nice move. It guards the a3 pawn, gets behind the pawn to support a2, and it covers e6. That move is incredible.
Yeah, that's the move you hate to see as white, because that e6 possibility is out the window. Queen has to go from a great centralized square down to a2.
Oh yeah, this is look at the d3 move, cutting the rook off from the a3 pawn. The c4 move, cutting the queen off from the king. So definitely some big progress here for Giri. He knows he's completely winning. He just has to manage the clock and the last ditch effort threats on the king side.
We're just a couple moves away from a black win here. Anish is making sure he's not getting checkmated. The good news for him, it's hard to get checkmated when your opponent's queen is on a1 and shut down.
That's right.
But still, f6 for white. That's one of the only dangerous moves here. Levon can kick around a little bit, even though it's lost position. We've seen worse things happen with a minute on the clock.
I mean, d2 can't be played because the pawn is pinned to the queen on a6. We have ideas like queen f4, but playing it safe and simple with king h7 is Anish Giri. Keep in mind the queen on a6 also covers the e6 square, so there's no pawn e6 move. And white can't take a pawn here. There's 3 pass pawns on the third rank. You can't just grab one because you can't stop all of them.
Yeah, no endgames can be played here for white. Far too many pawns gone. The only chance, try to get your queen, this queen on f3, to win the f7 pawn and, get checkmate, which, we'd all, easier said than done. But look at this move I'm on. Rook takes g6. What's the idea there? King takes g6, runs into mate. That's got Anish thinking.
It does mean you kind of have to play pawn takes, so at least that move was easy. But, he's got some idea here. And after queen a7, maybe? Is that just the simplest?
It is. Queen a7. White's going to play e6 anyways because there's nothing else to do. Queen a7, such a classy move. Just takes away every check. And when you're low on time, your king's exposed. People can check you forever. It's so stressful. Queen a7, no more checks. I'm making a queen next move. And that's a win for Anish Giri. A very impressive win with black as well against one of the... Aronian took down his group and, played impeccably in day one.
Yeah, he was the number one seed. He
number one seed.
Yeah, he had the best score and best tie breaks.
And he's a draw away from being, not eliminated, but sent down to the loser's bracket. And the loser's bracket, double elimination, again, it gives you more opportunities, but usually the loser's bracket, it's harder to, you have to work a little harder. You'd much rather not have any losses because you can imagine the stress involved. You enter a tournament, you have 2 lives. Once you're down to that one elimination left, then the pressure starts mounting. Yeah,
and remember that all these games are going concurrently. So, the different matches are potentially at different stages, Eric, right? It's not that every game goes all the way. Some players have a certain match strategy when it comes to a best of 2, right? When you have those 2 games, sometimes you'll see a draw, maybe fairly quickly, and then on to the second game. And I mentioned that because that's exactly what was featured here. This was a match between Hans and Adly, where we are now actually in game 2, and they've already drawn, which means whoever wins will win this match.
Yeah, that was our second game that we were going to show. And, if Giri and Aronian finish early, it was going to be Hans Niemann, the second seed in the knockout. So, playing against Adly, and on paper, when I look at the matchups I'm on, I would say that Hans might be the biggest favorite in the whole 16-player knockout. Adly earned his spot. He's a good player, but even by rating discrepancy or even how they qualified, you see Hans, you see Adly. That's 2 versus 15. Giri was a 16th seed, but I think everyone knows how scary he can be.
Right.
And that means that was a bit of a shock, though. Hans with white drew against Adly, which means Adly will have white in the second game, and if he scores a win, and he's an ambitious player with the white pieces, so he qualified through to this stage, well, then we could see an early upset. But well done by the Egyptian in game 1.
Yeah, and he's brought himself here, right? He's brought himself to a position where he's got the white pieces and it's just one game. We can make it bigger than it is, but right now, because of the draw, it is just this game in front of him. And if he wins, he puts himself in a great position moving forward in the winner's bracket. King H8 was just played. I mean, I can look at the white knight on E1 and immediately not too happy with that piece. It looks like the worst piece in the position. I want to play knight D3, knight B4, and get it to the amazing D5 square, but there's a lot involved in doing that. First of all, it can be traded right away on D3 with black's knight. And apart from that, it does also guard the C2 square. And I think Hans is definitely in the driver's seat here. But, these positions where it features an attack, Eric, anything can happen once those pawns get rolling on the king side.
Once those pawns get rolling, indeed, I'm just wondering if white's actually going to do that or try to improve this knight on E1. What I don't like about this position is I don't like my bishop on G2.
Yeah.
Staring at that E4 pawn, which is stuck. I mean, it's a fianchetto, it protects the king, but I'd much rather have an open diagonal. It feels like black has done very well to reach this position, probably in a spot to, switch a rook over to D8. But it's not like, white has the bishop pair. These bishops are great. From what I don't see two good bishops here. Oddly, though, with this move I'm on, I like it. He's actually giving up the bishop pair, but he's addressing the problem. I don't like the bishop on G2. I think with bishop takes D4, he might be looking at playing a move like E5 in the future to open up that diagonal. Even if it costs a little bit of material, I'd much rather have an active piece than not.
Yeah, and the A7 pawn is going to be potentially hanging. There's also an idea to maybe play rook D2 and, try to use the rook and the pieces in the position like rook D7. But, going back to your point about the light squared bishop, just realizing that it's your worst piece and the opportunity to open it up with E5 in the future was something that you shouldn't have been passed up.
Yeah, I'm actually a little shocked to see this. Giving up your dark squared bishop and then not trading. I thought he was planning some combination with traded queens. Maybe A7 was loose. I didn't calculate everything. But a timely E4 pawn push to open up that bishop on G2. I just feel like this is going to be a tough game long term. Right now, it looks okay for white. White has the default. I think Adly is fighting well, and it's a competitive position. But what they say about opposite bishop positions, especially when there's other pieces on board, those are not very drawish or equalish. Usually one of the bishops is better than another. And I see some positions where black's dark squared bishop ends up planting itself on C5 and looking much better than the bishop on G2.
Yeah, the discrepancy in the bishops is going to be felt, which is, I think, why he's now defaulting to that secondary idea of just launching an attack. It's definitely a position that favors Hans at the moment, but there is that outside idea that if that light square bishop ever gets on the diagonal to cover the G8 square, there could be some checkmating ideas against the black king. But it's mostly desperation. But the opposite bishops, while black's is maybe a little bit better than white's, it offers great attacking chances as long as the queens are on the board, because white has all these light squares he can attack and Hans can't defend them.
Yeah, very, very key moment here. White pushing that G pawn, which you mentioned. Rook takes E5, bishop F6 opens up another diagonal. Adly avoids that by going rook B5 and says, hey, I don't want that bishop on E7 to go to F6 and start attacking that B2 pawn. You see that pawn on B3 for black. Black were to win the B2 pawn, wouldn't be too far from pushing that pawn and making a queen. So he goes rook B5 with the idea of just taking on B3 next move, probably with a queen, and at least getting rid of one of the most dangerous pawns in the position for black.
Yeah, crucial to eliminate that. If black were able to connect them with pawn to A4, that'd be a lot different. B3 is hanging, A5 is also hanging, and so it comes down to actually black's queenside pawns falling apart, disappearing, and white's king perhaps being the weaker of the two. So we'll see how this all shakes up here, but Adly is, he's managing the position. It's, it's kind of back and forth, but I would say he's absolutely in here with a fight. He's down a couple minutes, which is very significant. And I tell you, is Hans Niemann going to pull off another flag, maybe with opposite bishops?
That is a good point. Now that I recall, Adly does play a lot of bullet chess. Maybe not the same level as Hans, but pretty high rated and actually pretty fast. Still, I would, considering the youth factor, I wouldn't say he's the fastest player here, but he does play bullet, which the same can't be said for everyone. Not everyone plays bullet. And if you're watching at home, bullet chess maybe can be bad for your chess. It's pretty addicting and, it's a bit of a different format, but Adly does play it. And, he's showing a lot of grit in these games against Hans, because we saw how Hans played yesterday, and we're seeing these games be very, very competitive, very sharp, and still quite balanced. But the 2 minutes, we know what Hans has in his arsenal. He can, from a slightly better positional, use the clock and pretty much run down the clock.
Yeah, use it. Just
clock,
kind of, just kind of like bully the opponent a little bit into submission. You don't always need to make the moves that win the game, just that prolong the game, that keep it going. And if Hans loses a minute off his clock, his opponent loses 30 seconds. That might favor Hans. So it's just about whittling the time down when you've got the lead that he does. But 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I think, for Adly, who does play quite a bit of bullet himself, it's still a reasonable amount of time, but it's just when you start with more time, 10 minutes, you kind of make your moves a little bit slower than you would if it started as a bullet game.
Definitely. H3.
Okay, everyone sort of takes care of the king here. H3, H6.
Well, this is what I wasn't sure about. H6 I want to play, but it's important to note that H7 square is on a light square. So that light square bishop on G2 for white, you see that king on H8 or maybe H7, at some point, you can maybe go F3 and to H5 and to just try to box that king out. So I'm not super safe yet as black in terms of restricting the light squared bishop, but we're at that period where you can feel the tension, both players making waiting moves, seeing what their opponent wants to do. And queen C3, Amon, that's not a waiting move.
No, I like it. It really dictates things. In fact, you can't trade queens and then somehow maintain all the pawns, because the A pawn is going to drop. White can play rook takes A5 here, rook A8, and we've been talking about, can white actually arrange that bishop into the light squares? That's going to be the difference maker here, because if the B pawn falls, okay, Hans has very clear chances, but watch out for bishop C4, bishop F7, rook A8. White has some great chances here.
For sure. And I think, for audience members, during the qualifiers, I said, Adly, he might not be a household name these days, doesn't play as much, and it's not, his prime. But he was a world junior champion, over 2,600 for a long time, has the class, has the capabilities in his chess to beat the field. And we're seeing here that Hans is absolutely fighting tooth and nail. Mm-hmm. He would much prefer winning this, in this game, Armageddon. Who knows what's going to happen? But as we've seen, things are pretty balanced right now.
Absolutely. And rook C6 covering the 6th rank, maybe stopping that black king, because I was thinking, maybe king H6, king G5, king F4. So perhaps bishop F6 is a way to do that. You also have to watch out for the B pawn at some point. I think bishop F6, king H6, king G5 is the way to go for Hans.
Yeah, that's very classy, and Hans is for sure looking at that. The main concern is if white can just start pushing. Mm-hmm. B7, rook C8.
Very direct.
Get counter. Yeah.
And you kind of have to commit here as Hans. Like if you just go with king G5, king F4, and rook B1, rook B2, it's possible.
I think we might see a perpetual here, Amon. Mm-hmm. If you go king G3, there's king H5 threatening mate, but Hans is going to keep checking and force Adly to decide, are you going to repeat, or are you going to bring your king out to E2, if assuming Hans checks here, which is a bit farther away from that G pawn. It might give black some counterplay.
And you could
with
play
the G-pawn.
G3 as well. It's an idea, because maybe if you play G3, G2, if the king goes to the G1 square, it is a dark square. You could try to get your bishop around to, G5 and E3. So you could also be thinking a bit more ambitious there. But the position has been really easy for Adly to play. And yeah, Hans keeps playing, but the time is even here.
This is probably his final opportunity on Hans Niemann here. Is he going to go G3? Going to go
Makes
for
sense.
checks? G3.
Adly's
Who's
leaning
first?
in. I don't know. It's like
This
happening
is
at the
crazy.
same time. G2, if the king goes to G1, there's bishop G5 and bishop to E3.
This is
Oh my goodness, what a move. Rook to C2.
Wow.
Postures up in the chair. That is a huge move and might have been the only option.
That saves so much trouble because you don't want your king stuck on G1 looking at dark squared mates with the black bishop. On G2, the rook on C2. Yes, Adly might not queen on B8, but he doesn't have to worry about that G-pawn, dark squared bishop and rook weaving a mating net.
But hey,
I like
look,
the decision, but I don't like the clock.
Are we getting into that territory here where, Hans is going to put the king on F4, the rook on B1 can always stay on the B file. White can never play rook down to C8 or D8 comfortably. This looks like a position where the white bishop is just not a participant. If it was on D5, I'd feel a little bit better. I'm worried about a flag happening here.
Do you think Adly is preparing rook E1 now?
That's an interesting move. Ooh, F6 played. Don't know if that has a big impact on the game, but this is looking...
I just didn't understand F6. Adly's uncomfortable.
Oh, he's missed mate. He's missed this mate idea after the king moves. Oh my goodness, he's so committed to this, but now the B pawn is hanging as well.
You can just take the rook, check on G1, check on H1. Wow.
He sees it. I don't even know if he's resigned the game officially yet, but you can see that's resignation right there. And wow, what a match. Resourceful at the end was Adly, but Hans, again, we feel, Eric, that he's been doing the best job at using the clock in this event.
Best job at using the clock, but also just part of that is prolonging the game and finding something that might be even equal. Could be an equal endgame or objectively like best play. Both players play well. It's a draw.
Yep.
But you still have to find the moves. And he's timing everything right, but when he needs to, he's finding the critical lines that put... I mean, we just saw right here, went from white is pushing the B pawn, a couple squares away from queening. And Hans found the exact precise line that forced white to no longer put, divert resources from that B pawn, shift them over to stop the G pawn. And then once Hans's opponents are in a passive spot, that's when he pounces, right?
Amazing. And we're right back to the action. Levon Aronian and Anish Giri, we were watching this earlier. We're back to the game now. Giri only needs a draw to win this match, but the game has really shifted. It was actually Giri who was well ahead in this one, but now the bishop on H2, Eric, is trapped. 100% cannot move, and he's only got 1 minute and 28 seconds. Levon can play for the flag as well.
Yeah, bishop takes D7, runs into rook B2 check. I think that's an important intermezzo, although I don't know if that actually helps black. Because if you don't play that move him on, then that bishop on E2 that was trapped, well, it just takes on E5, and Giri will be very happy to trade into a rook endgame up a pawn. If you do play rook B2 check and then take the bishop on H2, white maybe plays bishop E6, and you're all of a sudden threatening rook A8 checkmate, which means there's not enough time for black to actually use that C pawn and dark squared bishop to make their own queen. Checkmate will win the game.
And I think at this point, because of that idea, you have to take the bishop on D7, but now bishop E5, everything liquidates, and the only hope for Aronian is a flag.
Only hope is a flag, but unfortunately here, connected passed pawns combined with a rook.
Yep.
Anish's job is very simple. Just check the king, push the pawns, and Aronian, well, he's looking at a match loss here. Split pawns are way worse than connected pawns. On top of that, white has that a3 pawn. I guess technically,
he's just liquidating here. Very smart.
If we could get to a rook versus rook position, I'm curious. Do you think if this is a rook versus rook, Anish has a minute, Levon has 2.5 minutes, would he try to flag? Probably not, right?
A minute's just too long. I think at 20 seconds, 25, maybe something less than 30, he would really consider. But, first of all, it's something that that the position doesn't even allow, but also you have to think of the psychology, the players, the mentality. Is that something that he would do? Probably not. Some other players in the event.
Some players, but you're facing elimination. Do you just agree to a draw when they have a minute, you have 2.5?
I think if he had lost a match and he was in the loser's bracket, yes. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But with double elimination, there's your own reputation on the line as well. You don't want to let people know that you're looking to flag that early as we jump into another game here. Eric, there's so many to cover, and this one is Nihal against Denis Lazovic, and the position here. Obviously, you can see the advantage on the board for the black pieces. You've got that extra material, but I arrived here thinking Nihal is just better and nearly winning.
Oh yeah, the pass pawn plus it was what? A knight coming to e6. That looks very good. But in this position, after g3 by Nihal, rook e8, do you have any move besides knight c3? I don't even know if knight c3 is good, but can we afford to lose the e4 pawn?
Well,
Queen takes e4.
Exactly, knight e6. Take it.
Oh, now Lazovic is better. And even that knight on f4, at some moment, g5 could hurt. And rook c8 by Lazovic saying, hey, at queen on e4, looking at h1, I'm going to go rook c1, rook h1 checkmate, and all of a sudden the initiative since we came here has switched entirely, and black picked up a key center pawn
and picked up 30 seconds on the clock. This is incredible. It looked like Nihal had the knight, the trickiest piece to have in a time scramble. Both of these players very experienced online, so even though it's down to 20 seconds, we know what Nihal can do. We've seen it in this event. I just don't think it's enough against Denis Lazovic here.
He's trying to play queen b3 check. That's the purpose of d6. But Lazovic generally has very good technique. Can he find it with 32 seconds? Nihal's down to 20. Repeating a little bit usually helps a player with more time if they both
not a full repetition though.
Seconds.
The king on h2 is really helpful. Now there's no rook to c1. That could actually matter here as Nihal's making a huge comeback. Time is even.
Lazovic doesn't know how to deal with queen b3 check.
Oh my goodness. There's queen g8. The black king
12 seconds. Nihal has to move knight h3. Let's see the bullet skills come out.
It's all bullet. It's all online experience.
Nihal finds the combination. 6 seconds to 9.
Amazing. And
he's trying to set up a mating net. And he does.
Oh.
Holy smokes.
Unbelievable. You can never count him out. Nihal Sarin does it again. With just 20 seconds on the clock, his opponent had more than double, and he comes away with the victory and wins the match.
What a turnaround. That's the second time we've seen Nihal win a game. Like under 10 seconds, the guy's a demon.
Oh my goodness.
He's a demon. And you know the move that kind of wins that? If you look back at this knight h3 move, when you get into a time scramble, that's the most annoying move to deal with. It just defends everything and freezes Lazovic a little bit. Wow. Lazovic and Nihal was one of the most competitive matchups going in terms of two absolute world-class top 20 players online. And they've clashed in round one. Nihal wins it. But, he's showing off his mouse skills, Amon. That was oof.
Yeah, he certainly is. Looking at the overview of some of those matches, we know that Anish came away with the victory. We know that Denis Lazovic did as well. And looking at the other matches, I'm looking at, Pragnananda came away with the victory, Sindarov as well. There's so many, but remember, no one is eliminated. So if the player lost in this first round, they just go down into the losers bracket, and they'll have another shot. It's absolutely possible for someone to go and storm all the way through the losers bracket, Eric, win every single match, come back, reappear in the winners bracket, and actually take one of those crucial 4 spots.
For sure. The issue is the losers bracket is really tough. And you see, that's a 2-game match, right? So yes, stronger players maybe more often than not will win, but in 2-game match, a lot of these on paper are very even. We got guys like Levon Aronian and Denis Lazovic already in the losers bracket.
Yep.
So you're not necessarily getting an easier pairing. Then, I mean, everyone is worthy there, but like the losers bracket is probably almost just as hard as the winners bracket. But we did see some favorites move through. Hans beating Adly, Pragananda beating Jules Massard. And here we have Bortnik versus Grishuk. I think the context is Grishuk won the first game with white.
And he won it comfortably. It was a really nice, smooth victory. And now Bortnik is in a must-win situation.
Must-win situation in an equal rook endgame doesn't mean the game is going to be a draw. And for sure, don't think that, because Bortnik, an elite bullet player, blitz player, can use the clock very effectively. And Grishuk is also well-versed in bullet blitz, but probably not as, I would say, like with a mouse and like pre-moving. I wouldn't say that's how I would describe Grishuk. He is a very good speed chess player, but he's not necessarily engaging in like a bunch of pre-moves and time scrambles and has the experience that Bortnik does when it comes to that.
Yeah, c5 here. So I was wondering about this move. If rook takes f3, he's just going to keep going. c6. So you have to corral that pawn right now.
This
rook
is a
e5.
great by Grishuk, because now your king is in time to stop the pawn. And that was Bortnik's only chance.
Yeah, very clever. Very clever.
That's the c pawn is the only pass pawn. And if you can use your king to blockade the pass pawn, Black's rook is free to roam, and roam it will, because white has 3 isolated pawns. f3, a2, c5. Bortnik, you see why his time is going down? Because he sees that this is not even a position he can push.
Yeah, remember, he has to win it. He's now just completely losing. Rook's going to go to f5. Everything is, he can consider giving this one up. Stranger things have happened online, but not with 40 seconds for Grishuk.
I was calling it yesterday. You let Grishuk sneak into the event. He didn't have to beat anyone, actually. I would say really strong yesterday. Not that he's not worthy of a spot, but he definitely had good pairings. But he will find form. And he's a multiple-time World Blitz champion. On paper, he's won the most out of anyone in this field.
And that's why, true professional result there, going for the repetition at the end to just secure that victory in the match, 1.5 to half. It looked like a very comfortable match for him. I saw the first game, very, very nice win with the white pieces, and seemed, although we didn't see the entire game, like it was a very comfortable hold with black. So professional result. And as you said, although Grishuk maybe wasn't tested in the qualifiers, he can just immediately elevate his game when needed against the top guys here, and he's off to a great start.
Off to a great start. And Amon, what's fascinating is in the first round, we don't have any Armageddons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think you're right.
There's no Armageddons, which mathematically is quite unlikely. It might be good for us. We want Armageddons today. We're also catching a flight to Riyadh for the main event later today. So if everyone has Armageddons all day long, that's going to be a bit of a tight fit. So we want to balance.
Yeah, they're looking out for us.
There's too many exciting games to follow.
It's true. I will point out that the only match that was actually 2-0 was Yu Yang 2-0 against Marc-André Morizzi. And 2-0 is just not a common score, Eric, because when you're up 1-0, often you'll make a draw, like a gentleman's draw, if you're winning the second game. But Yu Yang is the only one who just went all out, right? 2 games, 2-0, is the only player to put up that score.
Well, I've said this style sometimes, he can play like a machine, just very consistent no matter who he's playing. And yeah, that was on paper. I would say like Maritzi, he moves to the losers bracket. He's a strong grandmaster around 2600, but when it comes to online chess, I don't, haven't heard of him as much. I mean, his ratings are decent, but he doesn't necessarily have like Title Tuesday victories or bullet victories. He's one of the underdogs in this field. I would say like maybe grouping him with like Adly, and maybe a couple other players. But he's young and improving, so that can change in a heartbeat. But against Yu Yang, I definitely thought he had an uphill battle, and we didn't see too many upsets. Like there were some matches that were very like even on paper, someone won. But in terms of ones where there's a bit more of a discrepancy, I mean, some people might say Bortnik and Grishuk, that's a bit of an upset because online we're used to seeing Bortnik do really, really well. But people forget Grishuk, just because he doesn't play all the time in these tournaments, like he really is such a world-class player and a pleasure to watch. So anyone could have won that match. And so I don't really consider it an upset.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the players that have lost and where they find themselves now. I noticed that we have both of the French grandmasters in the losers bracket, also both of the Egyptian grandmasters. So and also Bortnik and Serrana, they came through that DreamHack Dallas qualifier, Eric, and they both find themselves actually playing each other in the next round, but in the losers bracket. So you mentioned, it felt like most of the kind of expected results were in. It's tough to call someone a favorite when everyone's so strong like this, but I do think that, most of the expected favorites did win their matches.
Yeah. Sindarov and Serrana, we didn't catch that match. Serrana, really, really good online, but Sindarov, we watched him qualify and we were so impressed. So that doesn't surprise me. Him against Grishuk should be good. Every matchup is good. Every matchup is good. So one thing I encourage people, you can write a little bit in chat, matches you want to watch. We obviously can't please everyone. And even in a given round, probably can't, unfortunately not in control, but can't watch all the games and even more than a couple.
That's right.
Cameras, some of the matches are starting at different times, it looks like, right? But we are paying attention, want to get you a nice overview of the tournament. And so we'll try our best to move around.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to jump to a break, and it will be a bit of a longer break because it's my understanding that, there's a lot of other games taking place, and there is a ceremony presentation for one of the other esports that's happening. So it'll be a bit of a longer break before we come back into the action, but we have some, mouth-watering matchups coming up. Anish Giri, Nihal Sarin, Esipenko, Pragnananda, just to name a few, and we will bring you all the action when we return. So as Eric said, make sure you don't go anywhere. This will be a bit of a longer break, but we're excited to get right back into the playoffs when we come back.
This land is calling.
your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, his come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-game you real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, go strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real to the real, don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but I don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say, got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit, I'm dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let us shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last chance qualifier, the playoffs. Eric, as much as I'd love to say that we're getting right into the action, the truth is the Esports World Cup is a large event. There's a lot of other games going on, and it's my understanding that ceremony is taking place to present trophy and crown a champion in another game. And, you know, we just have to stand by while that happens, give them the stage. But such is the territory that comes with such a massive event like the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, chess is joining the big stages when it comes to esports. So there's going to be, you know, in its first year, it's the first edition that chess is being part of the EWC. There's going to be a transition period. You know, we want to welcome, you know, the organizers and people from esports into chess. And of course, you know, a lot of them are going to be new to it, and there's nuances. It is a very specific game, and we're all used to it, but not everyone else is. So a bit of patience is very much appreciated.
Yep.
You've been with us for 2 days, so, you know.
Stick with us a little bit longer. That's right.
Yeah.
So we are going to be taking another break, but before we do that, you know, I wanted to bring everyone the bracket as it stands right now. This is, I believe, definitely not Denis Lazovic. So Nihal Sarin instead of Denis Lazovic is actually in that round 2 matchup against Anish Giri, but we have Esipenko, Prague, Grishuk Sindarov and Yu Yangyi and Hans Niemann. So those are the upcoming matchups. Giri against Nihal as well. So Eric, those are the matches we're looking forward to, and I think the ceremony will take probably about another 30 minutes. So we just need to jump to another break, but a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, after the break, maybe we'll give some predictions. But in the meantime, see you guys soon. Please bear with us. We have lots of really good action coming today. But first, some delays because there's a World Championship ceremony happening. But afterwards, I think we'll be cruising and things should move at a much smoother pace.
Exactly. So stick with us, guys. Bear with us. We appreciate your patience, and we can't wait as much as you to get into the action. So we'll see you guys after this break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
If I heard that if I heard that if I heard that if I heard that what you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What you doing? The way I live life. What you doing? The way I live life. The way I live life. What you doing? What a shame, what a shame. What a shame, what a shame. If I heard that if I heard that lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him the things that I can't find. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Back against the sky, it smells so black and white. It's like I told him the things that I can't find. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't find. I just keep going.
in singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. The Last Chance qualifier continues. Eric, we took a very long break. Of course, we hope everyone's still with us in the audience, but we ask for your patience because there's really nothing that can be done when there's on-site delays at the venue. The space is needed for some other ceremonies and presentations. So even the players, Eric, have had to endure this long break as well. And just that break of rhythm can affect different players differently.
For sure, this is the hardest thing for players. In speed chess, you're trying to find a rhythm, consistency, and the long breaks, you have to recalibrate yourself. You almost have to calm down for a while and wait until you actually know when the game is going on. That's why, sometimes when there's sports and there's delays, the players go back in the locker room or change room. Don't know what the players have over there, but it's so hard to maintain that peak focus throughout a day. And the day has just begun for the players. So this, even though, we're at home, people are watching from home, is very tough for the players who adjust to the circumstances. It's going to be a factor. And we also know that based on the schedule, the players are going to be playing well into the night in Riyadh. So being a night owl could be beneficial. But some players, if they maybe are early morning people, maybe they arrived early, got on a schedule, it might be tough. And these are things that are outside of your control. It can happen. A common sport where it can happen is tennis. It gets too dark, or it rains and there's a delay, even though somebody's winning and stuff. And it's very frustrating for the players, but it's part of sporting events. I mean, internet could come out. I've been in some chess tournaments where some things have happened. And how you adjust to those things, that's part of what competition is. Because if you get used to, getting bothered by things that aren't in your control, that can really mess with your ability to just play your best.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at the different roads that the paths the players will be taking here. This is the lower bracket, and you do see some names here: Denis Lazovic, Levon Aronian. Those names actually stand out to me as two of maybe the favorites in this bracket, but they're actually playing each other, and that immediately means. And look at all the names here, because only half of them are really going to be going forward, right? Everyone here has lost the match. It's double elimination, and that's what happens in the lower bracket. Is you're going to start seeing some fan favorites going home. So we're going to be starting with the winners bracket matchups today, but every match happening at the same time. So it's going to be lots of action to look at. And of course, you mentioned the delay, players adjusting, and we're kind of at the mercy, right? We can't cover the games if they're not happening. And I think we are now getting set up back in the playing hall. Everyone's taking their seats, and it's finally time to get back into the chess, hopefully without any more interruptions. And I think the players are looking to find that flow state and just get into the rhythm back-to-back games, which is what they're used to. Whenever you play online, it's you click that rematch button straight into the next game. That's what the players are looking for.
Yeah, interesting point you mentioned about the losers bracket. There's 8 players in the losers bracket, double elimination, so you get eliminated once you lose in the losers bracket. There's another pairing there, Bortnik and Serrano. If I look at the losers bracket, the top 4 players, in my opinion, are the favorites. They're all playing each other.
Right.
Bortnik and Serrano would be 2 of the favorites in the losers bracket, but based on online results for sure. and they're playing each other. So besides Aronian and Lazovic, I see another one of the online specialists in that losers bracket going home in the next hour. So like you're not in control of all these things as a player, but for sure, sometimes, it's kind of like March Madness in the United States or some knockout tournaments where, there's sometimes a bit of a harder draw, but you can't control that, and you just have to beat everyone in front of you. So we're going to keep our eye out on that, but follow the winners bracket for now.
Yeah, we have Anish Giri against Nihal Sarin. We have Grishuk against Sindarov. Yu Yang Yi is playing Hans, but we're certainly going to focus on the matchup, first of all, between Andrei Esipenko and Pragnananda. I think that one is going to be very, very exciting. I want to talk a little bit about Esipenko. We've seen Prague. We've kind of seen him struggle a little bit, but while he was struggling, he was also putting up an amazing undefeated performance in his group. So, you wonder, was that really struggling or just, having to play a different style against lower rated players? But Esipenko, on the other hand, this is a player that I think, probably gets a bit more recognition and respect maybe by his peers and colleagues in the chess community than maybe the wider audience because, he kind of flies under the radar a little bit. Very strong player. And I think Pragnananda and him will match up to give us a game full of fireworks.
For sure. I mean, Esipenko, if we think about how he made it, there's a few players that won key games to qualify. They didn't have the smoothest way to get to 5.5 out of 7. Esipenko beat Nihal Sarin, was undefeated, crushing the field, beat him with white in a must-win game to earn a spot in this, which cannot be understated. We've seen what Nihal is capable of today in the qualifiers, and showing that ability to play sharp and just comfortably beat him, in that situation. Like his nerves, his understanding is up there with the best of the players in this field. So not easy to predict that match.
No, not at all. And we have it right in front of us here. Prague and Esipenko, they're ready to go. Of course, Prague signed to Team Liquid there. He's wearing the jersey. And this is a match where all of a sudden, you win this match. You're actually only a match win away from one of those qualifying spots. Remember, the path to one of the top 4 spots, Eric, is much easier from the upper bracket, the winner's bracket, right? It sounds obvious, but if you just win those matches, you don't have to go through the recovery phase of all the loser's bracket matchups. So definitely you can save yourself some work with good form early on.
Yeah, and just to summarize, how many matches does someone need to win in the winner's bracket to earn their spot in the main event?
So we have the first round already happened. Yeah. That's one. Then we have the quarterfinals. That's where we are right now. And then we have the semifinals, and that would be it. So just the 3 total matches takes you all the way to a qualifying spot.
Yeah. I've noticed Esipenko, he's been wearing a hoodie, but he has a very relaxed posture. He likes to he looks very chill. Sit in his chair. Yeah, very, very chill. You just got to figure out how you're comfortable. Maybe the players were on edge for a while, and they had the long break and they had to relax themselves. One of the issues is after a long break, again, you force yourself to relax, but then you have to try to get yourself to lock in at the right moment, and it's hard to keep transitioning between one and the other. But these guys are professionals. They've dealt with this before, and here we go. Esipenko playing black here. You see this position. Black's got a bit of a weakened structure on the queen side. So, you're hoping as black that white takes on d5 to correct your structure. Should white do that? No. Probably move like rook c1 to at least maintain some targets here and get a small, I wouldn't even say advantage, but a push, an idea, something to play against, which is that pawn on c6.
Yeah, that's sometimes all you need, especially in a game or a match with 10-minute time control. Not everyone is going to play perfectly, and so having a very simple idea to hone in on, a weakness like the pawn on c6, sometimes you can, make the identity of your entire game based off just that, right? That one pawn can dictate how white's going to play the entire game. Focus on that, trade pieces in order to make that pawn weaker. Never take on d5 because that would correct the c pawn. Black could recapture c takes d5. And yeah, really the entire identity of the game is characterized by that. And that's kind of a nice feeling when you're in a situation like this. You don't really have to think too much. Oh, what am I going to do? What are my plans? You know exactly what they are because of that pawn on c6. So even though it might not be the biggest advantage according to the engine, it's more just the clarity of knowing what your moves are going to be, where you should focus your attention. And, that could even lead to something like a time advantage because you're just playing with that confidence and security.
Yes, and in this position, I think Esipenko, your opponent's not going to take on d5. So at some point, you might consider maybe moving a rook to the c file and playing c5. Yes, c5 pushes the pawn up, and it might be a little closer for white to attack. But at the end of the day, you got to activate your pieces. That bishop on b7 is yearning for an open diagonal. That's the move that has to be played at some point if white's not taking on d5. I don't know if rook c8 is going to be played first. And often a plan for black when you have a and c isolated pawn, when you have the opportunity, sometimes you play a5 and a4 and you try to get rid of your isolated pawn by trading it, or argue that, well, I'm going to give it up, but then my opponent has double isolated pawn. So I'm sacrificing a pawn, but it's not a full pawn, and it becomes something I can target. In this position, that's not possible yet because, a5, a4 runs into the knight on c3. But black is always looking for ways to exchange those weak pawns for, higher quality pawns from white. And we do see this early c5 move.
Yeah, and this kind of leads into knight to b6 potentially next. Maybe the knight from d7 to b6 would hit the bishop. And again, you're always looking to encourage white to capture on d5. However, if white does take the knight on d5 and black recaptures, at least now it wouldn't fully correct the pawns. It's not like black can play c takes d5 anymore. So there is a world where white wouldn't mind taking and then putting pressure on the rest of the pawns. Because the c pawn has moved, it is a little bit easier to attack. I wouldn't be surprised to see move, of course, like rook to d1 makes a lot of sense, but also in the future, maybe knight to a4 and putting some pressure on the c pawn with the knight and the rook. The knight on f3 can also reposition itself, knight to d2, knight to e4. And if the black knight on d7 maybe goes to b6, we could see the knight on f3 jump into the center with knight e5. So just a very small push for white, but it's there. You see that weak pawn on c5, and that's really what we're playing against here.
Yeah, the entire game is based around the weak c pawn. We have a queenless position, and it just means white is playing kind of a risk-free setup, doing his best job to prevent black from getting rid of that c5 isolated pawn, because black will want to go maybe rook c8, c4 in some positions. It depends, but the game is 100% going to revolve around whether or not white can keep that c5 pawn where it is, keep it there, blockade it, maybe double the rooks. So we're just going to see the struggle. That's going to be the struggle. That's pretty much how the next few moves are going to play out, because outside of that, there's not really weaknesses for either side. White's solid, black's solid on the king side. There's really only one point. They kind of say in chess, sometimes you need two weaknesses. You could kind of say a7 and c5 are isolated pawns and a bit weak, but these positions are fairly known, and the general consensus and how theory is played out is that, okay, it's a bit better for white, but with accurate play, black can either get rid of those pawns, or, for example, if it was like maybe a rook endgame, it's just something black can hold, because the king will be close enough to, defend the weak pawns. Ideally, you'd like to defend, use your king to defend the weak pawns, and have your pieces go elsewhere. With both rooks on the board, not simple yet. And you mentioned something earlier, which is for sure a case. This is a 10-minute time control, no increment. Whoever has the easier to play position will try to use that to play fast moves, put their opponent under time pressure. And whether it's equal or whatever the evaluation is, a time advantage can really turn into 1 point on a whim. We've seen plenty of games, even Prague. He showed that when he beat Andrew Tang, just built a time advantage and demonstrated really good clock handling and nerves to win a game that he was not better in pretty much the entire time, but he just stayed up on the clock, kept the tension, kind of like, yeah, I'm going to make a tennis analogy again, rallying and rallying. But in this case, times are going down, so the players cannot rally forever. Whoever's lower in time is going to be the one feeling the heat.
Yeah, that's right. If there was a timer in tennis, that would make for some interesting rallies, and that's pretty much what we have here. Rook to c8. The position is not the issue, right? Esipenko has a fine game, but just visually, that c pawn and the a pawn are easier to target. They don't protect each other, so White's position will always feel easier to play. But there's no issue for Esipenko, and if we talk about the things that are actually good about Black's position, I'll mention the king, right? That's something that you talked about. The fact is, we are, in a queenless position. I know that the definition of an endgame is kind of a little bit in the air. Some players like to think, just if the queens are off the board, but usually a bit more material needs to be eliminated before we call it a pure endgame. But the fact that the queens are gone means that Black's king can exist in the center of the board. And if a few more pieces get traded, we finally get to a position where maybe the kings want to actually move towards the queenside pawns, and Black's king will be way closer. So it also puts some pressure on White, because you can't just eliminate every single piece from the board, especially the rooks, because Black's king will be so well placed.
Yeah, and we're at a critical moment here because Esipenko, after rook c8, is threatening c4. Prague, it's a 2-game match, so you have to try your absolute best to pressure your opponent when you have the advantage, when you have the white pieces. He's playing bishop b5 here, working his hardest to say, hey, if you play c4, it doesn't work tactically, I can recapture the pawn. And that knight on d7 is going to be loose if Black recaptures on c4. Esipenko here says, you know what? I'm going to play that move anyways. We might actually be seeing a pawn sacrifice or a tactical solution here, Mon. c4 looks like a great find because I'm starting to calculate. You take back on c4 the pawn, Black plays bishop takes f3, doubling the pawns, and the follow-up move, knight e5, should solve the problems.
And that is exactly what he's going for. A great spot. And you wonder if this is, the table's turning just a little bit, because we're no longer in a situation where Black has a weak pawn, right? He's gotten rid of it by playing c4, and now he's going to recapture. Let's just say White plays king to g2. Black will take the c pawn back. And then what's left when everything is settled? Black has, what's shaping up to be a 1.5-minute, 2-minute time advantage. The Black king that we talked about being closer to the center is now very, very well placed for the ensuing endgame. And everything is just starting to stack up. These small advantages are adding up for Esipenko. And most importantly, I'm just going to say, is the clock.
Clock is a big thing. And what you described, as if White failed in their mission to pressure that pawn, which looks like that's the case here, and that's why Prague is struggling, Black is better suited for the trades. Look at the rooks on b8 and c8. When Black eventually takes on c4, by the way, I was going to ask you, after king g2, I was looking at the move g5. It might not work, but I was trying to find a waiting move. The reason you want to play g5 is you want to stop White from ever playing f4, and it kind of restricts the pawns. Here, what Black done is totally fine as well, because this is the position where I'm saying material's even, Black's up on the clock, Black's rooks are better placed as well, bearing down on the b and c file. There's a threat on the board, the rook on d2 is hanging. And no matter what Prague does, it's pretty much going to have to be a passive move. He's not happy here. He's lost his entire advantage. He actually has a worse pawn structure now. His knight's going to be pinned when the knight moves. And this position, just after a couple natural moves for Black, he demonstrated equality. Now Esipenko is going to switch from, trying to equalize. Well, now he's equalized. Now he's comfortable. Now it's like, how can I pressure Prague? He's a 2-minute disadvantage here. His knight's going to be pinned. Do I move my rook to b2? But 100%, if you have an opportunity to press as Black, you should take it. And Esipenko here is for sure looking to pressure Prague.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he's also got the black pieces. So a win right here, all of a sudden he goes into the next game with the white pieces. If you only need a draw, that's a great spot to be in. It's very tough to just win on demand with the black pieces if Prague needed to do that. But our focus is on this game right here. I was looking at, an idea like maybe rook b2. It does threaten knight takes e3 due to the pin. But you can also keep it much simpler than that and maybe just retreat this knight from the c4 square. It would uncover the black rook on c8, pinning the knight to the rook on c1. And, as long as, a move like this is perfectly fine. It's definitely not the engine's, favorite move here, but there's pressure in this position. And as we keep talking about this tennis analogy of rallying back and forth, if you're each losing 30 seconds, 45 seconds, it favors whoever has more time. So Esipenko has a lot of different win conditions that he can utilize.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's why if I'm in Prague shoes right now, I'm on at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm in liquidation mode, trying to find a way to get into a drawn endgame, trade rooks. It might not even be the best move to offer to trade rooks, but you keep all the pieces on the board. Every decision is harder because you have more to calculate. So he's looking to simplify here, but that's allowing the rook on b8 to slide over to b2. Yes, pieces have been traded, but black is a little bit more active here. Esipenko's not probably going to initiate any more trades or allow them because he needs something to pressure Prague with. But yeah, Pragananda, I think, is in a desperate spot here. Position's not terrible. Clock is bad. And we know if you play this format properly and you use the clock, you can win any position. And let's see if that happens here, or we're going to have a repetition. Knight d5 is a threat. This might be a great find. Oh, king e8. I think that was a forced move because allowing a draw when your opponent's down 2 minutes doesn't make sense unless you really think there's a lot of risk here. And look, there's a knight and rook for both sides. You're not risking getting mated. None of your pieces are hanging right now. Why allow that? So king e8, totally understand that move. If I'm playing black, I want to maybe put my knight to e7 now I'm looking at knight d5. I'm looking at knight f5, threatening to take the e3 pawn, which is pinned. King d8. King d8. What's happening after king d8? If rook c6, there's knight d7, and that pin is... Sorry, king d8, rook c6, there's knight d5, right? And that pin looks very strong.
The other option is like rook b7 can be played. So he's probably concerned that he doesn't want to let that rook escape.
Rook b7, knight c4, and you're hitting the knight and hitting e3, and forcing a tough decision for Prague. So yes, he might have to give some activity to Prague here, but he's down to a minute and a half. You go, king d8, rook b7, knight c4. Start hunting that white king.
Yep.
Okay.
So he's going for the most forcing line. And
this is a great move.
Yeah, knight b5 has to happen. He's in a knight endgame. But his king, we've talked about that king position, and it's actually the reason why this game is going in his favor.
Prague is shaking his head. He sees this endgame. It's almost lost. The king walks over to c5, prepares knight c3, that pawn on a2. And what determines this game? They both have knights, but black's king is in the game, ready to win an outside pass pawn. Prague's king is stuck on the king side, and it only takes a couple of moves here to start really looking to win that a2 pawn.
Knight c3, king b4. I mean, you just can't escape. You play pawn to a3. In comes the knight to b1, the king as well. You can even play a4 just to secure that pawn on the a3 square.
Knight b1 or even maybe knight b5 I was trying to calculate. This is another good move. I don't see how b5. Prague can save this position I'm on.
Yep. Knight c2, and in comes the black king. King c4, king b3. There's no way to save that pawn. You can see the body language indicates he needs to lose that pawn, but knight endgames with an outside pass pawn, you can't survive these.
Knights are some of the worst pieces to defend against passed pawns. So white's going to have to use her king to try to watch over that pawn, which means black can use his knight, king, at some point maybe transition to the king side. And even on the king side, black has a bit of a better pawn structure. So not only is this a lost position, but there's just no counterplay. There's no way to trick your opponent. Let's see what Prague attempts.
Yeah, if A2, there's king B2. That's why we see knight A4 first. Very clever, wants to bring the king in, support the pawn, and only then reroute the knight.
So king B3, and at some point, black wants to set up A2, and you have to find a check for the knight. So maybe A2, king to A3, knight to C5, knight to B3. That's ideal. That'd be a checkmate. Prague is rerouting that knight to try to contest the C5 square.
Right.
Oh, but now the king is in a box. So now Prague can consider, do I want to push this pawn? Sorry, Esipenko, do I want to push that pawn? No. The king is boxed out. Maybe the king goes to C2 and starts hunting all the kingside pawns. And in the meantime, Prague can't win any of black's pawns. So maybe we just go king C2, king D2. Looks dire here, Amon.
Yeah, really, really tough spot to be in. And honestly, Esipenko has just played a beautiful game. You know, visually worse, but equal on the engine earlier. And I feel like he just played all the ideas that were required from this position.
G5, or he goes for that. Yeah. This is all but over, and extremely impressive win for Esipenko. He didn't even have to take risk. Up on the clock, equalized, played all the standard moves, and now 2 connected pass pawns. A knight can't stop that, and the king can't shuffle over because at some point the king has to deal with the a-pawn.
That's the outside pass pawn. Knights are terrible at dealing with it. A bishop would be much better. It could watch that pawn from a long distance, but the knights have to get up close and personal. It's very, very difficult to deal with. And the technique is very good.
Winners bracket round 2. Andrei Esipenko strikes first. A win with black puts immense pressure on Prague heading into game 2 because he'll have to win with black to stay in it. We move over to another game. Anish Giri's playing Nihal Sarin. 2 fan favorites, big fan bases. These players are, they've proven themselves online and over the board. And Nihal playing black here. Looks like he won the first game I'm on, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it was, I was just glancing at it on the other screen, it was crushing. Like a really nice attack, and the game kind of ended with Nihal with a massive time advantage and just sort of ended in the middle game. So it was a beautiful attacking game with the white pieces, and he's probably a lot of confidence after that.
For sure. Winning the first game in a 2-game match, so much pressure on the chasing side, but Anish has white, and repertoire-wise, he's a perennial super grandmaster and theoretician. He has a position that you can push. There are weak pawns for black on the queen side, and that's not changing anytime soon. If Nihal eventually tries to play a move like c5 in the future, after maybe a move like bishop d7, rook c8, you could look at hanging pawns. Playable, yes, but targets for white, yes. The thing you don't want to do when you're playing for a win with white in a must-win game is it's like just some sort of equal-ish endgame where all the pieces are traded off. Here, we don't have that, so Anish is going to be happy that he has something to play for, and he's just figuring out, he's looking for Nihal to make weaknesses.
That's right. He needs that right now. It's a must-win game, and it would bring us to that Armageddon that we haven't actually seen yet. And it's almost inexplicable because the matchups between the players are so close. Everyone is so evenly matched, but we just haven't seen that Armageddon. And this position that we see here with knight g6, it kind of, it indicates that even though he only needs a draw, Nihal's not, he's definitely not playing in a way that would indicate that, right? He's kind of sticking to his style and playing the position the way it's supposed to be played, going for a little bit of kingside play. And he's got this move bishop to d7, which is holding things together. You might be wondering, queen takes c6. Why is that not a free pawn? Black could exchange, play bishop to d7, and look out for that loose knight on a4.
Yeah, the point about knight g6 in this structure, the reason you play it, right now the knight on g6 can't go to e5, f4, h4. Why is it on g6? Because of the knight on e4. If white ever takes the knight on e4, black recaptures with a pawn, kicking the knight away from f3, and then all of a sudden that knight on g6 goes to h4, looking towards the pawn on g2. The queen can slide over to g6. The light squared bishop all of a sudden is also putting pressure on white's king side. So the knight on g6 kind of keeps Giri honest here because he can't remove the knight on e4, which is a big piece.
Yep.
So he goes knight c3, finds another way to trade it off. This is better because Anish is a solid player. I mean, he can play everything well, but he doesn't want to give Nihal, with a time advantage, some sort of initiative and some sort of attack. Sometimes that's the best way to deal with a situation. Like, look, you only need a draw to make it through. But if you play like that mentality, it's not going to fit you. Nihal's still keeping things open. But Anish here, I like what he's doing, Amon. He's playing very practical. At some point, you might see that bishop on d3 capture the knight on g6. Not yet. The knight on g6 isn't a good piece. But at the right moment, maybe I can take on g6 and plant the knight on e5 and argue my knight on e5 is a good piece and it's better than that bishop on d7 and it puts pressure on everything. He's not going to do it yet, but it's something to look out for.
Yeah, he actually has a nice trap. I mean, Giri's going nowhere near it, but bishop takes g6. He could actually recapture with the queen, knight e5, and then capture the knight with the rook. And then you have this idea bishop takes on h3 at the end. So he's taken it
rook
now.
c2, great find, because now there's bishop h3, you can push the f-pawn, and the rook on c2 defends. So no time for rook e5. Anish spotted that.
Yep, that's why he played rook c2.
Find.
It looked like he was just doubling, tripling on the c-file, but he obviously wanted to play bishop g6 the previous turn, said, nope, okay, see what you're up to. Now, if you sacrifice, as you mentioned, the f-pawn can move up when the rook laterally defends g2. He's still going to go for it when he could have just brought the queen into the middle. Interesting.
An exchange sacrifice after f3.
And this is what I mean, Eric. He really is playing in a style that just, like, does he know he needs a draw to win this match?
He does, and I understand why he did. After knight e5, if the queen moves, white plays like rook a1 or something, the position actually looked quite unpleasant. Nihal's body language, the speed in which he played that impresses me.
Yep.
Just sometimes it's not even just about the quality of the moves. He's confident. He sacrificed with a follow-up idea of c5, and he's made the judgment call that this position is easier to play for him than if he didn't sacrifice the exchange. That's a read. You know, that's a bit of instincts. It's not just the objective evaluation, because yes, white's up the exchange, but you know what? All the pawns remaining for white are on the king side. A rook versus a bishop is not a winning endgame. You often need to supplement that with a passed pawn or pressure elsewhere. And here, there's going to be some endgames or situations where, look, white's up in exchange, but they have no passed pawns, and there's going to be some shuffling involved. So I think I'm very impressed by what Nihal has done. The pressure is back on Giri. He was going to have a very easy to play position if he could keep that knight on e5 and pressure the weak c6 pawn. Now, Nihal is going to earn himself. He's got that pawn on c5. Eventually, he might push to c4. He's going to have a protected passed pawn. And it's not a position where you can say, oh, the rooks are amazing. Mm-hmm. No, they're not. White has issues to solve. Don't be too attached to the material. We have to look at the value of the pieces. And even now, looking at the value of the pieces, Amon, that bishop on e6 might slide over to f5, plant itself on e4, and argue, look, that is a tremendous piece.
Yeah, that's exactly where he's going. The bishop on e4 is perfectly placed. And what we might see black do is, play a move like h5, and white will never be able to play g4, will never be able to play f5, e6, right? And if none of these pawns can actually move, black just plays c4, bishop e4, h5. It just feels like all the play is for Nihal, and he's the one that doesn't need to do anything. He can sit there and shuffle, and it looks like white's playing more defense than black.
This is one of the most impressive sequences I've seen in the past few days, Amon. The position has flipped entirely. When you're up in exchange, what do they say? You should trade into an endgame. How can white try to trade when they have to watch over the g2 pawn permanently, watch out for the c pawn? Takes so much effort to double the rooks or try to get them on the back rank. Black's position not only had full compensation, I'm saying that black is better here.
Just
up
winning.
On time. He has an easier way position, and just wow. Rook c6, rook g6 could come in.
Yep.
The king is safer for black. So many practical factors favor Nihal, but for him to do it in a game Anish completely misread the position, and it's an easy mistake to make. I didn't see how powerful this was before, but looking at it now after the last few moves, Nihal's only becoming more confident. He's building his time advantage, and what are these rooks?
And White's queen needs to stay on c3. You move that queen away from c3, that pawn from c4 goes c3, c2, and once it's on c2, you're effectively down a rook because you have to place it on c1 the rest of the game. The bishop on e4 watches the c2 pawn, hits g2. We're going to see every single idea just happen at once here. First of all, if you play rook a8 right now, and then maybe rook back to b8, like there could be some draw. Black can take a draw here. You mentioned the idea of rook to the 6th rank, swinging over to g6, h5, h4, h3. All the ideas.
H4, h3.
Yep.
What do you do? This shows how paralyzed White is. Rooks want space, open files. They want to push past pawns, remove pieces from their squares. These rooks are not doing that, and Nihal is the reason. He's not giving any time, space, opportunity for Giri to do anything. And Anish knows that he's likely to be eliminated. I can tell by the body language and the moves being played. He had the initiative. He was White. He was pressuring. All of a sudden, he has none of those. And look at this move. I'm on d4. You can't take with the pawn because the queen hangs. You can't take with the queen because of queen e1, queen h4.
Beautiful.
Impressive.
And that's just like he exchanged the rook and then played that move all because he understood the result that was needed. But the way that he arrived at, the potential draw or equality is so different than any other player might have. He did it through raw calculation, which it really does make it more impressive.
I was very complimentary. The way I'm looking at it now, I'm not entirely convinced, but it's still fine for Black. I'm just not sure he needed to. I wasn't sure if Nihal played this because he thought it was a forced draw and he missed the detail. But his body language indicates to me, no.
He looks very confident.
He looks very, very confident. He's controlling his nerves, his breathing right now. And he's saying, look, you can't move. You can't make progress.
It's true. And it's not up to him to make progress. It's White that needs to do something. The king on g1 can't move because it needs to protect the rook. And you can't push the g pawn because there's nowhere to push it. And he's just going to keep shuffling. Remember, d3 is a huge move right here. You can't allow that pawn to push. So that's why we see Giri playing moves like queen c5, queen b6, queen a7 to pin that pawn. But as soon as that gets played, he moves the bishop back, Nihal does, back to d3. And then the threat is queen e1 check. So it's this kind of draw where there's two huge threats. And I don't know how they get stopped.
No. White's best option is probably the perpetual, but you can't do that when you need to win. This is Nihal's thinking about bishop d3, and I'm not sure why he hasn't played it yet, but the way he's played this game, I trust everything he's doing.
Right.
Because Anish can hardly move. Look at that. Look at that, Amon.
Just trapped. It's amazing. He has to move
the rook can't move anywhere.
Wow.
Anish's best bet is to give up the exchange.
Mm-hmm.
But that d pawn is going to push and push. And I think the best case scenario here might be queen and 2 pawns versus queen on 2 pawns, which is a dead draw.
Yeah, there is queen h4, which ends the game immediately with a draw. Queen h4, queen e1. And White also needs to guard the f-pawn with the queen from f7. So there's really not too many options. You can try to play g3, but you open up even more checks. And I think this is obviously him admitting there's nothing that he could do. And Nihal earns the draw that he needs. But Eric, the way that he did it was phenomenal. And it just showed a lot of confidence in that game. You see the respect, the handshake at the end. Nihal is looking to be in incredible form.
Yeah, I saw Anish's body language afterwards, went to shake his hand. You just have to tip your cap to Nihal for that if you're in Anish's shoes. That was a amazing middle game play and exchange sacrifice, really showing his high ceiling in this format.
And we're back to Praggnanandhaa against Andrei Esipenko, and we remember with that beautiful job that Esipenko did in the first game, that Pragg is under pressure. He has to do a very something that's very difficult to do. Not only just beat an incredibly strong player on demand, but he needs to do it with the black pieces, reassuring that at least Esipenko just did that in the previous game, but it's tougher when you must do it when it's the only option.
Very tough, but some positives for Prague. He's up on the clock and he's playing black and he has targets. You don't always even have counterplay. Here, black has targets. What are those targets? That pawn on c3, that pawn on a4. And even in some positions, that pawn on h5 could get a little loose because it's on a light square and it's on its own. So at least in a must-win situation, Prague has play. He's got the clock advantage. You can't really ask for more.
Agree. The queen on g3, eyeballing the rook on c7. We may, bring the rook from d8 over to c8. It does put more pressure on the pawn on c3. But, the real question is, how do you add even more pressure, like to the point where it actually needs to be reacted to? And that's why I do love the move that Prague played, queen e7, highlighting queen a3 as an idea. That's why you saw this strange move, rook a1.
Yeah, rook a1 is not a move you want to play, but you cannot afford to allow that queen to invade and to lose any of those queenside pawns. Prague is definitely in the driver's seat here, psychologically, positionally, but at the end of the day, the pressure's on him to find a breakthrough.
Bishop f3. Notice how he's not trading, because if you trade those bishops, it sort of reduces maybe any danger from attacking chances, but also just the more and more trades that happen. White's pawns are the ones here that are a bit more disconnected. We call them pawn islands. We have the pawn on a4 disconnected, the pawns on c3, d4, and then, of course, the kingside pawn. So 3 pawn islands compared to only 2 for black just allows more targets in an endgame.
This a6 move, it could become another target. Yes, it fixes the pawn on a7, but the distribution of the pieces, black might be better suited to go into an endgame and double up and try to win that a6 pawn and get an outside passer. In the meantime, though, Esipenko, queen e5, I like that move him on, threatening to trade things, and the pressure is on Prague a bit because he's got to decide, am I confident that I have enough winning chances in this rook endgame, or do I need to move back? And that's where you leverage the fact that you have draw odds.
Yep.
Prague is the one who needs to make the hard decisions now after a move like queen e5, whereas Esipenko, he's very happy to go into a rook endgame where there's not enough material, most likely to lose.
Yeah, if you trade the queens here, the rook recaptures, the rook can then take the b pawn. So this is a great scenario for Esipenko because he's going to be looking to give up his c pawn, which was a weakness the entire time, in exchange for one of black's pawns. So if you can give up your weakness in exchange for something else in your opponent's position, that's a fantastic trade. And I do like this, the move just makes perfect sense. You know what it's done is it's also put Prague in the think tank. That move alone was worth so much, Eric, because the time was even. It was like 2 minutes, 28 seconds each. And not only did Prague maybe make an unfavorable move, queen d7, but he also spent a minute to do so.
Queen e5 has shifted everything. Prague does not want to play f5, but he had to prevent mate. All of a sudden, black's got a weak pawn on e6. c4 by Esipenko, showing the power of the pin.
Amazing.
Can't take with the pawn because of the rook. Can't take with the rook because the rook hangs. And Esipenko is feeling the position. You can tell his moves are coming quick. Body language, he's sitting up straight. Prague is moving backwards. His clock is going down. And he's lost all of his advantage and initiative. And Esipenko in the driver's seat here.
That's right. You can
king
loosen
has
up
very little room on h7.
You can loosen up the center with a d5 move. You can also just try to, play rook f8, rook a8, and try to bring your other rook down to the b8 square. The white
Rook
king
F8
always has
played.
h2. Yeah, rook f8 played, and this also synergizes with the move d5 next.
Rook b8, which is funny because that's what Prague did to win a game yesterday to double up the rooks. This move, Amon, is there a knockout for Esipenko? He doesn't even need it.
Something crazy like queen b8 and rook takes. I don't know. It's possible, but this is way smarter. Don't listen to me. This guy's he's feeling the
queen
position.
d6 mate, e5 is forced.
Yep.
Or f4, but that's just giving up a pawn. That's not good. Prague is down a pawn. Going for, last attempt to go for some sort of attack with queen h1 check. but the king should be safe on G3. Esipenko
Queen
would love to
F7.
trade queens here.
Question is, does Queen F7 work? You have a check on G1 or H1. The king's going to move up. Then you have a check on A3 with the rook, and it's just all up to whether there's anything to play for after that. Rook
There
E3.
isn't. The best is a queen. If queen E1 check,
Yep. He can't even
can
make a
go
draw.
king-
He can't even
king
make a draw.
H3.
Yeah, that's the tough part. And he is going to just resign. And wow, a 2-0 here. But I would say that two great games, like very different styles from Esipenko, and kind of a shock to Praggnanandhaa, who is now going to move down into the lower bracket, Eric.
I'm still thinking about how impressive Nihal was in that game against Giri.
Yeah.
And Esipenko, he's so impressive there. We liked Prague's position, and just after a few moves, Esipenko turned the tables with pressure, leveraging the match situation favorably with that queen trade opportunity. And after Prague made one move backwards, he never had another chance. Just one move, Esipenko took that opportunity, seized it. Prague had no opportunity afterwards. And it's so hard to do that in speed chess, to restrict your opponent from counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
But Esipenko did it.
Joining this match here between Sindarov and Grishuk, it looks like, from obviously what we can see here, the score is just under the names. They drew their first game. They're in the second one. Time to decide absolutely everything here. We talk about the pins, utilizing it here with rook b5, knight takes, queen will capture the black rook on b8. So this looks like a good move, but the knight on d6 is doing a fantastic job just kind of holding the position together.
It's holding the position together, but after b7, what's going on here? This is a lot to calculate. Rook b6 is a winning threat, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And Grishuk is now under a minute in a very sharp position.
Yep.
This is not where you want to be in, because it's only sharp for one side.
Exactly.
White has the attacking chances. White's king is safe. White's not the one that has to deal with the pawn on b7 trying to queen.
And
so
we could,
a4.
we could see rook b6. Feels
Grishuk
like
is using that a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So after rook b6, what is he planning? Potentially rook takes b7. Yes, rook takes b7. Sindarov takes the piece. The rook is going to swing over from d6 to a6. Why? Stop the a pawn, prepare rook a8, and then after rook a8 check, queen f5 after king h7 would lead to checkmate.
Time is going to decide this game as well. Sindarov is up
A6,
material.
He's going for the checkmate. Grishuk down to 20 seconds.
You can't stop
down
it.
A piece. No.
That's it.
If you go g6, doesn't stop it either. You can go rook check and queen f6 or queen e5 with the mating net.
Probably have
too
to
much pressure.
Take on c3, play g6, but he's not going to bother. He's going to be down a piece at the end, and Sindarov wins, and Grishuk is knocked down.
Former World Blitz champion.
Wow.
Losing to Sindarov, who in his own right is a super grandmaster and has played stellar chess every single day.
Yep.
So many games to think about or talk about, but the fighting chess is there. We're hardly seeing anything solid. These guys are going for it.
Yeah, and I want to update everyone also on the Yu Yangyi and Hans Niemann match. Amazingly, they actually traded results. So it ended 1-1, but not just with two draws. They actually both won with black pieces. On demand, Yu Yangyi winning the second game with black after Hans, defended and won with the black pieces in the first game. So a crazy match there. That one is 1-1, which means, Eric, that we do have an official Armageddon for the first time. And that will be the only match from the upper bracket that is going to go to Armageddon.
That's great news. I know you're looking at the chat, people are like, where's Hans? So many matches happening. We will now be able to focus on a game of Hans versus Yu Yangyi because they are the first Armageddon of today. You want to stay tuned for that. I mean, let's see how the bidding works. Let's see what the theory is like. Are people going real low, or are they both playing tight? Based on the fact that both players won with black, that might affect how the bidding is, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting.
Comfortable playing black.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. That matchups where you are I think matchups where you're looking and you feel like, oh, every single game has the possibility to be a win or a loss, you'd rather play white potentially in an Armageddon. Now, in their case, black has won every game. So I don't know how much you read into that. I think most players would always just rather play with the white pieces. But if there's not really been drawing chances in their games and it's just been, bloodthirsty type of chess, you generally would want to take white in an Armageddon. So you kind of want your opponent to make a really hefty bid, like, oh, I'll be willing to play 6 minutes with the black piece. You say, thanks very much. I'll take the time advantage, and I'd rather play white.
For sure. And I want to correct myself. That was the first Armageddon in the winner's bracket. But in front of us, we have Adly from Egypt playing an Armageddon game against Marc Morizzi from France. Looks like 1 out of 2 each.
Yep.
And it looks like the bid, about maybe 2.5 minutes, something like that. We didn't catch the start of the game, but white has to win. Black has draw odds, but less time on the clock. Speaking about the Yu Yangyi Hans, Yu Yangyi definitely is comfortable playing black. His style, he plays the Petrov, very solid player. I expect he's going to try his very best to bid in a way that gets him the black pieces.
That's right. And we're focused on this Armageddon right now because it is ongoing. Few other results. Jules Moussard did defeat Amin Bassem, and also Levan Aronian over Denis Lazovic, and Alexei Sarana over Alexander Bortnik, which does mean that we're losing more and more players. So actually, Adly is the last hope for Egypt at the moment, seeing his countryman Bassem exit.
He's the last hope, and he's pushing here with a move pawn to c5. That's double-edged. The d4 pawn could be a target in the future for black's fianchetto bishop, but by playing c5, you're saying, look, in the future, might be able to play a3, b4, and get a queenside majority, start pushing that through. Maybe knight a4 first, but double-edged. He's got to try to play for a win. Doesn't want everything to liquidate in the middle. So I like the c5 idea.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And of course, just a large-scale reminder that black, if the game ends in a draw, does actually win the match. So that's why white has this time advantage. So usually what you can pay attention to is if the time starts evening up, that's a really good situation for whoever has the black pieces, because suddenly you're just playing a normal game with draw odds, and there isn't really there's no advantage or compensation to speak of. Looking at the position, I'm liking what Adly has here, and I think this is a really good spot to be in. You have 2 minutes time advantage. You have clear plans. Maybe a knight coming into d6. You have a pawn majority, a3, b4. And I think it's important, Eric, when you're playing an Armageddon with white, you want either a position you can attack with or some imbalances, because the last thing you want is a symmetrical game, tons of pieces traded, where it's just looking super drawish.
For sure, and Adly plays exciting chess. We saw one of his wins to qualify, attacking, kingside pressure. Here, knight e5. He's saying, look, I'll offer a trade, but that's a very beneficial trade. Morizzi says no, but with the move f6, those kingside pawns have become a bit weaker, particularly that e6 pawn. Keep an eye out for that. Maybe white plays bishop f2 at some point, shifts the rook over to e1, but Adly has a bunch of points.
Yep.
You can target e6, you can put a knight on d6, you can eventually push the queenside pawns. Exactly what you want in an Armageddon
game. And he can even push the kingside pawns. It feels like Adly has a great position where he can decide where to play, if to push. He can hold off and just play the time game, and just sort of whittle the game down. I think he's got a position where not only does he seem to have access to every side of the board, but I'm looking at black's position and thinking, where does black actually break? E5 is just not going to happen this game. G5 doesn't seem possible. Maybe B6 is the only way that I can see to try to leverage, opening the position. And that's maybe why we see the move rook B8, because it doesn't matter if the evaluation by the engine is almost equal. Eric, us humans, we don't like to sit here and just do nothing.
No, you run out of time, you get nervous. Active counterplay. But Aman, I think we're going to switch to the winner's bracket Armageddon match between Yu Yangyi and Hans, which is about to kick off.
Yep, just underway here. We don't want to miss this one. Jumping right into it.
Wait.
They're sat across from each other for some reason. This is very confusing, but...
that's Ahmed Adly. That is not Yu Yangyi. So players sitting across from each other are not necessarily playing each other, which is a twist. I'm not used to that. And it is funny to actually witness because they're in two vastly different positions.
Playing two different positions. Yeah.
But looking at the clock, guys, Hans Niemann won the bid for the black pieces, or you could say Yu Yangyi won the bid for the white pieces. Looks like he's giving up about 2 minutes, maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds on the clock. And he has draw odds against Yu Yangyi.
That's right. Yeah, it's kind of a funny situation being across from someone that's not your opponent, but you know what? The stakes are so high, I feel like they don't even notice. We have noticed, by the way, time bids have been very similar. So it seems to be in that 7 minute to 7.5 minute range that the players are willing to bid in order to take black. And you know that there's no rules, right? There's no accepted practice for what you should bid. You know, some of the players are more experienced with the bidding. They've played games before. They know what they're willing to tolerate. And some of the players, Eric, they've never bid before. They could be making mistakes as early as the bidding process, let alone in the game itself.
Yeah, no, sometimes it could be a situation you win after you make a bid and you're realizing, wait, was that good? Did I actually give up too much time? Did I make a mistake? But no matter what, once the bid comes in, you have the pieces, you just switch over to that mentality of either, I got to win with white, or I'm playing black here, I have the draw odds. You don't have any time to think too much or dwell on your decision. Here we have a bit of an English-like position that, okay, Hans is doing quite well here, but fortunately for Yu Yangyi, you still have all the minor pieces on the board, and with that, there's going to be a break at some point if he's looking to push.
Right.
Knight b5 is an interesting move, just saying, hey, there's a pin there. But even without knight b5, white maybe plays c5 or d4, e4. Black can play those moves. There's going to be eventual tension in the center as the players try to grab space for themselves.
Yeah, I like this idea of knight b5, but it's also one of those moves where, the black queen can just move away. And suddenly,
we'll take a look at this. If queen d7, I take on a8, and is the plan to play c5, rook a8, pawn c5, saying the pawn on c6 is pinned, and now by playing c5, breaking the pawn structure for black, because if the d6 pawn moves to d5, now e5 is a target. The knight has a square on d6. And even though I think Hans is doing still very okay here, it's a bit sharp.
Still a nice idea. Also, yeah, I mean, he wedged the knight in there, and what he's slowly doing is also making that bishop on e6 kind of turn into a poor piece. We might see maybe knight takes e8 and f4, looking to perhaps trade the dark square bishops. I think I do like the f4 move.
I think you have to go f4. If you go d4, black can just play e5, and your own bishop is also hindered. F4, you're making an argument. Look, we might trade dark squared bishops. That's okay. That king will be loose on g7 for dark squares, and also black's dark squared bishop is blocked by its own pawns on f5 and d5.
I'm surprised by rook b1. I really am. I think the king side is dangerous. I was shocked not to see f4, because f4 would have maybe got a trade of dark square bishops. It also would have perhaps prevented the move g5. Rook b1 is fine, but I think it's a missed opportunity not to have gone f4 already.
I think he was debating keeping the tension and withholding f4 as a move for Hans to worry about, and saying, look, I'll go rook b1, eventually maybe put the rook on b3 or something, but look at this move, d4.
Wow.
Blowing the position open, and a big decision for Yu Yangyi here, because, if you take on d4, maybe black takes on f4, takes back, but all of a sudden, we don't get the same cozy setup as we had earlier.
Oh, this is a lot different now. The d5 square belongs to Hans Niemann. He's about to put maybe his bishop there, trade it off. The knight comes in support. And he only, this is an Armageddon game, he only needs a draw. And this is going to be a wild game. d5 makes sense because he doesn't want his bishop on b2 to just be locked out of the game.
No, but I think this was a great find by Hans, because it kind of makes rook b1 look like an incorrect move.
Yeah.
The timing was off. It allows black to fight back, grab space, and all of a sudden, when that knight moves away from e7 eventually, the queen on e8 comes down to e3 maybe, White's king is looking very loose. Yu Yangyi has to play very precise here to even keep winning chances, because we're getting very close to an end game with no material left on the board.
Yeah, this has just been really well played by Hans over the last little while. Look at that time advantage disappearing. That's usually a clear indication that the position is going more in Black's favor, right? The time is even. So what advantage does White have? You're playing a position where you're slightly worse, time is evening up, and you can't even draw the game. So Yu Yangyi is in a really, really bad spot here, and Hans Niemann is looking poised to win this and move on in the upper bracket.
Yeah, this rook b1 move by Yu Yangyi is...
I didn't like it. No, I wanted f4 immediately.
He thought he could slow play the position, and he just underestimated Hans' response. Thematic d4 break, playing against, White starts for a bishop, and now all of a sudden, that d5 square Hans is going to use for the rest of the game. We trade bishops, my knight goes there. We don't trade bishops, I'll be happy to just have a piece there controlling that diagonal. Now the advantage on the clock for White has disappeared. The chess advantage has also disappeared.
Oh, this is bad. This is really bad.
Now, this is almost game over, Mon, because White has to deal with queen takes e2, check, sacrificing the queen temporarily, allowing knight, and then knight takes f4, forking the king and the queen. Because
not to mention the obvious knight e3. I mean, there's just so many ways that it can be simplified. And I think at the back of the player's mind is not just these tactics where you could be losing, but you can also start thinking as Hans of ways that you could make moves to trade into a totally equal endgame, maybe a rook endgame, because he can take a draw and win the match rather.
Yeah, I'm running out of any ideas for Yu Yangyi here, because he's on the back foot. His pieces are terribly placed for the position we have at hand. And I think Hans Niemann is about to make it through this Armageddon.
Yep. And that would, the winner of this would move on to play Sindarov, who we saw took out Grishuk. This is in the upper bracket. And remember, Eric, we've been talking about the story, the journey that these players will take to earn one of those top 4 spots. It's easier in the upper bracket. If you win this match, you go to the next one, you win that one, all of a sudden, that places you in the top 4.
Yeah, the winner of this match is one match away from qualification. That really is coming soon. Rook e1's a tricky move. You don't want to run into some discover check on the king, but Hans, with the way he's playing, doesn't seem like he's missing anything.
No, he looks in control. And you know what? Even if his advantage is slipping, you can be reassured if you're a Hans fan, because he doesn't actually have to win this game. So he just needs to play in a way that he doesn't allow unnecessary counterplay and even trades of any sort if he loses his advantage, but keeps it simple for a draw is a perfectly acceptable way to play.
Thought Yu Yangyi might have tried queen b7 there. It doesn't look nice, but you have to try something. Taking here feels like it gives Hans more time to set up his pieces, meaning I might go rook e8 now. Maybe I go pawn to f4, and if anyone's getting checkmated, it's White. I thought maybe queen b7 was a desperate attempt, but here, White doesn't even have a follow-up move. After a move like rook e8, that's that king on g2 is so weak. Rook a4, preparing to slide over g4, also good. White's king, White can't afford a draw, so even if it's maybe not the most accurate move positionally, that's not the match situation. He just needs a draw, so even a perpetual against White's king. Anything like that works for Hans. And
his position is so good now that I think the engine would probably say that a move that maybe ends up in perpetual check, blunder. We all know that there's different constraints on this match than a typical chess match. A draw is okay. He's up at more than a minute and a half now. Complete control for Hans Niemann, and the pieces are swarming the White king. The knight on d5 is covering the f6 square, so the White queen cannot get in to attack Black's king, and it's White's king that's in trouble. Rook g4 is available on the board, and I'm surprised that Yu Yangyi is even surviving here. I think rook f1 may have been the best move, Eric.
Best move. It's hard enough to play this position and not blunder. He's managed to do that. The next step is actually finding a way to keep the position going, which remains to be seen.
Rook g4 makes sense. I mean, why? What else to do after rook a4, right? At least it is a consistent move. The king moving to h1 is a safe place to be. Yes, you could play knight g3, but I'm not expecting that one.
No, knight g3, and after the pawn moves to f4, black is ready to either force a draw or checkmate white. King h1, you don't want to play because you're a bit of a mating net, but it might be your only option.
Are you confused why he's still thinking, though? Because he doesn't have another option. So unless he really dislikes king h1, a move has to appear on the board here.
He's probably calculating like knight g3, f4, rook f3, but even after a basic move, black is winning. Here, why not take on d3 if nothing else?
There it is.
Queen e4 with mate coming, and the knight is pinned on e2. The queen on b2 can't really move anywhere because it's got to defend that. This might be the end of the game.
Yeah, because queen e5 does stop queen e4, but black will just probably play queen e4 anyway, trade the queens, and with the time advantage and the position, it's just not a game that Hans is going to manage to lose.
Yeah, it'd be a different story if white was up on time, played queen e5, it's some equal endgame, and just tries to flag him. But Yu Yangyi is down 2.5 minutes. The endgames are all bad for him. He doesn't have advantage on the clock, or the board, or in the match situation. Don't see what he can pull off here. Queen b1, he's fighting hard, Amon. Still coming up with moves that keep the game going and rally, which is very impressive. But the way Hans is playing, he still hasn't made any mistake in his conversion here.
Yeah, it's been a really good game, all the way back to d4 in the center of the board earlier. He's definitely earned this advantage. He does have to put it away here, but he's got the time to do it as well. It doesn't feel like a position where he's going to get tricked, but anything can happen, and this is the wrong time to take your foot off the gas. He's almost got the job done. This should be the easy part.
Yeah, Hans is calculating what to do after rook d6 check incoming for white, but he's got time. And I think after rook d6, he might even play pawn to f4, or he might play rook e4. He can afford to lose a pawn. Chess-wise, there's pretty much no way to lose this unless you hang a rook through a fork. You can even afford to lose a pawn because black is, up a pawn. But as I said, just watch out for the knight forks. You don't fall for that. You are on your way to liquidating into a drawn endgame here. White's king is offside. The knight is pinned. You can't beat someone with just a lone rook versus their active king, knight, and rook. You just can't do that. The math doesn't check out. So,
and the game is evening up here, but it doesn't necessarily mean, we saw double question mark, but you have to look at this through the lens that a draw is a very fine
c8,
result.
Rook c8, only try to play, and Hans sees that. Now knight h3 is coming, pinning the knight. And what can Yu Yangyi do against the incoming knight h3 or knight e2?
There's, even rook f8 doesn't do that much. Yeah, he's going to push the pawn. I think the king will maybe need to chase. Knight h3, you could respond.
I would just go knight e2, threatening checkmate. So then the king has to come out. Then I take on g1 with the rook. Then I bring my rook back to c1. And it's going to be a rook and 2 pawns for Hans versus a rook and 1 pawn, which is no problem. King d6 also fine. Hans is comfortable here.
Well, because the white king is trapped anyway, so he has knight e2, he has knight h3. All these moves still exist. So he's realizing I can just handle the pawn with my king first. And there you go. There's just no sneaky rook move.
No good discover check.
Exactly.
Move that. Well, Yu Yangyi is still keeping the game going. This is how you play if you have to win. He's fighting like a dog here. And technically, if he can win that h5 pawn, he's got, a pawn versus a knight, which is obviously not good. But theoretically,
knight takes h3 maybe just to fully secure things here. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised. It's completely unnecessary, but in my opinion, it definitely settles things down. But okay, 20 seconds in this position. I think everyone here knows that this is over.
Hans is going to win this game. He's going to win on the clock. The knight and rook. Okay, he agrees to a draw, but if he was pressed, he would just win this on time. 2 minutes versus 20 seconds. Knight and rook versus rook and pawn. Easy win if he needed to. But Amon, the move that Hans found, that D4 move,
D4,
that is what won this game or won this match for him. Just one slip up from Yu Yang and Hans showing how in form he is, because that was the only moment, like he played it at the best moment and completely took away White's initiative, which is in Armageddon, everything.
Yeah, and Armageddon always brings the drama, always brings the excitement. We had a couple, one in the upper bracket, one in the lower bracket that we watched. I know we were tuned in to the other one, but wanted to mention that Adly did win that other Armageddon, Eric, that we were tuned into earlier. He had the white pieces. We liked his position. So an Egyptian Grandmaster does make it through at least another round in the lower bracket. He defeats Marc-Andrea Morizzi. So a big result there. And obviously we just saw Hans Niemann draw the game, which is equivalent to a win in Armageddon, which brings him to the next round, and he will face off against Sindarov in the next round. Eric, we also have Esipenko against Nihal Sarin as the semi-final matchup up there. So Sindarov, Niemann, Sarin, Esipenko.
Those will probably be our two featured games heading into the next round. Can't wait. Winner of those matches makes it to the EWC main event.
Exactly. And we're already sort of at that point where we're deciding things. Remember, it's all about top four and, just the pressure of the matches that we're about to see in the semifinals, I think is mounting, is really starting to mean something to these players. And if the losers of those matches, Eric, right, Sarin, Esipenko, one player has to lose, Niemann, Sindarov, one player has to lose, they're going to go to the lower bracket and they will be well positioned there to still resurge with a spot to be claimed. So lots of action still to come. We just sort of had a flurry of matches all at once. So I hope everyone is enjoying now that things are fully underway. I think we've been treated and we've got a lot more to come. So we are going to take a short break. But when we come back, we're continuing with the action here as we find out who is going to make it to the Esports World Cup.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a water for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a silver can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the playoffs of the Last Chance qualifier. It really is feeling like the last chance for some of these players, Eric. We have seen players eliminated already. However, there are some players who haven't lost at all, and certainly that's where our attention is going to be. As we take a look at the upper bracket, we have Esipenko and Nihal Sarin. They've made it all the way through, and remember, a win here immediately qualifies you. So there's so much pressure on Nihal and Esipenko, as well as Hans Niemann and Yavakir Sindarov. Eric, with the qualification on the line, I think the pressure is going to be at the highest.
Looking at those 4 semifinalists, if I looked at the group stage and the players playing some of the best chess, those were 4 of the names, 4 of maybe a half dozen names. They played incredible chess in the Swiss, and now in the elimination, the knockouts, continuing that form. Looking at the losers bracket, we should summarize who's gone home and who's still remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine that some of the names here, Denis Lazovic, for example, Amin Bassem, like Alexander Bortnik, fan favorite, they've all gone home. We have seen some of the players from the upper bracket drop down. So we have Grishuk and Moussard. Yu Yang Yi against Levon Aronian, right? He just had that matchup that we watched against Hans Niemann. Now he's dropped down. He's got Levon Aronian. So it's not like the lower bracket has a lower level of competition. Not at all. Qualifying from the lower bracket, Eric, is a really, really tough task.
It's really tough. And, you know, in the format, the earlier you lose in the winner's bracket, the more work you have to do. So the guys who lose in the semifinals, they get seeded a bit further in the loser's bracket. So, but if you lose from the very beginning, you're working your way through everybody for a chance to make it. It's like, for example, in the winner's bracket, you win 3 matches, and we're playing the 3rd match right now, you're in. But in the loser's bracket, not only have you lost your winner's bracket match, I believe you have to win 4 matches. If you're starting out in the loser's bracket from the beginning, 4 matches, it makes sense. You have to be punished for losing, but that's a long day, a long ask. Getting 4 top grandmasters back to back to back to back. That's what it's going to take, and that's why we like this double elimination format.
And we have been seeing some Armageddons as well. The other matchups in that lower bracket, Ahmed Adly is playing Anish Giri. So just in terms of kind of the expected result in terms of rating, I do think that Giri is a big favorite in that matchup. But you know, at some point when the pressure's on and it's all about just one match at a time, especially just these 2 games back to back, it stops becoming about, oh, what's their rating, you know, and it's just about what chess are they playing right now. And Adly is playing the type of chess that has put him in this position. So although Giri might look at himself normally as a favorite in a 1-to-1 match, I think encountering Adly at this stage in the competition, Eric, is much different.
Yeah, it's as you described, it's, you know, how you're playing, what you're playing, but like we can even break it down to moves. Some examples of moves today that really demonstrate the form of players is Hans Niemann finding this D4 move. Sometimes it's one move that changes the course of the game. Hans Niemann, that D4 move against Yu Yang, very class. Nihal Sarin, sacking the exchange against Giri. Are you informed today and capable of finding those really challenging critical moves that often you can find in classical chess? But these guys playing it with 30-second thinks, 1-minute thinks, that's what's going to separate the players in their matches.
Exactly right. And we see on our screen Hans Niemann and Yavakir Sindarov. The match is beginning. And also important to remember that in these matches here, because this is a qualifying match, we do have 4 games. So we've been talking about the 2 games, but these ones should be a little bit longer, and just in order to determine, you know, which is the better player.
4-game match. Yeah, that's definitely a much different pace than a 2-game match. I think these players all playing, you know, in form, they don't mind that. They've consistently shown elite level throughout their tournament in Riyadh. And Something you see in common with the semifinalists, Hans, Sindarov, Nihal Esipenko. Their body language, they're playing fast, they're calculating well. Very, very confident, strong, young players. And confidence is a big thing that you carry through to speed chess. You really need to be able to trust your intuition and instincts.
Exactly. And we're looking at E4, E5, very explored territory, something that both of these players will be very familiar with. In terms of the match, I wonder, Eric, what do you think about, you've played some of these, best of 2, best of 4 matches. Does it matter what color you start with? I'm just thinking sometimes you start with the white pieces, and often I feel like the first game has a bit more of a tendency to just be a slow start, maybe a draw, and that feels like could favor the player with the black pieces.
You're right. There could be a feeling out process. I don't think players think too much in a 4-game match about who starts first. I mean, you could really try to overthink it or break it down. But Hans just finished an Armageddon match. And he's straight to playing. So he's probably still in the rhythm, in the routine. And I think he's going to try his best to press Sindarov here. He knows how dangerous Sindarov is, especially with white. The guy plays E4. He plays sharp, tactical chess, goes for the win every game. Hans needs to utilize the white pieces to his best ability. And so I do expect fireworks here at some point.
Yeah, and these E4, E5 battles, they often start a little bit on the slower side, but it doesn't mean that they lack intrigue. It just takes a while for the pieces to reach their squares. Often you'll see the knight on B1 for white look to make some journey, like knight to D2, knight to F1, and knight to G3. Similarly for black, the knight on C6 often goes to E7, goes to G6, kind of the same maneuver. But with the pressure and the tension in the center, the E pawn and the D pawn here, both of those maneuvers are not that easy to achieve.
No. And what you often see in these E4, E5, these like Spanish or somewhat symmetrical positions is they wait a long time before really challenging. Like if white had time, he'd play knight D2, knight F1, knight G3. These players that have made it this far, they're masters of maintaining the tension. So if they can, they're going to keep that pawn. Hans is going to keep that pawn on D4. Black's going to keep that pawn on E5 as long as possible. The reason is, when it comes to calculation and decision making, that puts a bit more pressure on the players at every turn to consider the consequences of the tension. And when a piece moves, when a subtle shift in the position could make a big difference, and that takes a lot more effort than just trading everything off and going for basic, just exchanges or endgames. No, keep the tension, take the game into deep waters, and force your opponent to really work for it.
Yeah, this knight h5 move, it seems strange. It's counterintuitive, put the knight on the side of the board, but the knight is looking to re-enter the position on the f4 square. And dealing with a knight on f4 is something that, at this level, the players are going to be very, very used to. But a lot of us see the knight on f4 and really don't know how to react because, well, if you take it, you're immediately losing your dark squared bishop. That's not desirable. And you might want to play G3 to kick it out, but then the H-pawn is loose. So it does take some experience dealing with knight H5 to F4, but as you can see, the engine really likes the position for white, and for these guys, they know how to deal with that knight coming in.
For sure, but it's still a more aggressive way of playing as black, and that reflects Sindarov's style. It doesn't matter which color he's playing, that he plays fairly aggressively, because there's some other standard moves you can play as black instead of this, but he's bringing his queen out early, trying to earn some squares in white's position, that f4 square. And Hans reacting with d5, that shows pretty good understanding to me. I believe in some of these positions, Mon, you do trade off the dark squared bishops. It might be counterintuitive. You might argue, look, when it comes to light squared bishops, maybe black's light squared bishop on c8 has a bit more potential hitting h3. But on the flip side, if you do take on b6, you double those b pawns. That's a structural defect. And some endgames, that could be a big problem. b6 being weak, d6 being weak. So that's the trade-off. d6 and b6 are weak long-term. But in the middle game, that bishop on c2 is not too happy. That knight on h5 would love to land on f4, coordinate with the queen and the light squared bishop on h3. So Hans might have to play some stabilizing moves here, some defense, But what he can look forward to is if he can manage that and he can handle the initiative, he can be confident that in an endgame, he will have an advantage. You see some potential if White had all the time in the world, maybe the knight goes to a3, it goes to b5 or c4, targeting those weak pawns. But in the meantime, he's got to deal with these attacking moves involving knight f4, pressuring, as I said, g2, h3, and he doesn't have a dark square bishop to contest that. But look at that, he's doing it. And I could tell when he took on b6 or he played the d5 move, he had to have calculated this and been confident that, look, I can slowly unravel. These moves might look slow. King h2, knight g1, but the knight on f4 is a great attacking piece. So it is of great importance to put yourself in position as White to push your pawn on g2 to g3, kick away that knight. That knight then can't even retreat necessarily to a great square. g6, not a great square. h5, it really depends on the tactics. But once that knight is kicked out, that will give Hans time to complete his development and look forward to an endgame where he can argue and play for an advantage versus the weak black pawns on the queen side.
And I'm looking at the move c4 and knight c3 on that side of the board. It connects and supports the center, also fixes the pawn on that b6 square. Alternatively, you could play a4 to fix the b pawn, and then knight d2, knight c4 in order to hit the b6 pawn and the d6 pawn. But love what I'm seeing here from Hans Niemann on the king side. It's really instructive how to deal with that knight. I was talking about it earlier, and this is exactly it. King h2 to guard the h pawn, but you still can't play g3, so you bring the knight back to g1. Counterintuitive, but the strong players know this is the best way to remove a knight on f4. Once g3 is played, you can consolidate your position. King over to g2 to make sure all the pawns are guarded. Your knight on g1 can then return to the f3 square if you'd like. Join the game again. So very instructive, but by no means just completely winning. However, we're seeing ideas from both sides back and forth. g5 makes perfect sense to support the knight, but I'm assuming that we are going to see g3.
g3 is likely to be played, but I want to demonstrate one idea that sometimes works for black. It's position specific, but when you go g3 in certain positions, black might be able to go like knight f4 captures d5, then you take on f2 with check, and then you potentially take on g3. That's 3 pawns for the piece. It is more specific to the position, but is an idea. And so you want to time g3 perfectly because g3 is going to be played. Black can't stop White from playing g3, and Hans showing patience here. That he understands the position. He doesn't want to give Sindarov attacking chances. Why not play maybe knight f1, knight e3, and maybe then g3? Because unless there's some immediate threat, what's an immediate threat or an idea Black can try before? It might be a move like g4. g4 with the idea, hey, if you take on g4, I play queen h4 check, and then all of a sudden, well, bishop takes g4 occurs, and White's king is in big danger. So that's one of the ideas for Black, but from what I'm seeing from Hans, he's playing really, really, really high understanding, like positional chess. And
he's playing it quickly too. I'm taking a look at the clock, and that's just an easy 3-minute advantage. When one of the players is attacking, it's rare that the time is just even. Usually someone will be all in attacking, and it's so dangerous and difficult to defend. But in this case, it's actually the attack that he's struggling to break through with. So he's spending the time to try to make it work. He went g4, knight c4, maybe not the ideal reply. And it's your idea, Eric, that you were talking about.
Well, Hans is thinking, look, if you take on h3, I'm not taking back. I might go g3. I'm going to use that h-pawn to block activity against my king. And then if like knight g2, rook f1, the problem, I don't think that was
your idea.
I thought there's knight takes h3 potential. No, maybe not knight takes h3, but Hans is banking on the h3 pawn. He's down
now
a pawn
there's
temporarily.
knight takes d5, right?
Knight takes d5. I think he missed a tactical shot. I know I maybe jinxed him. These are very, very common ideas in it, but the way Sindarov plays, he's constantly coming up with ideas and threats. So
look at that move
even
right
when you're
there.
playing good moves, you're going to have to continue that because he just does not stop the initiative. And look at b5. Now, Sindarov played that right away. that's a very good move, understanding the position. But B, he's down so much time that he actually does have to play quickly because he knows if he falls further behind on the clock, he won't have enough time for the later parts of the game. But this is very sharp. You know, if you take on F6, Hans takes there. He could not take on F6 because knight takes F6, knight takes D6. There's a knight G4 check.
Yeah, was not an option. And this is, first of all, I think Hans definitely missed that knight D5 move, but he reacted quickly with queen F3. And I will just say again, something that Hans has done better than anyone else is it's not that he's just playing for time, but he's using it just as much of a weapon as the actual position itself. And this time advantage, you can't just look at, oh, okay, black's slightly better. You know, it's a good game by Sindarov. You actually have to start factoring in that a 3-minute time advantage like this is actually, you have to quantify it and say, okay, Hans might just be better here, factoring that in.
For sure. And in this position we have in front of us, if you have a time advantage and you look at the position, okay, white is down 2 pawns, H3 will eventually fall even 1 pawn, but black's king is a bit open and there's queens on the board. My opponent's low on time. I'd like to keep the queens on the board unless there's a very good reason to trade the queens. Because with that king a bit open, a bit exposed, it's going to be harder and harder for Sindarov to play fast when he's got to watch out for threats. So how do we avoid a queen trade here? Well, we can't move our queen out of the way because queen G2 is checkmate. So we're looking at moves like bishop to E4 because rook E4 doesn't seem to work. There might be F5 or something, but bishop E4, that's what Hans is debating right now. Can he trade? He can trade. Can he probably make back the material? Yes, but honestly, I'm not sure about that decision. I don't think Hans is in big trouble. He will recapture one of the pawns on H3. He'll be down a pawn there. Yes, black has loose pawns everywhere. H6, E5 is a target, maybe B5 in some positions. But with the queens off the board, that makes this position much easier to play for Sindarov in time trouble than with the queens on the board. And so that's like practical decision making, and it's very difficult. Can't play perfect there, but Sindarov is thrilled to have the queens off. And look at that, I'm on rook D6, rook A6.
He's really playing very quickly. He has to. You mentioned that earlier. Like he's down to 2.5 minutes, but regardless, it's working for him. He's forcing himself to play quick, and mistakes are happening from everyone in this game. Up a pawn, Sindarov has done a fantastic job. The time difference is just under 2 minutes. He is doing everything in his power to try to earn a win here.
Really, really nice rook moves by Sindarov, stabilizing, and stabilizing means the position is going to be easier to play. There's no tactics for him to watch out for. I wouldn't be surprised to see King G7. Something to note, you're low on time. You don't want to deal with pins or long-term tension. I don't see that here. There's no big pin happening. There's no big threat for Hans. Hans needs that to pressure Sindarov to take time off the clock. But where is that coming from? What is the pressure? Is it going to be, how does he get 2 pieces to attack E5? How is he going to attack B5 properly? Those are decisions Hans needs to make now, because you can see that if they go at their current pace, Sindarov is playing great moves, and if they continue, he might just find himself in an endgame up a pawn, and then that's going to be dangerous territory for Hans. So he's got to start finding some moves because black has improved his position significantly. He's demonstrating pace, technique, everything there. How do you put pressure on Sindarov?
And notice how the knight on H3, and I think that's why we saw the move F3. What a reaction, though, with rook D6. Like, he's always looking for an aggressive move. Even though the position has actually evened up here, Sindarov has played some very, very quick moves, and he's not going to be able to play the best move every time. Remember, not so many moves ago, 5, 8 moves ago, he had 2.5 minutes. He has 2 minutes right now. He's been playing very fast.
Yeah, that means, you know, the speed Sindarov is playing with, he's anticipating Hans's moves. He's calculating on Hans's time and guessing correctly where Hans is going, because the quality of those moves is really, really good. And Sindarov wants to be in a spot where, look, he might not win the game. He was low on time. He was under pressure earlier. He wants to be in a spot where maybe he's up a pawn in endgame and he can always bail out if he needs to. Are we headed towards that? Yeah, it's 4 pawns versus 3. Knight and rook versus rook and bishop. Black is for choice here. At the same time, Hans has active pieces. He wins back that pawn, but as I said, Sindarov isn't like going all in to win this. So he was mainly concerned about the clock. I actually just missed that a5 was hanging. I don't know if Sindarov did as well when he went for these complications, because everything I said about being up a pawn.
Maybe counting on that pin at the end, but rook f5 was a really nice way to get out of that. And we're back to the time game here. Do not think that this is 100% just going to be a draw. I think a minute 24 is probably enough, but Eric, we're going to see some moves.
We're going to see some moves, and the last thing that Sindarov wants is to be down to under a minute, rook versus rook. Hans defeated Lazovic in an equal position, but used the clock to build a winning position and just like winning on the time situation. Here, King G4 Amon, that's an impressive move.
Yeah,
because
King
he
F5,
needs
King
to
G4.
look for ways to trade everything off. That's a good way to do so. He's probably going to go F5 at some point, then take on G3, or look at rook H8, then take on G3, push the H pawn. Sindarov, the speed at which he plays is so impressive.
Yep. It's still balanced here. It's really, really unclear who is actually ahead. Pass pawns for both sides if we see king takes G3.
He throws in the check. He's going to move back. And Hans has to decide, is he going to play for a win or not? He plays rook B3. It's still a drawn position, but time is disappearing. And even rook versus rook, you bet Hans will try to flag Sindarov.
Absolutely. And he's doing everything in his power. Remember, even if the position is not actually getting closer to a win, it's the time that you have to watch out for. Sindarov has to solve everything in 49 seconds.
He's making progress here, though. He can get his king up to G2, and then we might actually look at very forcing moves. Can Sindarov play?
Yeah, can he take? Technically, yes. He's not liking something, but I wonder what it is. So if you move the rook G1 and try to play C7, I'm not sure that there's a problem, but hang on a sec. This is what he didn't like.
Yes. This was not, I thought he could have brought the king to G2. This position, queen versus rook and pawn. I know the eval bar is saying it's equal and maybe with perfect play.
Not at all.
The queen is the worst piece to deal with. Yeah, I don't think it is anyways, but the queen, 30 seconds.
This
is going to lose this game.
Yeah, you can flag this. You can play it for a win on the board. I think Hans might do a little bit of both.
Now, what is the right queen move here? Probably queen H2. Is it queen H2? Or that?
Queen F3 threatens H1 and the rook. Look at the emotion for Hans Niemann to win that, like from an endgame, rook endgame, equal. I mean, Hans is, I feel like in this competition, doing the best job at squeezing out a win one way or another, Eric.
Crazy. Sindarov, I was so complimentary of. He was playing so well. And even despite that, Hans kept pace with him and again showed how strong he is in endgames with a bit of time advantage. I mean, at the end of the day, the pressure for Sindarov, he was low on the clock. He had to make decisions quickly. He made a mistake with 50 seconds on the clock. And as soon as he made that mistake, Hans found the punishing move and put him away. This has been tried and tested for him. He's making a living off of it. And even despite like playing some of his opponent played so well, Hans still pulls off the win. What can you say?
Yep. And I think it's also important to remember it is a 4-game match. So the target score for the players is, that 2.5, right? You get to 2.5, all of a sudden you win that match. And in this case, that would be a ticket to the Esports World Cup. We're tuned in now to Esipenko against Nihal Sarin. This is the other upper bracket match, and it is a qualifying match, but it is also, of course, 4 games. The difference, Eric, is one of the games has already finished. So we have a draw already. This is game 2.
Yeah, the players, there's no break in this 4-game set. After you finish your first game, you play your second game right away. That applies to Sindarov Niemann. That applies to Esipenko and Sarin. They drew their first game, probably not as bloody as what we just witnessed between Sindarov and Niemann. And again, we're seeing these E45 positions with, well, not as much tension here. It looks like something exchanged on D4, the E5 pawn. What that means, though, when black trades on d4 in some capacity, which happens here, you no longer have the e5 pawn. The e5 pawn does a job of controlling the f4 and d4 squares. So how does white try to push here? Well, without the e5 pawn, on a good day, you'd love to move your knight away from f3 and play f2 to f4 because there's no more e5 pawn looking over it. Nihal here is trying to stop that, generate some more exchanges in the middle to not have any pawn storm facing him.
Yeah, and sometimes after e5, you can respond as well with knight to e4 in the middle. If it gets taken, the d-pawn can recapture. That would unveil the rook from d8, attacking white's queen on d2. And if you take on d5, I mean, you can just see the rooks are barreling down in the center here for black, and white's queen finds herself a little bit uncomfortable. If Esipenko could find a way to get that e-pawn out of the way and maybe play bishop captures the knight on g6, there could be some kind of attempt at playing for an advantage, but it's a difficult thing to do right here.
It's difficult. Those knights hop in for black. Esipenko playing knight d4. I don't think he feels like he has much of an advantage here. Nihal's playing all the standard moves that you'd like to try to equalize the position, but you did mention a way to kind of imbalance the position. In some spot, white might take, if he can, the bishop on c2, capturing the knight on g6, maybe doubling the pawns, but it's all about timing there. And even with that played, I'm not sure there's too much to be had, but if you just allow black to take on e4, we'll be headed towards a symmetrical position with pretty much guaranteed equality.
And knight d4 was played. I mean, it blocks the communication of the rook down to the queen. If black takes on e4 here, maybe d takes e4, we could probably just recapture as well. But the other thing is knight captures e6, hits the black queen, so that's always available. So much so that Nihal said, no, I don't want a situation like that. I'm going to save my bishop, move it back to c8. It's looking very, very equal here, especially white's not committing bishop takes g6. This match is, taking a different shape to the match that we just saw, Eric. A lot of equality. We saw draw in the first game. It's trending that way right now.
It's trending that way. One reason that white's not taking on g6, you think about it, it's an endgame. Their double pawns are not the worst, and it leaves black with the light squared bishop. Now, the problem there is white has a pawn on a4. So in certain endgames, that light squared bishop on c8 could be a problem and harass the a4 pawn. How do you defend an a4 pawn? You push your pawn to b3. Then all of a sudden, you have two pawns on light squares. So you have to be careful about giving up that light squared bishop. When you're white, you got to look at where your pawns are, what bishop your opponent has, and play off of that. And that's a bit risky. So Esipenko doesn't go for it, plays the position here. He's threatening knight d6. I mean, it doesn't win anything right now, but it's an annoying move. It pressures b7 and c8, and he's not risking anything.
True. Yeah, and that's the position that these guys love to play. Positions where you're not risking. Call it a two result. There's three results in chess: win, lose, and draw. But to play two results where you can win and then a draw is also possible, that's where you want to be. Looking to trade off here with knight f5. And, there's also an opportunity. If white captures on f5, the bishop recaptures. Yes, you have this discovered check, knight f6, and then bishop takes f5, but that wouldn't actually favor white at all, because an endgame that I think you want to be careful of if you're Esipenko is you have that pawn on a4. It's on a light square. So I don't think that you want to have a light squared bishop against Nihal Sarin with a knight. That's one to be careful of.
Yeah, the only chance you want to, like, when you go for it is like, look, I have the light squared bishop. I can go for black's pawns. But the knight is in time to defend that b7 pawn. So it's not some situation where the bishop dominates the knight. Not at all. And I think the players understand this position. Esipenko's not going all out here. He did draw the first game with black. Right. So right now things are even. It's a 4-game match. Doesn't need to go crazy. And I also think something to consider, which you can kind of forget in a game. You get in the rhythm of the game you're calculating. If you get down to under a minute against Nihal and it becomes a time scramble, man, Nihal is dangerous.
Yeah.
He will be a favorite when it comes to pure mouse skills, and not just mouse skills, finding critical moves and low timing, converting. He's shown time and time again how good he is at that. So Esipenko's got to watch out for that. That's one way you can mess this up.
Look at this.
Right
He's
now,
really
he's up on
going
the clock.
for it. Like, it's not just a slow game where they're bringing their kings to the center. No, he's looking to capitalize immediately. He sees that the pawn on b7, if he can capture it, he then takes on a5. So he's happy to maybe offer bishop takes g4. And I'm assuming that we're going to see knight to e5 in the center. Bishop back to c8 is the only way to guard b7. And look at this. He's got his pawn back with, an active position. Nothing too worrisome for Nihal, but extra 30 seconds, 40 seconds in active position. This is something, Eric.
It's something. The advantage on the clock is something. And the reason Black allowed f7 to be captured is you can't afford to lose b7. If you lose b7, that a5 pawn becomes critically weak.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow with his two knights on d6 and e5, Esipenko is finding ideas and play. With perfect play or even reasonable play, is it still a dead draw? Yeah. Even material, pawns, fairly symmetrical. But clock is a factor, and Nihal, while he's good in time scrambles, he's shown in a game or two that he got too low on time and probably got a bit fortunate to win that game. So he's got to start increasing the tempo here.
Yep.
And g5 might not be the way, Amon. That pawn could become a weakness. That's a bit far for Black's king to defend. Maybe Esipenko plays knight f3, tries to provoke that pawn to push further to g4. And as it goes to g4, then all of a sudden you can imagine a future where White's bishop goes to d1, knight goes to e5, king goes to g3, and he overpowers that pawn. I think this might have been a mistake by Nihal, but he felt time pressure and he felt like he had to do something, and that's where mistakes happen. And all of a sudden, Nihal is now suffering here because he has a weak pawn on g4, and meanwhile, none of White's pawns are being captured. So, Esipenko in the driver's seat here. Wow.
He's slowly making progress. It just feels like Nihal's holding things together just barely. We see knight e2 check, king h4 probably. The active king and the extra 30 seconds. Are we going to see Nihal basically jump into hyperspeed right now because he's done it every single time he's dropped under 30 seconds? Now he has to do it again.
He has to show it again, but he's losing a pawn here. He is losing a pawn on g4. I think it's a smart decision to not defend it because it's going to be overwhelmed. But he's got to now, what mode does he have to be? Trade off pawns. Trade off all the queenside pawns on a good day, and then maybe you might have to just contend with the f pawn. But he cannot keep playing with so many pieces on the board. Look at how tricky Esipenko's knights are. Nightmare position here to play with 20 seconds on the clock.
It's so tricky to navigate three minor pieces. Probably you're going to take this pawn, exactly, so Black doesn't get an outside pass pawn. White has everything to play for here. Extra time and an extra
king
pawn.
g5. King g5. Use that king as a weapon. Start pushing Black back. Take away moves.
I was wondering about bishop f5. He's keeping pieces on the board. This is a nightmare to navigate, but he is staying alive here. Knight d3, eliminating pawns, helping his drawing chances.
Oh, Esipenko blunders b2. If he didn't have that, he was on his way to a win.
Oh my goodness.
Now Nihal he can't just sacrifice yet, but look at the speed. 9 seconds to 19. And look, wow.
He does it every single time, Nihal Sarin.
That is crazy.
Wow, you can see that neither player is happy with that one. And you know what, Eric, it just came down to that one decision, right? He had it. It was so close to a win. He just had to defend that B pawn, even a simple move, pawn to B3. It was possible as we jump immediately back to the action, taking you guys from, match to match here. We don't want to miss anything. We're back with Hans Niemann and Yavakir Sindarov, but wow, a thrilling action on both sides here, Eric.
We're switching over to this game, and it looks like Hans played almost looks like a Berlin structure, and he's pretty much, if not winning, significantly better with Black. Up 3.5 minutes. It's wow. I mean, Sindarov I haven't seen him with this poor of a position in any of his games with White.
It's true. Yeah, it just hasn't happened yet. Is going up against a very tough competitor here, and not just tough competitor, but sometimes it's the styles, right? Stylistically, the way that Hans is matching up is difficult to handle.
Hans is going for the win here. He's saying, look, you can win the a5 pawn, but my knight on c3, it's going to be supported by a pawn on b4. I'm going to place a rook on b8 and push. Knight f3 is forced here, so your knight can go back to d2 in time to stop. the b2 pawn. Hans was going for the kill there. He didn't have to do that, but he sees the clock, he sees the situation. But after a couple moves from Sindarov here, Hans may have lost some of his advantage.
Yeah.
Giving back the pawn, his idea was, look, my b pawn is going to queen. I'm going to win the game like that.
And
That
did he,
remains to be seen.
we've been very complimentary of Hans, but, a fair moment for perhaps some criticism. He had 5+ minutes on the clock, a huge 3-minute time advantage. He could have spent that extra time to just verify things, because this was a very risky decision. It either, was going to win the entire game right away, or we'd be in this situation where Sindarov is kind of back into it with a chance to try to calculate his way out now.
One possibility here, Amon, is black is going to win white's knight by queening, but white will have 4 pawns versus 2 on the king side, down a knight, but that might be enough to hold. Because at the end of the day, knight and rook versus rook is not winning. So Hans, rook b4 looks like a fantastic find. He's like, you know what? I don't need to win your knight. Your knight is out of the game now. Its only purpose is to stop that pawn from queening. I'm going to use my rook and knight to overwhelm the rest of the board.
Exactly right. And I mean, we're in a position here where you can go after the white knight as well. It's also looking at rook takes on f4, followed by rook to f1 as a potential idea. I'm not sure how that actually works out, though.
Rook f4, rook d7. You might also have knight takes e5, right?
Knight takes
could
e5. Wow.
That could be a line, or rook f1.
That's right. Feels like a couple good options, though. Instead, rook a4 chosen. Clearly, rook a1 is the intention, but can we go after black's knight as well?
You pretty much have to, because if you take on f7 and rook b1, black's not trying to win the knight by queening.
Exactly.
Black is trying to kick the knight away from even defending the queening square and just get a full queen.
Yep, rook c3 looks like the move.
What a find, but Amon, 1 minute and 13 seconds versus almost 5. Sindarov is drawing dead because we've already seen what Hans can do when he has a time advantage. He's got both a time advantage and a position advantage here. However, did he cash in his chips too early? Is white going to end up winning the b2 pawn? You'd like to have this position as black maybe when white has 30 seconds, but with a minute, and if white wins the b2 pawn, that's still quite a bit of time to try to steer the game towards a draw and not be flagged.
And let's see how it continues. It seems like that 2 to 3 minute time advantage is a staple in this match. And look at this. It's even 2 pawns, but Hans doesn't view these as even. He probably thinks, look, I've earned this time advantage. Now let's put it to the test. He's not going to be interested in trading rooks here for no reason. Keep it on the board, extend this game, and play for the win on the clock.
We're going to see rook versus rook. This is going to be interesting. A minute is a lot of time. Most blitz players have less time when you enter this part. But Hans has a perfect score in this situation. He's won 2 key games. And let's see what happens here.
Yep.
Now, what's the plan?
The important thing is that it's tough to pre-move. So you know what I would consider? Maybe consider a position where, we don't have threats to worry about. So right now, like pawn to f4, always a problem. And black can always play moves like rook c3, rook b3. Let's see what Hans can do. He's shuffling around, trying to find something. This is
Sindarov
the esports
knows
look.
they're going to shuffle for 50 moves, about 50 moves, and then Hans has to push a pawn.
That's right. Yeah, g5 is ready to go as soon as that happens. And he can't trade rooks. Trading rooks usually not going to be enough, but it does depend on the position.
Sindarov is playing fast enough right now for what the position requires. He's going to try to bring his rook maybe to e4 at some point.
And they are going to agree on a draw there. I think Hans, he wants to play that on for something, but at the end of the day, 45 seconds is a long time. And, you're spending a lot of energy just attempting that. It's probably a little bit too long, maybe 20 less seconds. I think he'd feel a bit more comfortable going for something there. And remember, I think back to that moment, time to be a little bit critical. He had a big advantage, all those queenside pawns, and he went for the very decisive, like, this either wins the game right now or perhaps it lets my opponent back in, rather than building it up slowly. And I'm sure that has worked throughout this entire event for him, but it didn't work in this case. And he might be looking back at, oh man, what a great position I had, kind of threw it away, trying to rush things.
I'm sure he has lots of regrets about this game, but I want to give tons of credit for Syndrov for finding every single important move required to steer that to a drawn endgame. He found every single important move with a minute on the clock, and those are not easy moves. I mean, he made it so that it just liquidated. He won that pawn by force on b2, and without spending much time. Other players, they might have reached the same position, but with 20 seconds on the clock. Syndrov can turn on the jets and find tactical, calculate like a machine. And we're seeing that skill demonstrated by many of the players in the semifinals, like some incredible nerves and steadiness, even when low on the clock, even in a position that they've been suffering in the whole game. Nihal just did it. Syndrov just did it. So hats off to Syndrov, because he was in a 2-0 deficit, which it was headed towards by every single metric. Clock, position. With the way Hans is playing, I don't think he'd have he was about to be eliminated. But now, still a match.
Exactly. We're jumping back into things as we begin this next game. This will be game number 3 between Nihal and Esipenko. Also want to provide a little bit of an update on kind of the overview of our bracket as well. And it does look like Lavon Aronian is 1.5 to half over Yu Yang Yi. So in the lower bracket, I believe that he is moving on. And Prague currently has a lead over Alexei Sarana. And also looking at Ahmed Adly and Anish Giri tied, and perhaps Armageddon approaching, while Grishuk looks like he is going to move on against Jules Musard.
Yeah, I'm just, so many games to watch. I'm missing out on some action, but the games we've been following have been delivering. But world-class 10-minute chess is being played in both brackets. So much chess. I wish I was there.
Exactly right. And you and I will be soon. We'll be making our way over to cover in person. But first, we couldn't help ourselves. We had to tune in to the last chance qualifier, because honestly, these games have been very exciting. There's just so much pressure on the players who want to be a part of the Esports World Cup. It's such a huge difference. I mean, finishing 5th place in this event, Eric, is just heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. The consolation is, I think the prize is 7,500 off the top of my head for 5th to 8th, but that's not what anyone is here for. So players are doing their absolute best to stay in this event. The position we have in front of us, Esipenko versus Nihal, this is a theoretical position, and it can fizzle, not necessarily to a draw right away, but there were some positions to watch out for. G4, I don't think... I'm trying to remember. I thought in my head that bishop takes d4 was the main move there. I'm not the biggest theoretician. Pawn d4, then knight d5. And you have some opposite bishop positions that are played. I don't think they give white too much of a push. I think Nihal, based on the clock usage, understands that, and he's going for g4 here. Because, this is a known position. And I wonder what you do after g4. And this is what I mean by that. Is Nihal coming up with this over the board?
So the reason why I think that might be the case is I believe that Esipenko is very well prepared here. When he was in this position, he was looking calm. And when he saw g4, he immediately looked like, like, wait a minute, what's that move? And I think it's because he had probably looked at this position and just maybe checked g4 as not a good move, and then moved on to other more viable options. And so when he saw it, he thought, hang on a sec, I don't think this is a move that I'm supposed to have to deal with. And so logically, would the answer be bishop to g6? No, the answer is going to be something direct. Knight takes g4. What makes g4 a bad move? It's probably a sacrifice. And that's why he had the confidence to play it, because I think it didn't line up with his preparation, and he probably prepared for most of the good moves.
Yeah, Nihal has a very wide repertoire in rapid and blitz, and Esipenko, he's playing what he knows well, and he might find himself in trouble. It's tough. I mean, you're trying to play for an advantage against a very well prepared opponent, and that's the risk of not playing theory. Theory tends to be the best moves for, that's why it's called theory. It's usually the best moves in the position, and here. Esipenko, G4 is a standard idea, but typically white plays after removing the knight on D4. In this case, it's not obviously clear why this is good for black, but I'm guessing one of the main ideas is potentially to try to play F7 to F5 and get that rook in the game to pressure F3, because the way that white untangles, how do you untangle from this pin on G4? You have to go King G2 and then move your queen out of the way. So it's all about timing. Can black get another piece to add to that pin on F3 before white plays King G2, followed by moving the queen?
Yeah, and I think I almost want to be critical of maybe our engine here. This looks like a move that Esipenko has probably either prepared or seen before, like a pattern. I was also wondering about King to H8 for black. Just a very obvious, blunt move. I want to move my king out of the way to play pawn to F5. That introduces the rook into the game. And the other big idea of bishop G5 is you want to get the bishop out of the way far enough so that the black queen can reach the F6 square. Next move, pawn to C6. Kick that knight out of the center. You're also taking away the F4 square from the knight with the move bishop G5. Once the knight moves to where? B4, you could play A5 and kick it to A2. It's a terrible piece, and Queen F6 is coming to tie down white to the defense of the F3 knight.
Yeah, the determining factor here, if the sacrifice is sound, is who can bring more pieces to the king side. That knight being kicked out to B4 or A2, that's on the wrong side of the board. Even though white would be up a piece, his pieces would be on the wrong side. Black's queen can come in, maybe the rook on F8 joins, and you see how white can be overwhelmed. What's tough here is that bishop on C4 would love to be on E2 or move back, but it's shut out. And at the end of the day, with everything said, black has 2 pawns for a piece. Is that enough? No, but that's pretty decent compensation. It also means he has some squares that he's won by removing the pawns in front of white's king. And Nihal is under serious pressure here because that knight does not want to go to B4. Esipenko is playing as if he knows what he's doing. Nihal probably recognizes that. And then you start worrying in a game. My opponent is in theory. Maybe I've played a bad opening move. And if I keep playing moves that seem logical, he's probably prepared for that. Do I have an opportunity to deviate and take him out of preparation? Because the last thing you want to do in a 10-minute game, now they're down to under 8 minutes, under 6 minutes, is to be playing against memorization when you, on every single turn, have to find your own moves. Exactly. The opponent's playing automatically, and you just feel like that is a recipe for disaster because if memorization probably means it's engine backed. And how much more can you keep up with an opponent who has all that memorized and prepared and knows what's going on? That's tough. Here, there's situations where Nihal is considering to give up the rook for the bishop. Unfortunately, it doesn't retain material because once the pawn recaptures on G4, both the knight on F3 and the knight on D5 are hanging. And so, for example, rook G4, HG4, knight G5, black could maybe throw in the in-between move, C takes D5, and again, 2 pieces are hanging. Although I'm calculating that, Amon, rook G4, HG4, knight G5, CD5, queen takes G4. We don't have arrows to show you guys, but after D takes C4, there might be a queen H5 move.
Right
so
at the
Nihal's
end.
Calculating rook takes G4 right now. He senses something.
Yep.
He does not want to play knight B4. It all comes down to rook takes G4 here, knight takes G5. Now, after rook takes G4, knight takes G5, black can just do queen takes G5 and say, hey, you have 2 pieces for a rook.
Yep.
But those aren't the best 2 pieces in the world. The knight still has to go somewhere, bad, like B4. Lot to calculate here, and this is turning into a big time advantage for Esipenko.
Yeah, and I think we might actually see something like rook G4, pawn takes g4, knight takes g5, and, well, black just takes it back. The knight will have to retreat over to the side of the board, and then black can play a5, d5, kick all these pieces back, maybe connect the pawns with f5, and I think this is perhaps just a very difficult position to play there, but whoa, something that didn't even consider at all. Knight takes d4. He is just accepting to play down material in a very, very interesting decision here.
I am speechless, and in a good way. Nihal's understanding of these critical moments and exchanges. That bishop on d5 is a super piece. It hits f7. It's an outpost. It hits b7. It controls the center. He's changing the course of the game, giving back material. He's going to be down in exchange, but not only is the bishop going to be good on d5, if his queen manages to get to g4, he might use that g file as an attacking vehicle. If that knight on d4 can find itself to the f5 square, if the queen can go to g4, if the rook can go to g1, all of a sudden you see black's rooks are not in the position to defend in the position, and even though white's down the exchange, he'll have great compensation. And this also solves the issue of white's king safety. Black has a dark squared bishop. That's the only piece that's crossed on the board. White's king is on a light square on h1. It can even be on g2. That bishop doesn't harass the king or the safety whatsoever. So this is an amazing practical decision, but even objectively, this might have been the best find, which is so impressive by Nihal, because we were loving black's position.
Yeah, I think that Nihal has shown time and time again in all of these matches that he's catching us off guard. He's certainly catching his opponents off guard, and it's his understanding not of just the material balance, but the material imbalance when he plays a position that you don't expect because, well, you're just down material. And he does it in a way where he's not just doing it to survive. It's actually a practical decision. Look at the fact that the knight's jumping into f5, that the queen's coming to g4 on the next move. If black plays g6, queen takes g4, we're threatening queen takes g6. Esipenko is kind of looking like, what has happened? The whole entire game has shifted. Nihal Sarin is on the verge of just being winning.
Absolutely, Amon. If g6, queen takes g4, threatening queen takes g6, you play king h7 to sidestep, maybe queen h3 there, check. The king goes back to g8, and then rook a1, rook g1. The threat continues, and mate is coming. Nihal, the quality of his pieces, and when he is on the front foot, when he has the initiative, is a complete killer. All of a sudden, this position is brutal to play as black. Black started with a sacrifice. Black started with the easier to play position. He's flipped that entirely. The knight on f5, the bishop on d5, two advanced pieces, outposts, bearing down on black's position. Also, making room for the queen on d1 to join the game and the rook on g1, and then we count the pieces. That's a queen, knight, bishop, and rook attacking black's king. All black has right now is a pawn and a bishop as defense, and the rooks aren't capable of just like jumping around. That rook on e8's not in the game. That queen on d8 hasn't moved and doesn't have a good square to go to. It can't place itself on h7. Oh, that's a move out of desperation.
It sure is. Yeah, queen f6 perhaps is the idea here, but it's just not going to be held together. Sooner or later, that bishop is going to be disconnected from the action. All it takes is a move like d4, a move like f4, e5, and not to mention, you can even play queen h5 on the next move in order to take on g7. Rook to g6 is an idea. It's just the position is flowing for Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, we missed the moment there. The game is ongoing where Nihal allowed his rook to be captured, right? He had some ideas there. We can't show that right now, but the attack, just look at the position, look at the light squares. What's being threatened right here? Moves like knight h6 check. Rook g6 looks fancy, but knight h6 check is devastating because the queen can't capture, because the pawn is pinned. King moves to h-file, that knight on h6 goes over to f7 with a discover check, and queen h8 is mate. I don't see any way to stop this, and what a flip.
Yeah, there's a really that rook takes g7 move, queen takes g7, knight e7, checkmate.
That's even like, yeah, like
it really
my line
hurts.
won, but this is just a beautiful checkmate. That's
ouch.
That's it.
Yeah, rook takes c2, just walks into forced mate.
There's nowhere for that queen to go.
Yeah, you kind of have to play a move like rook f to e8, let's say. But as we've been talking about, knight h6 is a possibility. Rook g6.
Well, rook f to e8. You have probably knight takes g7 because if queen takes g7, queen takes f7.
Yeah. And bishop takes f7 is possible. Oh my goodness. The tactics are absolutely everywhere here. Nihal is on the verge of being completely winning. I actually don't know how black can even... Okay,
also, as
there you go, resignation.
Rook f8, there's also bishop takes f7 check.
Exactly. I mean, we can't even spit out all the variations. There's so many of them. That was truly a very, very impressive calculation. It caught us off guard. It caught his opponent off guard. And he takes the lead in that tense matchup 2-1. Remember, if you see that it is a qualifying match, a reminder that means it is 4 games. So you can see top of your screen, upper bracket, qualifying match. It means, Eric, that nobody can qualify, can reach one of those top 4 spots and earn it without playing a 4-game match. So in the lower bracket, we still have these 2-game matches, but if it's ever a match where the winner goes through, it will be 4 games.
Yeah, and I think that's appropriate. It feels like a Grand Slam moment. So extend the match. Got to earn it the hard way. And here we go. We're on game 3. Hans Niemann playing white against Sindarov. Hans is a point away from qualifying, not just winning the match, but qualifying to the main event. He's got the white pieces, and he has an easier to play position. You see the knight on c4, you see the queen on e4, activity. But what's the compensation? Black is up a pawn. So yes, white as compensation has an easier to play position. Hans, as usual, is up on the clock, but that's why black is up a pawn. Otherwise, white would probably be just completely winning. Exactly. And what do you do in a position like this if you're Hans? You don't try to win back the pawn. You try to use your initiative to make things difficult. You'll take that pawn at a later moment, but use your pieces and squares. What are those squares? Knight on c4, maybe the rook on e1 goes to d1, puts pressure on d6. Maybe that knight on f3 would like to jump to h4, maybe to f5 in some lines, but try to just make things difficult. Continue the tension as long as possible because black has a passive position.
Yeah, knight b2 is an unusual move. I was expecting more that the knight would want to go to d2 and the queen would move and maybe the knight would go to e4. But knight b2 indicates instead of maybe controlling and putting the knight on the e4 square, he's kind of saying, look, I want to attack the e5 pawn instead with maybe knight to d3.
Yeah, and typical for Sindarov, he's not going to be passive. He's going to play aggressive moves, and queen b3 is one of them. Hitting the knight on b2 and just trying to remove some of white's coordination and stability.
Yeah, indeed. There's queen c4 comes to mind, but the time is evening up. This is feeling like a bit of a chance for Sindarov. Let's keep it in perspective here. If Hans wins this game somehow, he's immediately through and qualified to the Esports World Cup. So, kind of feeling the pressure of it so close yet so far. He's got to focus up on this game because if Sindarov wins here, all of a sudden we have a tied match and everything shifts.
Queen b3 move is great. This is putting Hans in the tank. He's got to be very careful about entering some endgames with the material situation. He's down 2 pawns now, wins back 1. But as pieces get traded, black's not fussed about that. We get closer to an endgame. Queen g6, hitting the rook on e8, generating threats. Knight h5 could come next, threatening mate on g7. Those knights and queen coordinate well against black's position. But what we do know, Sindarov is a very, very competent defender. Even if it looks scary, these guys don't use the word scary. They play chess. They don't have that psychological fear. And even if it looks scary, he's going to find resources. So if knight h5, maybe just rook f7, and still holding.
Yeah, this is, look at the defense, like rook f8, rook f7, calm, cool, collected. It looks like things are going wrong. Another element to keep in mind, the f3 knight is currently tethered to the rook on e1. So yes, in the future, there might be ideas like rook takes on f3, but for now, the rook is playing defense. It's more that the knight can't join the attack in any way because it needs to defend that rook. So if he has the time, I think that Sindarov can even just bring the queen back. Queen c4, queen e6, maybe even knight c6, knight e7. So he's completely winning on the queen side, which means Hans has to go all in, and he does with rook e4. He wants to play rook g4 next.
Wants to play rook g4 next, but there's a bit of a problem. Their back rank, if you ever get checked by black's queen properly, and the rook slides over to g4, there's going to be an e4 check. There's going to be an e4 check, and that checks the king, hits the knight, and ruins a lot of white's plans. So Hans is all in here. Both players being low on the clock is useful for him because he's committed to being all in either way. And what a move, knight e6. The rook is overloaded. Knight d2, maybe just queen d3, something calm here. As we go towards the end game, if pieces continue to be traded, black is up 2 pawns, 2 queenside passers. That would be a winning advantage. And queen a2 is even classier. Defends the knight on e6, hits d2. And even if it defends the knight on e6 in the future, it also defends the rook on f7. The queen, such a versatile piece on a2, knight f8. We might see f2 being captured soon. Hans's knight going to c4. Well, he had a knight on c4 10 moves ago. He's not trying to win a pawn back. He's down too many pawns. He was trying to checkmate. And all of a sudden, he finds himself moving backwards, finds himself down on time, and needing a move right now. Or we might
he's just been losing a pawn every couple moves here. Sindarov has been playing 2 to 3 amazing defensive moves, and then boom, he nabs a pawn. 2 to 3 more perfect defensive moves, he takes another pawn. And it's really adding up here. At this point, it's just over. Hans has to make this attack crash through because any simplification, the queens get traded, immediately Sindarov is completely winning. He's also got 30 extra seconds.
Instead of a quiet move like king h7, Sindarov's going for the kill with bishop c5. Many players would play king h7 or just try to play for natural moves. Sindarov, up on clock, decides, you know what, Hans is low on time. Let's give him something to think about. Bishop c5, what a move. If you move the knight, you got to worry about queen g1 check. If you don't move the knight, it means you have to bring your queen back to defend, which just allows trades, and black will just go into a completely winning endgame with no pressure. Look at that.
Wow.
A resignation from Hans Niemann. What a 15-move sequence by Sindarov to remove the initiative, take pawns. It all started with that queen b3 move him on.
Yeah, it really did.
And it's all tied.
It is all tied in that one. It is 1.5 to 1.5. Whoever wins the next match, next game in that match will win the entire match and earn a qualifying spot. Also, if they draw the game, it will be tied 2-2. And Eric, we could see one of the most intense Armageddons take place there as well. So of course, we'll be tuning into that. But we're immediately jumping over to our other match here. We just saw Nihal take out Esipenko, and when Nihal is on 2 points right now, 2-1, it means that he has draw odds in this game.
I feel like we're going from Colosseum to Colosseum, just gladiator battles everywhere, and they've all been worthy of our time. Here we go, Nihal Sarin, 2 out of 3 draw advances versus Esipenko. And just that other match, holy smokes, Hans with white. He just lost with white. He had all the advantages of the match. Now he needs to defend with black to make it to Armageddon.
Yeah, they can flip that quickly in this format. Just one game, you think you're the one leading, dictating the pace, the momentum. It can quickly shift the other way. So we're focused on these 2 qualifying matches, right? Obviously in the lower bracket, Levon Aronian is against Alexander Grishuk, and Prague is against Giri. So those are the matchups there. And we'll obviously keep our attention here because right now we can learn who is actually going to earn their first qualifying spot.
Yeah, in this position, Nihal has done a good job in the opening. We see lots of exchanges, which is favorable for black. And not only that, white has a c2 and a2 isolated pawn. And when you have isolated pawns like that, even rook endgames, even situations like you might even be down a pawn, isolated pawns are very bad in endgames, long-term weaknesses. And that's just going to give Nihal targets in the long term. Yes, d4 is being targeted by white, and you could look at some tactics where it's like, well, at some point, white can just win that pawn. Maybe right now, rook e8, queen e8. But Nihal will have so much counterplay. I could show you rook e8, queen e8. If you trade on d4, I'll play queen e8 to a4, hitting c2 and a2 potentially, and even a position like that where white's up a pawn. Everything is hanging, and we get closer and closer to a drawn endgame. So big thing for Esipenko. The pressure's on him because every single decision he has to think about, do I have enough to squeeze this? Do I have enough for realistic winning chances? And right now, I don't see it in the position, but we've seen Esipenko play some great chess here, very resourceful. In their first game against Nihal, when Esipenko had white, he took what looked like a very even position, outplayed Nihal, got into a winning position before blundering a pawn, but he showed that he can absolutely squeeze what looks like nothing, get something out of it.
And it was against Nihal, as you just mentioned. Like, that's what I keep thinking back to, is that Esipenko is really only here because of an amazing victory, in the final hour against Nihal, who looked unassailable back in the group stage. He beat him. That's why he's here. Now they're kind of, facing off again. So will he be able to do it one more time? Take a position with not a lot of life in it and outplay Nihal? This one is much different. Nihal is looking in control here. However, you can grab this pawn in the center of the board. It just looks like there will be a lot of ways that black can react. Of course, queen out to a4 in the future will be a nice idea. And, there's also rook b8 on the open file. You have to be a little bit careful about potential back rank issues, right? The white king doesn't have an escape square. Black's king does. And queen a6 played. He's trying to keep something in the position. But I have to say, Eric, the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking that Nihal has done such a tremendous job at just liquidating and making sure that everything is getting traded off the board.
Yeah, he's doing all the right things, and he's staying up on the clock. At the same time, I think Esipenko's made the right decisions. If he took on d4, that queen a4 line looked equal. In this position, it's still equal, but that pawn on d3 is a little closer for white's king to defend when you talk about weaknesses. And at least that d4 pawn is on a dark square. However, Nihal immediately playing knight a4, his body language, he's going to put the knight on c3 and saying, look, nothing. You don't have anything here. Mm-hmm. And Esipenko's got a real tough choice because he's still got back rank issues. If he goes bishop d4, you trade everything. You can go rook d8. You could go knight c3. And I don't see how white even keeps playing the board. I think white will lose that extra pawn and still at some point has to play h3. So wouldn't even be on the better side of it.
Right. Yep. That does check out here. Knight a4 looking really, really promising. And of course, you can kind of feel it. The body language from Esipenko. He feels he has to capture here. And in comes knight to c3 as expected. The a2 pawn is loose here. Maybe he'll have a different move as well, but certainly knight takes a2 is perfectly acceptable. He's got a lead on the clock. He's also got the outside pass pawn. It's looking very, very good.
Yeah, I'm expecting maybe a funny looking move like knight c1. It forces rook a3, and then you might have time to play a6 or look for a better move. You could play a5 here. The idea for white is after a5, you play rook a3. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, black doesn't have time to play rook c8 because of knight e7 check. So just trying to find something. Yeah, knight c1, and okay, look at that. So king f1 is going to be played. You got to stop rook e1, and you'd rather bring your king in the center if you're going to pursue that. And then Nihal is probably going to go rook e6. Because then if knight a7, I think the move rook d6 ends the pawn on d3. And
just eliminates any hope that you might have of winning the a pawn, keeping the material. So calm, cool, collected. Just the body language of the demeanor of Nihal. It's like he's got it all figured out.
No, I'm Nihal today. Holy smokes. White can't afford to take on a7 because of this rook d6 move, so keep the pieces on the board. Then you got to play moves like knight b4. Knight b4 played on the board, defends d3 on a good day. If you get the opportunity with your king, you want to walk it from f1 to e1 to d2, defend the pawn with your king so that your pieces don't have to defend it, and you can once again put pressure on the a7 pawn.
And knight c2, maybe you have the idea of knight e1, right? Just like completely retreating just to hang on to that d pawn.
I think Nihal also had rook d6 in that position with the idea king e1, a5.
Mm-hmm. That may have been a bit better.
That would have been one way to force it. I would not like to allow White's king to defend d3 and then be stuck defending the a7 pawn. So I'm not sure if Nihal missed something there. I'm pretty sure rook d6 and a5 was the most precise, but it's still very much a draw with correct
He also has
play.
rook b3. Like, you can go rook b3 here, trade pieces that way. I think that's also very acceptable. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see rook b3. It just feels like in a knight end game, if you have the outside pass pawn, like sure, Esipenko's happy because at least he's continuing to play, but realistically, the outside pass pawn should be good.
Outside pass pawn, yeah, should even be better. In this case, probably not, but I mean, it's not something you usually ever have to worry about losing. The king and pawn end games are winning with the outside pass pawn, and otherwise, just knight versus knight. Nah, this is Esipenko's trying his hardest. He's been a total warrior here. Fortunately for him, even if he ends up drawing this game and getting kicked down, he's not eliminated.
That's right. Yep, he moves down to the
loser's bracket, but an advanced stage to the loser's bracket. And with the way he's playing, he's running into one of the hottest players in terms of form in the event. Would be fairly confident that, he will be very competitive in the loser's bracket. King c4, there's not too many things to watch out for. You might not want to allow White's king to move up to c5 and c6 to try to push that pawn through. That just might be a bit of a danger zone. What you'd like to do is use that a pawn, distract White's king until you can place your black king on the d5 square. You get it to the d5 square, you hug that d4 pawn, and then you're ready to capture it.
Yeah, he's basically looking to play a4, a3, a2. Even if the white king goes and takes it, king d5 coming up, obviously repetition. You just can't afford to do that if you're Esipenko here.
Yeah, you can't afford, if this is just a normal chess game, you go for the a5 pawn and you lose d4, then all of a sudden black's king is closer to your kingside pawns, and you're probably looking at a very bad endgame. So Esipenko is now getting close to the stage or realization that his chances are done, because king knight d6, king a4, king d5, exactly what we spoke about, and he's going to lose the d4 pawn by force, because the knight on d6 can always add support by going to f5 if White's knight ever retreats to f3 to support the d4 pawn. But you can't play a basic endgame with your king on the wrong side of the board. You'll be down in every single variation.
Nihal is looking poised to draw this game and win this match and be our first qualifier. The king's coming to d5 and a gentleman's draw offer, gentleman's draw accepted, and that will win the match. And look, a lot of sportsmanship actually between these two at the end of the game, as Esipenko's not out. You pointed that out. Don't think that means he's gone. He's just dropping down to the lower bracket, and we'll certainly see more of him. He'll actually be playing the winner of Aronian and Giri.
When a player wins the match like Nihal did, and he makes it to the main event, he goes to the keys and he signs an unsigned key tablet. We're going to see that. We see that on screen right now. Remember, they have this special trophy and procedure they're going through this year, and Nihal is the first one through.
Yeah, that's quite something to just be the first one as well. There's four keys, and we get to watch this moment happen. It's quite a big deal, and it's happening while the other matches are still in progress. So while others are grinding away, trying to earn those qualification spots, amazing to see the signature go on, and officially Nihal Sarin is one of the last chance qualifiers.
Big congratulations to Nihal. He absolutely earned it. We've been so impressed. We have memorable moments from his games, like some moves he found. That's why his opponents, also like showing respect, because he earned it. He found stuff.
He sure did.
Wow. I mean, just incredible. But in the meantime, he's made it. He can go relax, prepare for the EWC event starting Tuesday. But everyone else still in the event is fighting for the remaining 3 spots.
Yeah, we still have the semifinal match, Hans Niemann, Yavakir Sindarov. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, Levon Aronian, Alexander Grishuk are battling. Only one can move on. And Giri and Prague are also in the thick of it right now.
Try to take you guys to that game the soonest moment here. But what you're watching is Nihal Sarin qualifying through the last chance qualifier. He's made it. He's through. But we're not done yet. We're here for quite a bit more time to see who are the other 3 qualifiers. And right now we got Sindarov and Niemann playing the fourth game in their match. So hopefully we get that up.
Yep, the matches have just begun as well in the lower bracket, round 3. Levon and Grishuk, a heavyweight matchup there, and Prague and Anish Giri. Nihal Sarin won against Esipenko, and Esipenko will be down in the lower bracket. Eric, he'll be waiting to play the winner of Levon Aronian and Grishuk, and whoever loses the match between Hans Niemann and Sindarov will drop down to play the winner of Prague and Giri. So we can feel this whole bracket and this whole day coming together.
I believe the Hans Niemann Sindarov match, the reason we don't have it for you guys is that their 4th game ended in a draw.
Yep.
Which means we're headed to Armageddon.
Right, and relatively quickly. Not an immediate draw by any means, but certainly not the longest game. As at that point, it was 1.5. Neither wanted to take that crazy risk in that game. They said, you know what? It's 2-2 right now. They drew the final one, which means to decide this qualifying spot, we are going to Armageddon, which means there will be blind bids, right? The same format. What it means is that white will always start with 10 minutes on the clock, but the players will enter bids. Hey, I'll take maybe 8 minutes. I'll take 7.5 minutes with black. I'll take less time, give time odds, but the benefit, of course, is when you play with black in Armageddon, if the game's a draw, you win.
How much would you bid him on? That's what I was thinking about while you were explaining it. I don't know if have you been in the format before? I think maybe once I have. I'm trying to remember, or I've commentated it, so it feels like I was there, but I'm curious what your take would be. In this situation, how much would you bid?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've not had too much experience doing it myself. I've probably only had bids just a few times in my career. I would say, based on what I've seen, that it does feel like the 7.5 minute mark is kind of the average. But what I will say is I could see myself easily bidding too low. I could definitely overestimate, the draw odds and think, okay, I definitely want to have the black pieces here and bid too low in order to secure it, when a lot of pressure can be put on with the white pieces, no increment, and just the extra time.
But I think then it makes sense that you don't bid too much time because you like time trouble. So maybe accelerate it and get it with the black pieces. Because even if
I would just waste the time anyway.
You sometimes give us very stressful sequences. So I would think that there's no time that's too low for you based on some of your games, but you would be comfortable playing black, right? You would prefer.
I think so. That would be my instinct. I also, knowing myself and the players, have to take this into account when they're making their bids is what type of player are you? My repertoire, the type of player I am, it's tough to win on demand. I don't have the most flashy openings, and some of these guys absolutely do. Someone like Sindarov comes to mind. He would absolutely take the white pieces. It feels like he's always going for it.
For sure. How confident you are to put pressure on your opponents with white is a big factor. That's openings, that's attacking, that's just everything. And we see a mixed field here, but we definitely have a lot of strong young players that have no problem pushing the pace. And we do have for a win.
We do have a bid. We are here watching the lower bracket while we're getting set up for, of course, the main event, the match we will not miss, the Armageddon between Sindarov and Niemann. But we're just getting the bids in as well, and the result, I believe, is that Sindarov is going to take the black pieces with 7 minutes and 24 seconds. So we talked about those bids, 7.5. There you go. It's 7 minutes 24, which means Hans Niemann will have the white pieces. We have to go right there. This is for a qualifying spot. We will see more of Prague and Giri in this event, but this has been a back and forth match, Eric, and with the qualifying spot on the line, this is the place to be in the most exciting match that we have at the moment.
Yeah, I just want to mention the game we just had on screen, Pragananda versus Giri. That position looks like the first game of their match in the losers bracket. It looked pretty even. It looked comfortable for black there. We're moving on to the winners bracket, but looked like black was doing quite okay. And that's just the first game.
Yep, and remember, it's only 2 games that they're playing there, so a much shorter condensed match. And well, even though this was a 4-game match, all 4 games have been played, and this is where it all gets decided. Look at the time, though. It was a 7-minute, 24-second bid. It's now already under 6 minutes. Objectively, you have to say that this is already in Hans's favor. That is a serious time deficit, Eric.
Serious time deficit, and usually deficits can be explained. And if Sindarov is spending this much time in the opening, even after bidding for black, something about the position he's not familiar with or something's bothering him about it. And I tend to agree. Generally speaking, as black, you go for some breaks here to try to equalize. That might be pawn to d5. Not quite possible here because the e5 pawn is loose. So Hans is getting his knight set up on g3, but usually, like, we know Sindarov is a very practical player. We've seen him play fast, play confidently. If he's being a bit timid here, maybe he's recalling his lines, his analysis. It's a risky thing, but he feels like it's worth it, even now, to think about that and try to play precisely in the opening.
And Hans is kind of bobbing his head. He's really feeling this position. He's used look at the clock, 10 minutes to start. He's at 9:46. He's barely used 15 seconds, and under 5 minutes for the opponent. He's got double the time. This is a serious deficit for Sindarov to the point where I'm not sure that he even realizes that there's a long game ahead. And Eric, who is the player in this entire field that has used time the best, used it the most, worked it into potential evaluation of the entire position? It's Hans Niemann.
It's Hans Niemann for sure. And make no mistake, in an Armageddon game, he will play on any position. There won't be agreeing to any draws. We saw rook versus rook. And here, Sindarov, I'm not sure if he realizes the deficit. Like, sometimes you're in the game, you're calculating. There's so many nerves for the players here. And you don't look up at the clock that often. And then next time you check it, whoa, I'm down that much time. Sometimes it just hits you like a cold shower. Hans definitely feels like, just looking at him and the pace, very comfortable. The position that he has, is this the position you should be happy with Armageddon? Yes, no problem. Black, even though he's grabbing space on the queen side, there's tension in the position, there's possibilities. Hans isn't worrying about the thoughts that sometimes arise in Armageddon. Do I have to worry about an endgame? Do I have to worry about trades and equality? No. Right now, there's still lots of possibilities on the board, lots of play, and that should favor him with the 4.5 extra minutes on the clock.
Exactly right. Now we see Hans kind of slowing down a bit because, honestly, all his pieces are on fantastic squares, so it makes sense. Now he really has to think. The knights are perfectly placed, bishops, rook, queen. He's made all the easy moves. Now he needs to come up with a plan. It's kind of relatable. I think all of us in our chess games, that's the most difficult part. You put all the pieces where they belong. Now what?
So I believe one of the ideas in the previous move is to play c4 and follow it up with c5. The timing has to be right. Hans has played a3. I guess on the benefit is he doesn't want to give black easy moves like, pushing those queenside pawns. What favors someone with this type of time advantage in this situation? A semi-close position might. A maneuvering game prolongs the game, a lot of shuffling that will give Hans tons of time to rally and, reduce black's clock, and then it'll open up. It's a fine line there. This is not a semi-closed position quite yet. We do see some trades. We see that thematic c4 move. On a good day, you'd like black to take on c4. You'd like to recapture on z4 and argue that there's an isolated c and a pawn to target. Sindarov doesn't allow that. Plays b4. But what I'm seeing is progress by Sindarov. Pieces have been traded. His position has not gotten any worse. He's finding these moves quickly. And most importantly, he is not under pressure. We've seen him under pressure from Hans. He's been in pretty much lost position before. Here, I think a good argument can be made that black is pretty much equal without any issues. And not only equal, but with plans to reduce more material. Reduce material by taking on a3. Reduce material by ganging up on that c5 pawn and forcing white to start defending. And, little by little, moving towards a comfortable endgame.
And a move that both players may consider, and something we actually saw Sindarov use a lot in a previous game in this match, is the third rank or the sixth rank. So a move like rook e3 for white, a move like rook e6 for black. It can just be useful to support some of the knights there and maybe even double. So I was thinking maybe black would play rook e6. He played rook a6, and it also has your idea of rook c6 pressuring the c pawn. We might even see rook d3 here.
Yeah, you can't really afford to take on b3. You don't want to turn that rook on a6 into an active piece by opening up the a file. So you might be forced to play rook d3, but I'm not sure how happy he is about it. I think it's a forced move, so he's got to do it. And you know what's right about forced moves? Play right away.
Yeah.
So many players, even myself, sometimes on forced moves, I still spend time. I got to stop doing that. Hans plays it immediately because it is the only move. Don't give any free seconds to your opponent. But now what to do? What's coming next? The rook there slides to b3. Okay, rook c4 introduces the idea of rook b3, rook takes a4. Although even in that position, black can recapture on a4. Oh no, you have rook b1, you're right. I thought maybe that's what Hans was planning, but there's just rook b1.
Yeah, it's actually a kind of a sneaky trap because it looks like that would be the reliable idea. And if you take on b3, you're just losing that a pawn. So yeah, he's going to have to retreat, but this is progress because now you can play a move like rook b2 or even rook back to b5. Knight is coming in perhaps to f4.
Yeah, he wants that rook from a8 to maybe go to b8. In the meantime, rook b2, because he gave that check him on, the f2 pawn is loose. That's a huge check to give, and that changes the position. All of a sudden, black has the initiative. Black is catching up on the clock. White has no counterplay in a must-win game, not threatening anything, not putting Sindarov under any pressure. And we even see ideas like knight g6, all of a sudden, knight f4. Rook a8 might go to b8, might use that b file to bring in both rooks and put pressure. And Sindarov is a momentum guy. When he has the initiative, he seizes it, and he doesn't let go.
He is doing a phenomenal job. Remember the clock earlier. This is now effectively a time trial. There's not really a chance for Hans to actually win on the board here. He's got to use the clock to his advantage, and Sindarov has to convert this in only 3 minutes, but he has done, basically he's played so many moves so quickly that he's made up a lot of ground on the clock here.
A lot of ground, and white is running out of active moves. The knight on g6 going to f4. Was that an annoying move? Yes. But what's even better, it deploys to e6, finding a centralized square. You can maybe go to d4 in the future, or look at this, repeating moves.
He can't
Why
repeat.
not?
That's right.
Where is Hans going to place his rooks? Does Hans want to repeat? No. He's going to play, he might repeat once more. And the last piece of the puzzle for black here is to bring that rook on a8 into the game. Not possible yet because a4 is loose. But at the end of the day, the pressure is not on him. It's on Hans to unravel the pieces and try to remove black's initiative or put some pressure on. And right now, I don't see the pressure. The time advantage is under 2 minutes now. So if you're in Hans's shoes, keep playing like this, keep surviving, and hopefully that, you can get Sindarov under a minute, where no matter what the position is, there's going to be a lot of chances. But the way Sindarov is playing and the speed, we're a long ways away from serious blitz time trouble.
That's right. Knight to b1, knight on f1. There's a lot of pieces just all over the place.
What does that do? I'm on rook d1 here. If knight c3, there's just rook c1.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, you could. There's going to be a loose e-pawn, loose c-pawn at the end of the day there. I think rook d1 is very playable. He decides on rook a1. Okay, but
because he sees the repetition. Rook d1 might be better.
Yeah,
but I can't say it's better if you see this move and you realize
smart
that white doesn't have a way to continue. Look at this. Hans has no attack, no pressure. He has no time to take the a4 pawn. The knights are being dominated right now. The rook on a2, tremendous piece. Rook on d8. Just a nightmare situation to be in.
Yeah, he's playing it so smart because he's using the fact that this is an Armageddon. He's playing with black. He can make that draw. Hans cannot play knight f to d2. It's the move he wants to play. It's the better move, but it's not an option. If knight b to d2, you can play rook d1. The pieces are just completely tied up there.
Yeah, I mean, what decision here? What can he do? He goes for it, gives up 2 knights to win a rook and a pawn.
He knows this is bad.
That is bad. That's why he took so much time, but he couldn't afford to repeat.
That's right.
What does black have to do now? Needs maybe that knight on f6 might jump in. He wants to get both of his knights on good squares. That's going to take a little bit of time. Hans, in the meantime, he can't push the a-pawn any further. He needs to find something to target.
Oh, f6 is happening, though. There's about to be zero
F6,
counterplay.
F6 is pure coordination. No pawns are loose afterwards. The rook on f5 is almost trapped after knight d4. The a4 pawn is hanging. You can't sacrifice your rook for the knight because that c-pawn can't run. Where is Hans going to find winning chances here, as his time advantage is now less than a minute and more exchanges are being proposed? And if more rooks get traded off, all black does, walks his king over to support the knights and eventually gangs up.
The knight on e6 is guarding c7, right? So there's not even any hope.
g7.
Yeah, everything's defended.
So maybe bring the king in.
Well, this would be
try to play h4, h5. Try to fix something somewhere on the board. It's a good attempt. I like this move, knight c8, a lot, because if you go knight e7, white's rook will then have to defend c6, but you don't want to use your only piece in a passive position.
Oh, and he can't repeat. Right, again, Sindarov's so intelligent with the decisions. He is going to lose the pawn by force because he can't repeat. I mean, it's pretty hopeless here.
There's nothing to do here. The look at how solid black is. There's nothing for the rook to munch on. And using the match situation to say, hey, you can't repeat moves. Hans is realizing that this is going to be a draw. Sindarov wins the Armageddon. You see good sportsmanship there. A fantastic match between those two players. And Sindarov becomes the second player to make it through and through the winner's bracket to the EWC Esports World Cup event starting next week with the top players in the world. There he is signing. Well, what can I say? I mean, he utilized everything to his advantage there, and masterful display of knight coordination.
Amazing. Yeah, how about that? A little bit more emotion, raising it above his head there. His key unique to the player. Yavakir Sindarov, totally deserved. He was a standout player for us in the group stage, Eric, and we knew that he had it in him to reach the top 4, and wow, he really had to earn it. He was down in the match to Hans Niemann. He came back. It was really a well-deserved performance.
Well-deserved indeed. And the good news is, if you're rooting for Hans Niemann, he's not eliminated.
That's right.
And in fact, he moves to the loser's bracket, but not very far off from a qualification spot. He does have to beat the winner of Pragananda versus Anish Giri.
Yep, and that match is underway at the moment. We have Lavon Aronian and Alexander Grishuk that are in progress, and also Prag and Anish Giri. So we know 2 of our qualifiers, Nihal Sarin and Yavakir Sindarov. There are 2 more spots up for grabs. Right now, there are 2 matchups that are ongoing, and Prag and Giri is one that's going to take our attention here, Eric. They are in a tied match at the moment. They drew their first game. Remember that down in the lower bracket, it is only 2 games. So whoever wins this is going through. Whoever loses is eliminated. If they draw, we will have Armageddon again.
Yeah, and we're jumping right into a position that requires us to calculate. It's white to move. Anish has sacrificed the piece for an attack. Is that what it looks like? Am I seeing ghosts here? Oh no, there's a rook hanging on e3. Sorry, I was like wondering. I had to just calibrate myself.
Yeah, the
like
rook being loose.
I was like, F7's hanging. I had to calibrate. If you take on e3, you lose the knight on g5. That's 2 pieces. So Anish is trying to calculate or remember preparation. Can he throw in a move like queen takes f7 check or knight takes f7 and get enough material? Because 2 pieces is generally better than a rook, but if you have a bunch of pawns, or maybe you ruin someone's king side, maybe that's compensation in attacking potential. But look at the speed. Wow. Is Pragananda in prep, or is he just seeing the position well? Rook takes h3. If the queen captures, the knight falls, and that would be 2 pieces and a pawn for a rook, which is definitely better for the pieces. If you take back the pawn...
What about queen d5? Is that a move here? Yeah, look at Giri. He's trying to figure out... We just jumped into this position, and it is wild.
Queen d5, c6?
Yeah, queen e6. And then I guess you can kind of try to survive with queen e8, but there's moves like knight takes h6, queen h3.
Yeah, that is a critical move to look at, Amon. Queen d5, because everything else might be lacking. Okay, like what happens after g takes h3, first of all?
Yeah, pawn takes, I guess, queen to f6.
And then, are you worried about queen d5?
Well, yeah, I am. Definitely.
That's your move. That's your move. So I'm just curious. Queen d5 right away looked critical, but I'm just curious what that changes. Maybe you have to take on h3 first and then try to play queen d5.
Right.
Maybe that makes a difference. I know you see that X on the screen. I'm trying to work backwards and figure out why, but we might see some of the lines we're looking at. Amon was saying queen e6 here, introducing a double check threat with knight takes h6. Again, white can't afford to go into an endgame 2 pieces versus a rook. That should be good for the 2 pieces, and d4 is going to be loose pawn. But if white can utilize this weak king and break through there, and then bring the rooks into the game, that might be something else. So, for example, king h7, then you have queen f5 check, then king takes h6, queen takes h3 check. At least there, the queens are on the board, black's king is a bit weak, and it buys you some time to bring your rook to the e file and maybe join in on the attack. While one key feature about c6, Amon, the knight on a5 is a non-participant, and it's a long ways from home.
Can you believe this position? Knight f7 is just sitting there on the board. We have a queen hanging, a rook hanging, a knight hanging. And what's the evaluation? Oh, yeah, it's hovering right around 0.00. This is insane. And I feel like, these types of positions, the players are even like looking off to the side. It is so hard to even visualize correctly. Do you think that this might just end in a draw here?
I think so, because I don't think black wants to play with queens on the board with an open king. That line with queen takes h3, rook to e1. The problem for black is that knight on a5 is offside, the king is open. Looks very tough to play, and no reason for Praggnanandhaa to go for that risk unless he really feels like there's big upside. But personally, I'd be pretty worried about his king position in some of the lines we looked at. I think best bet is if you go for an endgame, the queens have to be off, or you just allow a draw.
Yeah. I would. This position looks way too complicated. I'd be looking for any way to exit here. Knight h6, king h8. It feels like so complicated that both players would be content with a draw. But let's see what the decision is. That queen e6 move was still kind of available as an option there. So if you want to keep playing, I think that's probably the way to do it.
Queen e6. Queen e6. I gotta find a move here, huh? So if queen e6 and queen c8, I'm trying to take away your queen takes h3 lines.
That's right. Smart.
That might be the problem with it.
And I mean, it's looking like
they're making us work this game. Well, if they play on, especially, but I do think we're headed towards a repetition. Anish is provoking Prague to go for the win. If knight h6, king h7, there's queen f5. Prague is not buying it. That's a draw. The players here are going to be headed to Armageddon.
That's right. It's 1-1. Armageddon necessary. There's another match. Levon Aronian and Alexander Grishuk Aronian in the comfortable hoodie today. And I'll tell you, Eric, I was paying attention to the final position and the final moments of game number 1. It was won by Levon Aronian, but it was a nice, good old-fashioned dirty flag. It was a flag with just 2 pawns each, queens on the board, and he was up 50, 60 seconds, and he just straight up flagged Grishuk. So that's why Aronian is leading 1-0.
And that's why the no increment situation, Grishuk lives and dies by that. Like with the increment, he'll go down to a few seconds and gain time. There's no increment in this format. So he would need to adjust his time management. And maybe in that game, he didn't, because 50 seconds sounds like too much of a deficit. And Aronian smartly just converted that on the clock. And now we see an endgame here. Queen and knight, things symmetrical. Grishuk down 3.5 minutes almost, has to win what's pretty much an equal position. And Aronian, I mean, is such a strong player that it's hard for me to, like, he could defend this in his sleep, I would think.
Yeah, knowing that all he needs to do is hold this in order to advance to the next match. You have to think he's pretty happy with this. And of course, the time deficit. It's not just the position. It's also the fact that Grishuk has 2 minutes, 46 seconds, and it is never going up from there.
And Grishuk has to make the tough decisions. When do I trade? Can I go into any more exchanges or endgames? He is suffering, thinking about that. Okay, Aronian's move right now. Do I want to take on f5 and mess up my pawns? The answer should be no, you shouldn't do that. But very soon, it's going to be up to Grishuk to figure out how he can imbalance the position. H2 is a waiting move. It's a smart one, but he's going to run out of those moves real soon, real fast.
Yeah, king f7. Just he's not doing too much. He doesn't need to overcalculate the position. The pressure is not on Aronian to do anything. And some players, when they're defending a tough position, they still feel like they need to accomplish something, that they don't want to just sit around and shuffle. But the best defenders actually do that very well. Realizing that the pressure is not on you, let your opponent come up with what to do, and instead just play a quick move that holds the balance.
Yeah, no, Aronian's a veteran. He knows that. These guys have played each other so many times. Grishuk is good at playing long games and prolonging it. That's part of his time trouble. Like, he likes these long struggles. But here, how do you incorporate your knight as white into the position to attack something? Do you try to bring your king to f3 and play knight f4? Well, the problem is when your king goes to f3, maybe queen h2 comes and tickles you from behind.
Yeah, and
Aronian,
you have to remember A5. He's not necessarily planning pawn takes B4. He's just looking to play A4, potentially close it up, and that could be it.
Mm-hmm. One issue here with Grishuk pushing his kingside pawns is even in some situation with the A file open and white moves the queen to A2 and tries to attack the C6 pawn from some square. Well, white's king isn't in the safest position. If the queen vacates, there could be perpetuals. Here, knight on G3 nicely coordinates, covers this E4 square from checks. Maybe it can go to H5 in some lines. But I just don't see where Grishuk can enter with a queen.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't enter with a queen...
And black can, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, what are we doing here? Like, you could put your queen on E2, E3, I'll give you all the time in the world. I can see a vision. The vision is get the queen on D6. Grishuk needs to get the queen on D6 to pressure F6. But look at what Aronian's done. As soon as by playing queen A1, he's covering more territory. And if the queen ever goes far away, D4 will hang, which will defend F6 and just put a dent in Grishuk's plans.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where the knight can maneuver to. Maybe you bring the knight to F3 if you can manage to do that and then try to play H4. But still, black's obviously just going to play H6, recapture on G5. There isn't really much there. And the presence of the queen on A3 means you can never play queen E3, queen G3 to try to invade black's position without facing a bunch of checks. So the only way I can think to invade with the queen is to have your knight available to block checks. So maybe you put the knight on F2, try to play now perhaps queen E3, queen G3.
But queen B1 played, and now B4 is loose.
I think you're ready to give it up. Queen G3.
Well, what is... I said that, the D6 square was big. Here, H5 is a terrible move, Aman, because it allows white's queen to come to C7, but most importantly, white will actually take on H5 in some position. That knight on F2 could spring in to G4.
Absolutely, and everything's falling here. As Grishuk, you're so excited that you finally have some play. I can't believe that he allowed this.
So, no, sorry, what I said was wrong. Just take on G4 with a pawn, because if you take with a knight, there's checks. Take on G4 with a pawn. You're going to win the C6 pawn. There's no checks for black's queen, and that C pawn you can try to push down the board.
Mm-hmm.
So what I said, there's no time.
Well, no,
for
you
that.
were talking about G takes H5. If the black king maybe walked up the board to H6, I could see that working. But you're right, knight on F2 is supremely placed. No check on E4, no check on G4, no check on the second rank. What's he going to do though? Push the pawn.
I wonder what the right square for the queen was. D6 is what I said a long time ago, but I know whatever we have in front of us doesn't like it. I see a red X.
Well, queen takes B5 maybe, right? Just eliminate the pawn. Like, why are we in a race when we could just be pushing?
I think that's completely right. I think Grishuk just had a chance and he missed it. But that was just one precise moment.
A minute and 18 seconds. So it doesn't look good.
Played,
B2, yeah.
You can take on B2. Mm-hmm. F6 falls in the end, and at least there's still a little bit of play there. So Aronian doesn't want to just entertain that. He doesn't want to lose F6. Then the king gets a bit weak. The time deficit has shrunk, but it's still significant. And Grishuk under a minute very shortly.
Oof. Yeah, you almost have to go for the imbalance. I would tend to agree with the idea, but look, black having that B2 pawn, B3, soon to become B2 is
queen D2.
Yeah,
you want to win the D5 pawn at least, and hope that you can stop the B2 pawn. Now you could trade queens and try to argue, but it's hard to imagine they both knight and 2 pawns. They're connected. The knight can sack for the 2 pawns. It's not enough. Queen D2. Grishuk wants to win the D5 pawn and bank on eventually stopping it. But here,
Queen A2.
Queen A2, Aman.
There's no checks.
Not even a checkmate. Because when you queen, the queen goes back to G6.
And he knows it. Resigns. He actually had an opportunity to maybe come back in that one. Played a little bit too quick. Probably should have taken on B5. I'm sure he's actually looking at that. right now on the screen, but it's all about Levon Aronian winning and moving on in the lower bracket, but Alexander Grishuk is eliminated.
Yeah, you're completely right. If he took on b5, that was a winning position, and well, it came from nothing, it felt like, but he missed that opportunity. Anyways, no time to talk about that. Aronian advances, and here we have Anish Giri versus Pragananda, Armageddon, losers bracket, last chance qualifier, EWC.
Wow. Esipenko is now going to be facing Aronian, and Hans Niemann is waiting to find out who his opponent is going to be, and it is going to be one of these two players on your screen right now. Giri, Pragnananda, obviously because Giri is playing with the black pieces. Clearly he won the bid, and that also explains, Eric, why the time is so much lower. And, maybe if you just got here, of course, the Armageddon format in chess guarantees that we have a winner because black accepts to play the game with less time than white. However, if the game ends in a tie, that now counts as a victory for black.
Yeah, and here we see Anish down 3.5 minutes, but there's a guy that I would think is pretty reliable at holding with black. It's Giri. He's got a great repertoire and style for that. In this position, white's got the two bishops. Material's all even. There's a lot of pressure on d5. But based on body language, Anish feels pretty comfortable. I'm trying to figure out what the plan is. For example, the first question when you look at this is what happens if white takes on f6 and then takes on d5, presuming black recaptures the queen? Is that a pawn that you can go for or not?
And it really feels like the answer is yes. I don't see why not. And it's really making me wonder, after bishop takes, does he have to take with the pawn? This is definitely an achievement.
It's an achievement for sure, because that did look like a full pawn and we weren't missing anything. And that's why we see the rook a7 move. Why rook a7? That pin is extremely annoying on the d file. If you have an opportunity as black, you might want to bring that rook from a7 to d7. And if you can, you might even push that pawn to d4, get it off that light square and under all the pressure. Bishop e4, hitting h7, still using the pin, and maybe, just maybe, planting itself on h5. But the benefit here is that if black plays h6, maybe there's a few more weaknesses around the king. I don't know if you have time to play queen c1 or something. You see the bar, black is still doing okay, but with queens on the board and the king a little bit open, that should give Pragananda long-term counterplay or ideas that could put pressure on Giri's clock and king. He's got to keep the queen on the board, though.
Yeah, that's very important. If he trades the queens, it just becomes way too easy to play. And although there's a time difference here of about 2 minutes, it's not enough. It's not enough to reliably use the clock as a factor yet. There's a lot of chess that has to be played first.
For sure, and if this was just a pure endgame, black would be doing fine. Even with the queens on the board, Anish can play king g7, defending both f6 and h6. And there's not a way for white to attack it. I mean, g4 is the only check, but the bishop covers it. So even though those look like weak pawns, on the flip side, black has a very solid center, like clean structure, even material, and, trades have occurred. So queen c1, we're looking at ideas like this, but rook d7's played. Don't have time to take on h6 because now e4 can be captured.
Yep.
And in the future, Anish might play king g7. He might play pawn d5 to d4, grab some space. I think it's a bit of a deceptive position. Black is doing fine, doing well, and white's only trump card here is not even like something concrete. It's just that, hey, I'm up on time. Your king could be a little bit loose. I can just continue to rally. And by rally, I mean make some moves and keep hinting at this idea that I might play my queen on d2 to d3 to threaten queen h7 check. Just somehow generate some ideas that keep Anish busy, because if a few more moves are played and he can push, maybe the C pawn or something, might not have enough time as white to even get that kingside initiative going.
Yeah,
we have a transition though.
He's on both sides of the board here. I feel like he wanted to get something going on the king side, but it just wasn't enough. And Anish Giri is playing some very obvious moves. He's not overthinking the position. His king is nice and safe on a dark square. Yes, the double pawns are not ideal, but they're really not that bad. I don't see any meaningful threats on the king side. Queen f4, you can't even use the g4 square, can't use the f5 square. Black can always play f5 or rook h8 to cover h7. It really feels okay. Meanwhile, there's a pass pawn being created right in the middle of the board here with either d3 or c3, and we see d3 on the board. I mean, if the d pawn trades for the a pawn, Eric, it's just full liquidation. And Giri is in full control here.
Yeah, you can't even take on d3 the bishop because of the move bishop g4. And then the rook doesn't have a square. It's got to vacate d1 or you lose the exchange. So bishop a4, Anish, I feel like based on his moves, he's feeling the position. He knows what to do. If you give me time him on as black, I'd love to play rook d4 and queen d5, bringing more space and opportunity for the rook on f8 to join the party on the d file. But I think he played rook d6 to prevent white from playing bishop c6, which would not only be a good diagonal to bring back towards his king and find some security, but support the a pawn as it pushes down the board. So rook d6, taking away that c6 and the eventual a8 diagonal. Anish doing very well here. And the advantage from the bid, that time advantage from is starting to disappear. It's about 30 seconds right now, and it's probably going to shrink because Pragananda here needs to come up with a plan.
And I don't see a good one. I love the move rook d6 from a practical perspective. I was even thinking about queen to a8 as a potential follow-up idea with bishop h3, and just getting that queen on the diagonal, queen a8, queen to f3 with bishop d5 in the position. It looks like it could be difficult to react to.
Yeah, queen a8, I'm guessing it's all about calculation after a move like queen f4, trying to meet bishop h3 with f3, hitting the rook on d6. Maybe when you play f3, you can get a rook on d2. I mean, it is a move to go for. If Anish feels like it's concretely good, he'll play it. But otherwise, he probably doesn't need to. Oh, he's done it, so he feels it's good. No, then, so queen f4, what are we looking at? Queen f4.
So if immediately bishop h3, f3 is there. So I wonder, also, you could kind of follow up perhaps with like a rook b8 move, but queen f4 is very, very critical, and I guess he's just going to double the rooks.
That's right.
Yeah, prepare rook d4, bishop h3, prepare d2 as well.
Yeah, queen f4, rook d8, and it's always important to recognize here, black's king looks open, but that bishop on e6 covers g4, which is the only check and the only way to harass the king. So even though the king looks open, if you can't take advantage of it, all of a sudden you have to worry about black's advanced d-pawn. Black wants to push that pawn to d2, and then there'll only be one square away from queening. Maybe find the right move to kick that rook off of d1, or just leverage that pawn into exchanges.
Exactly. Rook d2 played. Okay, so now...
So rook d5?
Rook d5.
Some rook d5 ideas should be very powerful in a moment. I don't know if it's right now or the next move, but rook d4, pushing the queen away from an annoying square. f4 is very centralized. But rook d5, and you notice your bishop is loose and the pawn on a5 is loose. And can't afford to lose that a pawn because then it's just 3 pawns apiece on the king side, even if you win the d pawn. Giri is very close to qualification here.
Yeah, he still has to go through another matchup. He has to go through Hans Niemann, right. But you know, right. to progress in the bracket.
Qualification, yes.
Exactly. We're progressing in the bracket.
Queen b6. That key diagonal is putting that bishop on c6. Anish has been stubbornly blocking that. Can he maintain that? Can he go, what is the move? Rook b4? I don't know. Just don't allow white to get that bishop on c6.
I mean, the easiest way to prevent it is bishop d5, but that blocks all the coordination. An interesting move that I was thinking about was, some sort of involvement with rook b8, and I want to get this bishop to h3. Then I feel like I have a lot of tricks involving queen a5. Okay, so here bishop c6. I don't know what he thinks that he has.
Bishop
Maybe
C6,
rook e8?
He wants to play rook e8, I think, going from mate on e1. A very concrete move, a very challenging move. Hard to break everything down. Bishop c6, rook e8.
You can take the rook and play f3.
Take on e4, play f3, and is Anish taking a page out of Nihal's book, sacking the exchange, and saying that, hey, that light squared bishop and d pawn, there's some similarities. I have enough compensation. Is that what he's saying here, Amon? Because this is actually has some similarities. It's like
I see it.
He needs a draw. He's got that d pawn. He's got light squares. The difference is there's that a5 pawn to watch out for. Mm-hmm. If there was no a5 pawn, then that would definitely make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I just don't understand, because the thing in Nihal's game is that it's not like he had a better option. And I feel like Giri had a lot of simpler options.
Yeah, okay. This is an interesting way to pursue it, because there are ways to lose this now, which we weren't even close to entertaining before. What can Anish find here to use this pawn and that light squared bishop and maybe the slightly weakened white king? I mean, the king's not so weak because the b6 queen defends that diagonal so nicely, but Anish has to come up with a move here. And if he doesn't, Amon, he might be moving his bishop back to f5, because can you really afford to lose that e3 pawn?
Okay, well, I mean, the answer is just no. There's no way that this was preferred. This is definitely a bit of a miscalculation, overestimation of the position, because Praggnanandhaa is simply up material now.
He's up in material. It's not an easy conversion whatsoever. It might not even be objectively winning. It's very hard to say. But if you're Prague, you'd like to trade off a little bit more. There's also some situations, Amon, where you can try to play against the bishop on h3. I got to find those lines where maybe there's a g4 in some situation.
Right.
Here, can you afford to play queen h4? Or would that lead to some sort of back rank issue? Because if you can get queen h4 in, that might be something. Praggnanandhaa needs to win. We're in Armageddon. We're under 2 minutes each. Anish needs a draw. He's down the exchange, but he's being as annoying as possible, utilizing his bishop on h3, rook on e6, queen on c3 to continuously harass the rooks. Doesn't want to make it easy for white to exchange. Doesn't want to make this conversion easy whatsoever. And if Prague keeps thinking, he just won't have time to convert, even if he gets what he wants.
Yep.
And look at that.
He's earned something. That's a big pawn. That's a massive pawn to take.
White's light squares are permanently weak now. And I know you know how white can even generate an attack, because for the rest of the game, he's got to worry about this g2 square for mate. I think Anish has found the setup. Queen c6, and you can just keep moving back and forth. Even if white defends, white has to win this, and Anish is under no pressure. King is safe. There's no exchanges. This looks headed to, for sure, a... Whoa. No.
He's got to draw.
Yeah.
He's got to draw.
Because you can't go queen f2 because of queen c1.
That's right. And Prague is just realizing it. Wow. Giri lets out a huge sigh of relief, and different emotions on each side of the screen right there. Anish Giri draws, which means he wins due to the Armageddon with the black pieces, and two, like to say, good friends and competitors there. Ultimately, only one can go through, and Giri is going to be going up against Hans Niemann, Eric. And we've actually, I think you've been talking about that match earlier. They have played a lot recently, and now it's going to be happening once again.
For sure, they played a match last year. This year, they played a couple of matches. We're definitely going to be tuning into that one. That's going to be an exciting one to follow. And Pragananda, I mean, being eliminated, one of the favorites in the LCQ, one of the highest rated players, a lot of momentum going on. But Anish Giri, a world-class player, super grandmaster, showing his skill there and playing a very good Armageddon game with Black.
Yeah, really have to say Prague was one of the most impressive in the group stages, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're one of the favorites when it comes to the match play, the double elimination, different day, higher competition. And Hans Niemann is up against Anish Giri, but Levon Aronian and Andrei Esipenko are also playing, and that match is ready to go a little bit sooner because, of course, this one just finished. And a reminder that both of these matches that we see here, we've already got two of our qualifiers. So our entire day, our playoffs, our last chance qualifier has come down, Eric, to these final two matchups. And what that means is because these are qualifying matchups, it is going to be 4 games once again. So Levon Aronian, Andrei Esipenko, Hans Niemann, Anish Giri, 4 games in each match. I mean, can you write it any better? This is going to be exciting.
Oh, it's great. I'm happy we have time to focus. There's only 2 more matches. It's, we're down to just 4 players left. And I can't even make predictions here. Aronian versus Esipenko. Aronian's the veteran in the field, right? Him and Grishuk was a battle of they're 40 plus and they're almost double the age of some of the competitors, but still showing how strong they are. And then on the other side, Hans versus Anish. They've played so many times. We have a lot of people in the audience. I know they're asking, like, where's Hans's game or rooting for him. And he's got one final shot, a 4-game match versus Anish Giri. Mm-hmm. Can't wait. But in the meantime, let's begin with Esipenko and Aronian.
Yep, Giri and Niemann will begin, but we'll start with this for now. You can even see Giri in the background, right? Some time for the players because he just finished his match, but Aronian had already finished, so they are ready to go over here. 4-game match. Aronian starts with white, as usual, 10 minutes on the clock. Feels like a little bit of a breath of fresh air, honestly. Even commentating here, it's been nonstop action, which I've enjoyed. I hope the audience out there has enjoyed as well. Endured some long breaks with us earlier, but really out of our hands. And once we've got going here, it's been nonstop action between the best players in the world.
Yeah, and I was noticing here between this match, Aronian and Esipenko, even though this is a very serious match, Esipenko still maintaining his laid-back body posture, right? He looks cozy in that hoodie, back touching the chair. He's not standing, sitting upright, or maybe he is going to move a bit. Aronian looks pretty relaxed as well. You notice the different players. Some guys, they're like pretty active. They're shaking. They're looking around. Some guys look like, they don't want to be there. I mean, they do want to be there, but they look very, very relaxed. And if I was just tuning in, I wouldn't necessarily know that this would be a losers bracket final with, an opportunity to make it to the main event. I'd like to think Aronian's recent form, he's feeling very good. He's been playing great chess all around. And he's been a world number 2 for a very long time, one of the best players in the world for a generation. That always gives you confidence. A player of Aronian's caliber knows when he plays at his highest level that he's beating pretty much everybody in the world. He's demonstrated that before.
Right.
It gives you confidence that, like when I find my form, if you're a strong grandmaster and you have that thought, you're like, yeah, maybe on a really good day I'm playing like a super grandmaster. But in this case, Aronian, a super grandmaster, when he's playing his best chess, he's playing like a 28-50, best player in the world level, and he's looking to channel that in this match.
Yeah, and we're in a position here where there's a little bit of tension that often remains unresolved. I'm talking about the pawn on c4 and the pawn on d5. White is not usually interested in playing c takes d5. Black can recapture with a piece, queen or knight. And you really end up with this isolated d-pawn, which is not too favorable. Sometimes in this position, after rook a to c1 from Levon, you might take this bishop on d3, drop it back to the b1 square, and then you have these long-range sniper bishops aimed at black's king. You could follow up with knight to e5, a very standard reaction, and we can even see Esipenko lining up the queen and bishop against white's king side. So a lot of maneuvering and just kind of setting up for the rest of the game here, but we will probably see at some point knight e5. And Eric, the one break that I think we need to be cautious of, especially Esipenko here, is the move d5. Even at the cost of a pawn, this break is usually what white wants to go for in the right moment.
Yeah, I think the audience should be happy to see this position. Hanging pawn positions are very dynamic, very rich. White with good bishops and active pieces. Well, what's the drawback? Loose pawns on c4 and d4. They require maintenance. They can be attacked easily. You see Esipenko doubling the rooks. He's going straight for it. And with that approach, he's pretty much asking Levon, attack me.
Yeah, what about d5? I haven't calculated that one, but I'm just looking at d5. You know, if everyone takes maybe queen e4 or something, and you know, you've opened up all the bishops, and well, it looked like there could have been something there, but there's probably something here as well. d5, knight e6, a lot of moves to calculate.
There's a fairly thematic sacrifice in the structure. It's a move after h6 that white plays knight takes e6, sacrificing a piece for 2 pawns, and then follows up with d5, opening up that dark squared bishop, shutting down black's bishop and queen battery. And when you do that and you're attacking the knight, you might be able to play a move like queen f5 and start generating attacks on the king. Seen sacrifices like that work. I'm almost certain if h6 happens, Levon is planning on playing it, by the way, because time is important in this position. You don't want to give black a couple of moves to really put the pressure on c4 or something in the center. So knight g5, it could be a fishing move, could be just, you know, weaken some squares. You play h6. I don't think h6 is the worst move in the world. Well, okay, wow. I guess I was right. Yeah, this is what I said. Is for sure he's sacrificing because, and look at this speed, king f8, because you go king h8. I said d5. Yeah. Put the queen on f5 and mating threats start to emerge. Here, you go bishop g6 threatening checkmate. Nope. I go knight d8, defending f7, and also opening up my queen and bishop on b7 and a8. At the same time, there is compensation here. It's long-term compensation. This isn't, Aronian is playing off of intuition. Yeah. It's a very well-known structure. These guys are fluent in all of them. And there's a lot of positions where eventually white plays d5 and black's pieces struggle to find solid footing. And that knight on d2, pay attention to its journey. It wants to go to f3. It wants to then go to either h4 or e5 and find a home on the g6 square. In the meantime, black needs to try to play against the d5 pawn by, if you find time, play pawn to b5 so you can hurt the base of the d5 pawn because you do not want to let white's knight invade and find, you know, either the e6 or g6 square. But this is long-term. You know, there's some openings where you sack a piece and the compensation is long-term. This is very similar. Some like Sicilian ones, some other ones. Black's pieces aren't on their best. White's remaining pieces are very effective. And look at that, knight e4. When you're offering an exchange, when you're up a piece, you have to be confident. And that just shows how comfortable Aronian is in the structure because, yeah, you're not supposed to offer exchanges. You need those pieces to attack. But he's saying if you trade, that bishop on b2 is going to hurt. And it sure looks like it is, Aman.
Yeah, you mentioned long-term compensation. This, I think, is the type of move that a lower-rated player just will always struggle to grasp. It really is a move that the elite players do the best because it's all about intuition, feel. He gave up a piece, and he's not going to win it back. Maybe not for a while, maybe not ever. But the position is still one that, I mean, just look at this attack. Look at the king. I'm looking at the g7 square now that the bishop has opened up. There's also ideas that involve d6 in the right moment in order to open up the bishop on e4 against the b7 bishop. So I'm just trying to put all the ideas together in the right way because first thing I'm looking at is G7. Bishop takes G7, maybe doesn't quite work, but it very nearly does. Bishop takes G7, Queen G6, or Queen H7, followed by Bishop G6. It's close, and that's exactly what I think is being calculated right now.
It's very close, but Black's banking on taking on D5 with the bishop, which will defend the F7 knight. But you're completely right. Aronian here is looking for the kill. There should be a move that works here. You've said most of them, D6 or taking on G7. There's questions, though. What move order do I pursue? Do I benefit as white by trading on C4 first and then playing D6? Do I keep the rooks on the board? There aren't too many moves to consider, though, because there's a real threat. Black is ready to just take on C1, trade into an endgame. White only has a pawn for the piece, but Queen H7. Look at this, Amon. Threatening, of course, the G7 pawn. There's no time to take on D5. And if you take on E4, getting rid of that key light squared bishop, White can still take on G7 first with a bishop and then maybe recapture. A lot of attractive options, but I'd say that this is a nightmare position to have with 4 minutes on the clock. Esipenko's playing pretty fast, pretty quickly, all things considered, but what is he going to do here? If you go bishop f6, trying to challenge that, then Aronian can take on f6, I'm guessing, and then some sort of bishop g6 move might be more effective there. Still not easy. Aronian's playing this much quicker than I would. He has a feeling for these positions. But yeah, trying to find that move that completely sets up the checkmate. Bishop f6.
I mean, yeah, you're ready to play bishop takes f6.
Oh, okay, yeah. So bishop f6, you take on f6, you then go bishop g6, and in the end of all that, there's a line where you trade rooks on c4, take on you take on f7, and there's a queen h8 check.
Exactly, I think you would want to play like bishop takes f6, rook takes c4, and then bishop g6 is kind of seems like the right order.
That's what I'm planning and calculating, but there's a queen e8 move. The problem with trading rooks is the queen on e8, which is stuck, can swing over to e8. It can swing over to e8. So do you take now or not? Rook c4, bishop g6, queen e8.
And I guess you start with bishop g6 to avoid that, and the difference is that bishop g6, bishop takes d5, then you can trade the rook and play rook d7.
That's the move. He's found it. That's a great find him on rook d7 there. And because the bishop is on c4, I know we're not showing arrows, but there's no back rank. Bishop takes d5, rook takes c4. Aronian sees everything. He's confident.
He's really nodding.
This is a beautiful demonstration of attacking chess. This is what I was talking about. His ceiling is incredible. And after rook takes c4, again, if you take back with the rook as black, white throws in bishop takes f7. If the bishop recaptures, you have queen h8 check. You either win the queen or you take on. Here. It's
I think rook d7. There is also bishop takes the knight on f7 and queen takes on h6 and just kind of maybe hunting the king down. Queen h8, queen takes f6. But we've been kind of talking about rook d7 being the
rook d7, king e8 is the only move. But after king e8, there's bishop takes f7, king takes d7, bishop d5, and
winning
the queen.
Winning.
Yes, you win the queen. So rook d7, I don't really see any moves to calculate besides king e8. Rook takes that.
And just listen to us, kind of working through it as commentators here. And this is what Levon is doing all on his own and in his head, and much faster as well. He definitely had a very good feel for this position. Esipenko has just been sort of reacting move by move. Feels like we haven't seen a big blunder by Esipenko, but he's just a kind of a victim of the position, and he's holding his head in his hands, realizing there's nothing you can do here. King e8 is, an attempt, but this has been a masterpiece by Levon Aronian in game number 1.
Yeah, incredible combination of calculation and intuition. and just fluency in a structure. It's a very important structure to know, the hanging pawn structure. And Esipenko really baited Levon with his approach. And Levon was up to task. He's like, okay, you're going to stack all your pieces on the queen side. That's the indication. I'm going to sack on the king side. You don't have enough resources. Your pieces are all backed up in that corner. A resignation, a big win for Levon Aronian. Extremely instructive, powerful, just best move after best move. And he takes the early lead. And you know what? No time for us to breathe there, because what else do we have? Hans Niemann versus Anish Giri, playing for a spot, 4-game match. First game, Hans is white. We're diving right into this position. And what I immediately see is a bishop pair for black and an extra pawn, which if I just stop at the bishop pair, I might be happy, but the extra pawn makes me extra happy here. Where is Hans's compensation? I don't think this has gone according to plan, but one thing we know about Hans is he plays fast, he's very practical, so he can handle tough positions. But Anish is also one of those guys who is very solid, very good at technique. He's not one to give opponents much counterplay.
Yep, and it's all come down to this. These are the last 2 matches, and only the winner of each match is going to make it through and join the Esports World Cup. They're both 4 games and same time control, 10 minutes. So we're jumping here right into the middle of things. It does not look like it started out well for Hans. You can just kind of feel that body language. He's not liking his position. Visually, it does look like there's some type of compensation on the king side. Just, there's 3 pieces stacked on top of each other on the G file. There's knight F5 coming. But it's a little bit artificial. It looks scarier than it is. You're down a pawn. You're up against the bishop pair. I think that Giri is feeling pretty comfortable here.
He's feeling comfortable. In chess, this position is not one where you're looking at it from black's perspective. This is a typical position where white crashes through. No, there's something off here. The fact that black has a light squared bishop, that's well placed there and up a pawn. It's this Hans is improvising here because he has to. He's down upon a tough position. But if that knight on h4 ever moves, maybe the bishop can slide back. There's also ideas of sacking the exchange. Anish just did it and qualified against Prague, holding a draw there. And even in some of these positions, at the right moment, Anish could even sacrifice an exchange again to collapse white's position. It's going to be very hard for Hans to open up the position and attack, because he's also playing against 2 bishops that benefit from the positioning opening up. Yeah,
bishop c5, hitting the rook on g1. You can also at some point start to push these queenside pawns as well. So Giri is under no pressure to, figure things out immediately. The bishop pair is also the type of thing. It's like an investment, an asset. It appreciates in value over time, and just having the bishop pair is enough.
I'm looking for a move for black here. I mean, I don't see a threat for white, but it's still scary when the rooks are lined up like that. A good rule of thumb, open things up when you got the bishop pair. And Anish is just saying, yeah, I don't see anything here for you, Hans. I'm going to pile up on f3. And if you go knight f5, what's the move? Is it going to be bishop g6? I see a tactic, Amon. Knight f5, bishop g6, knight h4, bishop takes e4. And it's Anish who has set that combination up. There's a rook f1 check at the very end, and white loses everything. But if you can't play knight f5, you can't defend f3. And if you've put your rooks on h2, g2, queen on g3, you're planning on attacking, but then what's your move here?
Yeah, the f3 pawn is targeted. The thing about this position is there's so much firepower behind the minor pieces. So the bishop here for white, the knight on h4, those pieces are in the way. You need them out of the way to actually make threats, but there's not really any good places to put them. So you see bishop d2. Okay, finally opening up the g file here. Next move, knight from h4 into f5. Opens up the h file, but then maybe the bishop just drops back to g6, and where do we go from there? So I wonder, now it seems like kind of an important moment because the f3 pawn is loose, but g7 is there.
The move I'm on, and I alluded to this earlier, g6 could have been played. If knight f5, I'm sacking the exchange.
Right.
And that looks like it would just put this move looks fine, but g6 I thought was, unless I'm missing something, was really nice. Knight f5, you can just sack the exchange, and you're going to crash through.
Yeah, rook d7, not the move that the engine likes, but I mean, realistically, Giri is maintaining an edge in most of these positions. If you're not sure what to do as black, again, I'm not sure that white is actually making threats on every move, so I would probably consider throwing in moves like b5, a5, a4.
I'm okay with rook d7 because if knight f5 was played, I think Anish is still sacking the exchange.
Yep,
the position is very good. There's the rook on d7, looks on towards the d file, but also defends g7. Hans has no attack here. The only way for him to catch up here is a series of mistakes from Giri. He's not even threatening anything. He actually needs Anish to help out here and make some mistakes.
Yeah, king h2. He's kind of, it's like a Tetris block of heavy pieces here. The queen, the rooks, the king, they're kind of like moving side to side as a unit. They've inched up the board here, but it's not clear what's actually being done. Hans does not want to bring that knight into f5 because it actually helps Anish move forward because it's mentioning this sacrifice.
I want to say that I feel like Hans has made progress by getting his king to h2. That line with g6 and doubling and hitting f3, that would have put Hans under pressure because he can't afford to lose f3. By giving Hans a few moves here, you see this bishop g5 move. There's there's situations where if white can trade off the dark colored bishops, f3 is well defended, e5 becomes a bit loose. I see a bit of counterplay. Not yet, but I really think that rook d7 move was an inaccuracy because I'm looking at Hans's position and what Anish is threatening. He's not threatening anything, and you don't want to give Hans multiple opportunities. You want to put him away. And there were some forceful moves that really questioned White's setup. And if they had any real kingside attack, we might eventually gravitate towards that Amon with rook going back to f7. But I prefer the king on h1 in those situations. Like some sort of, now rook f7 maybe is a bit tricky. There might be knight f5 and it's a bit better. But yeah, h6, you have a commanding position, but you let the guy stay in the game, and anything can happen.
Yeah, now the knight also has the g6 square available, certainly not desirable, but it's now open. g5 is now controlled, and the move knight to f5, there is this idea of e4 eventually if you sacrifice the rook still. The bishop on c7 is lined up nicely against the queen on g3 and the king on h2. So h6 feels to me like a reasonable move because it stops bishop g5, which I think Hans has kind of been leaning on that move time and time again.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice treatment of the position if it works. At the same time, from Hans's perspective, he's probably okay seeing it, Amon. It just gives more targets, more things to bite on. Even if it doesn't work, Hans is in a position where he has to go all in. We see the exchange sacrifice that was always coming. Hans takes on h6. If you're wondering about e4, White has the response, pawn to f4.
Right.
And maintains, right now White is up the exchange. Lots of compensation for Black, even more than lots. But I think this is still an improvement from Hans's position over
Certainly.
5-10 moves ago. A material advantage no longer for Black. What Black has is a pawn and a bishop for the exchange from being up a pawn. And yes, White's king is shaky, but so is Black's king.
Yeah, and the position for Hans was always a little bit worse. So you'd rather be in a position where, it looks shaky, but is it? Like, it's about raw calculation at the end of the day. It can look shaky. It can look tense with the bishop on that diagonal against the queen and the king, but he's got.
I think this
moves.
is some calculation from Anish. I think he's looking at bishop f3. Does bishop f3 work, or am I crazy? I might be crazy there.
Because bishop g7, bishop f4?
That was the idea.
Right.
Bishop g7, bishop f4. I'd love to plant the bishop there, but I might be crazy. No matter what, I'm saying crazy moves because the position is super sharp now and the risk element is there. Okay, we have the pawn on g6, which is stability, and that definitely takes away all of the fun tactics White might have been looking at. So I think this is a great decision by Anish, and if he finds some time, look towards this rook on d7, moving to d3, and pressuring the queen, hitting a lot of the soft spots in White's position.
That was definitely the intention here. Don't forget about queen takes h5, which probably explains king h7. I was also wondering about king f7, but there are other moves here. Rook g5, always there's takes on f4, so you have to be careful of that. The bishop is hit on h6, and if you just retreat, bishop g5, you're kind of making a case, as Anish Giri here, that there's just not anything that you really have to worry about with your king anymore, because the h-file is kind of closed.
I don't quite get this move. Anish is... It's intuitive, but White can maybe take and try to bring the queen into the game. As long as f4 is holding, the rook stays on g2, d2 you're watching over. Could you not maybe take on d3, play queen f2, and try to place the queen on d4?
Yeah, I thought so. I like the move e3 here because those two rooks are doubled on the g file, but for what? Because if the bishop moves, the f4 pawn always falls.
Pins everywhere here. Bishop on h5 is pinned. The f4 pawn, there could be lots of pins involved there as soon as the rook moves. Anish is making progress, though. A feature of this position is that the queen on h4, it's an attacking piece, but it could find itself out of play. Anish has the queen coming in, the rook on d3. He might be getting ready, Amon, to play king g8 in the future, and that would threaten the rook on e2. And then we see the pins. White can't ever push the f-pawn because of the pin coming from the bishop on c7.
And rook d2 is a problem, right? Rook d2 next can be very dangerous.
Oh, rook d2 is a real problem. Real problem indeed. And now the tactics I'm on, rook takes g5 has entered the equation. If queen g3, rook takes g5, getting rid of that dark squared bishop, allowing, making way for bishop takes f4.
You also have check and queen b1, rook d1 followed by queen b1.
I think that's almost it. The king might be able to tuck itself on g3. But then the queen might get trapped on h4. This is a problem piece.
Yeah, king g3, rook h1 anyway.
H1.
Yeah, really like that move there.
This
looks like a problem.
Rook h2, and now the queen's coming in.
10 seconds, you're not surviving this position anyway. I think he's winning on the board, though. Takes in rook g4. And that should be winning. E2 rook falls at the end.
Well, I take on e3 after rook takes g1. But then you take on g5.
Right, yeah.
Or this.
Smart.
Yeah, that all works.
It all does work.
Wow. Anish Giri strikes in the first game with the win as black. That's huge.
And in a tactical battle, Eric, that was he really just went toe-to-toe in a very aggressive position that honestly looked tougher to break through than we expected.
For sure, but I have to say psychologically, Anish has done well against Hans very recently, and that's going to give him a lot of confidence. Yes, we know he can win with his usual way, but he demonstrated his versatility there. Tactical position, no problem. That's 2 games in a row where he sacrificed the exchange and used his bishops to secure a win. But we're going to jump right back into the other game here. Levon Aronian against Andrei Esipenko. Aronian here looks to be in command, not just of the match. He won a great game with white, but I see a position here where black is up a pawn with a bishop pair. So worst case scenario, a draw. But, in a 4-game match, maybe you want to go for more. The question is, can black get those bishops activated, start kicking that knight back on e5? Does that require a bit of maneuvering?
That's right.
Even a draw is okay for Aronian here after how he performed in the first game. The reason I say draw, you're like, well, black's up a pawn. Well, yes, but there's a lot of situations where black might take on e5, and then we have opposite bishops, which can increase the likelihood of something like that. Esipenko seems like he did not play queen. Okay, queen a7, there was queen a8. But this move looks like it might be a step in the wrong direction, although the position's already hard to play. Can you play c5? Can you play f6? Can you kick away that knight on e5? You do want to get your bishops active, but it's delicate. You don't want to allow counterplay. Queen e6 is saying, look, I want to play f6, but I don't want maybe your knight to go to c4.
Mm-hmm. It is possible to
take on e4 if f6, queen g6, right?
Yeah, it is playable. Miss by Esipenko. I think that's a pretty critical miss, actually, because that was findable. It wasn't like one of those crazy engine lines.
A problem here is the clock. Esipenko down more than a minute and down a pawn, which just increases the win conditions for Aronian. He absolutely should play this for a win, both on the board and on the clock, and he's got a 1-0 lead in the match. So where is Andre going to find moves to steer this game towards a drawn endgame or something? Black's king is very safe because there's no light squared bishop for white. Mm-hmm. So you see that king on g8, even if it ever slides to h7, how can you harass it? So there's no tactical ideas for white. And you're down a pawn. At least Esipenko's playing quickly because he probably realizes if he continues to lose time, he's just going to lose on the clock.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. If you start with king h7, I'm also worried about knight takes f7. He decides to take on e5, and this could be a potentially very smart decision, but I'm curious how he plays it. And the reason I say that is if he's planning to use the time on the clock to his advantage. So I like this from him. Queen takes h3, by the way, can be played. Queen b8, you can move back.
Yeah, he didn't have to trade queens. As you said, opposite bishops are some of the best flagging positions because your opponent can't trade things off.
I really do think this is quite smart from Aronian if he's planning to play this for a flag.
King to c6 to play bishop e6 next? Or do you try to march the king in?
He tries to go the other way. Oh, he could have taken on d6 there. He wants to keep the material on the board. He's trying to protect all the pawns, which makes sense.
Esipenko's playing quickly here. Can he catch up on the clock?
Aronian should not repeat.
Does not matter that much because the players are not going to trade off all the pieces. That's what you have with opposite bishops.
I think Aronian needs to move the g-pawn. Yeah, finally. You do not want to repeat. He's doing a great job.
Oh, yes. The h3 pawn is a target here. And in the meantime, Andre's thinking...
He might be winning on the board here at this point.
Yes.
This
if you win the h pawn and you have a passed h pawn and b pawn, it's absolutely game over. And what a find by Levon.
Yep.
That bishop on a3, how can he get back and defend? He's fighting here.
But this is going to be for sure a loss on time, if nothing else. And on the board. And on the board. So amazing from Aronian, and I really do think opposite bishops is kind of the sleeper position that the players need to make more of a use of in this event.
Now the king goes that way. Aronian, impeccable form so far, Amon. Moves
unbelievable
to 2-0 and just demonstrates so much. Understanding the time control, what the position needs, no risk involved.
Talk about
chess.
Talk about the two different games that Levon just put together there. I find myself equally impressed by both of them, but thinking back on them, they're entirely different, right? One of them was not just a sacrifice, but a sacrifice with no intention of winning the piece back, but just operating in a position down material and using your intuition, your experience in chess to tell you that this is actually a better position for me despite the materials. A really tough thing to do. And then he, of course, continues into the next game, and it's more of a technique. He's up a pawn. He's got the bishop pair. He makes the practical call in a no increment game to go into opposite bishops, and then he doesn't just display great technique by using the clock. He actually just wins the game on the board. So I feel like he is showing class in every single aspect right now, and he's looking really, really likely to qualify because he only needs a draw.
Absolutely. He's firing on all cylinders. He's making me look good. I kind of said before this match, when Aronian plays at his top level, he's a favorite. He's demonstrated he can play at the best level in the world, showing versatility with both those wins, adjusting to the online format seamlessly, and one draw away from making it in. And, it just shows form is temporary, class is permanent, and he's really, look at his games, just wonderful to witness.
Yeah, truly impressed by what we're seeing here from Levon Aronian. And, I'm thinking of what Esipenko has done, and yes, he has been outplayed, but I don't think back to his games and find myself nitpicking on certain blunders. No, it doesn't feel like certain moves stand out. It's more just, you mentioned it, the class, the moves are just a little bit better by Levon Aronian every single time. So Esipenko hasn't played a really terrible match at all, Eric, but he's just up against someone who is probably playing some of the best chess, and this extends, right? Levon had recent success in freestyle as well, so he is just on an absolute tear no matter what the format is.
Yeah, when I look back on the match, I kind of agree. I mean, Esipenko doesn't feel like he's playing badly, but that first game, Levon is a really, really good attacking player. He did invite Levon to demonstrate his attacking chess, which happens to be one of his strengths. So maybe a little provocative, but it's easy to say afterwards when Levon puts together a game like that. But yeah, uphill battle, down 2-0, needs to win 2 games on demand to stay alive in this loser's bracket. And I believe now we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, Amon, we're jumping into Anish Giri versus Hans Niemann. Can Hans strike back?
This land is calling.
singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. The last chance qualifier. You know, I've said it a few times, but Eric, it really feels like this is literally the last chance for some of these players. There's only 2 matches ongoing, 4 players, only 2 will qualify to the Esports World Cup. Levon Aronian jumped way out in front of Andrei Sipenko. He's only a draw away, but a bit of a closer match, and certainly a more tense one with some history between the players. From recent matches, Anish Giri, Hans Niemann. We are in game 3 right now, but Giri with the lead can actually win here, Eric, and qualify immediately.
Yeah, he scored a win with black, and if he can pull that off again, how can that happen? Well, Hans knows he doesn't want to be in a situation where he has to win with black against Giri in the final game. So if you're picking a spot to really press and go all in, it's going to be your game with white. You know, Anish is so solid with white when he wants to be, does not make mistakes, and his preparation is impeccable. This is the game where Hans, look at G4, has to imbalance the position and put Giri under pressure. And at least we see some early energy. The G4 move, it's double-edged, right? It kicks away the bishop on G6. It grabs some space. It does weaken the king, so there's some drawbacks. But you're happy to take that trade-off when you want an imbalanced position. You want pieces on the board. You want, both sides to have some squares. You're happy with that trade-off. It's not like some symmetrical position, not like some Petrov. Anish playing quickly, taking on D4 right away. Sometimes one of the ideas here for black is if you're going to take on D4 and give white C takes D4 in a bit of a center, what you're looking to do is push your pawn from D6 to D5 to try to shut down that bishop on A2. Is there time for Giri to follow up with that? The other question is, can Hans take back with a knight, preparing to plant it on F5? If Anish says no, then he has to take that knight immediately. If he takes that knight immediately, then Hans is saying, I'm going to then probably take back with a pawn and prepare to play pawn F2 to F4 and launch a pawn assault on Anish's king, which is complemented by his bishop on A2, his bishop on C1 will join the party when the pawn goes from F2 to F4 to F5. Go put that bishop on F4, and that looks like a nice space advantage. So I like the start for Hans here.
I completely agree, because I'm looking at this F pawn, and maybe a move that Giri perhaps didn't anticipate was knight takes D4, because why wouldn't you take with the pawn? Take the entire center, 2 pawns in the middle. So knight takes D4, all of a sudden F2, F4, and then F5. The move H6 tells me that his reaction to that is going to be bishop to H7, but that bishop is completely out of the game. I think that Hans Niemann has the best starting position he could hope for. While it's not a must-win game, it feels like it is because of what you pointed out. He doesn't want to go and draw this game and then have to win with black in the last game against Anish. That's a very, very tough ask. So I think this is his moment, and certainly based on the position, it is definitely right now.
This looks absolutely terrible, and it's surprising to see Anish find himself in this position this early on with his opening understanding and repertoire. He must have missed knight takes D4, but this is really not where you want to be. Giving Hans a comfortable position, attacking chances, pressure. I almost think that in the future, Anish in the long run is going to be playing King H8, F6, and Bishop G8. Does that look pretty? No. Does that look slow? Yes. But do I want to allow white to just run me over those pawns and do nothing? I can't do that. I can't let just this pawn on e4 push to e5 and go further down the board. And at the same time, my bishop on e7 isn't looking at anything useful. That pawn on f5 is protected far too much. That bishop on a2 is a very effective bishop. You got to start trading off pieces when you lack space. Trade off that strong bishop on a2. White would still be better. There's lots of problems here. The bishop on h4, it had nowhere else to be, so he's planning it there to maybe stop even the h-pawn from advancing. But again, just a disastrous opening from Giri, giving Hans everything he'd want from an opening position.
Yeah, this is awful. And now your idea of f6 can just be met by e6. That light squared bishop is never going to see the light of day. And f6 also traps the bishop on h4. So there are many reasons why the two bishops for black are just out of the game. They're not relevant. White's going to play rook a1 to d1 into the middle of the board, king up to g2, queen up to f3. This is absolutely everything to play for. Immediately, king g2 to threaten the move. e6 looks pretty good. Eric, this is a disaster. Hans Niemann has one of the best starting positions that he could possibly ask for.
Yeah, there's so many choices here. You've given a few setups. One thing I'm looking at is even the endgames. Because this bishop on h7 is so out of play, there's even endgames that are just really, really demoralizing for black. Because, yeah, if you give white a protected pass pawn on e6, I think those endgames are just busted. Both of your bishops are bad without a future. Anish is going to have to be tactical with the clock, try to gain a time advantage. He doesn't have, you know what? There's a 4-3 majority on the king side for Hans's pawns. They're advanced. You can't remove that. You don't have the pawns. You don't have equivalent pawns or pieces to actually erode that pawn mass. So you have to just admit, I'm going to be passive. I'm going to just, put my rooks in the e8 and wait for Hans to lead things. Because if you make a rash decision, like a move like f6, giving a permanent, like that protected pass pawn on e6 feels like it's too much. So Anish is going to have to play fast here and admit the opening's gone poorly. I'm just going to be worse for a long time, but it's chess. It's 10-minute chess. We don't play perfectly. I'm not lost yet, but I can't give him any more than I've already given.
Yep, agree with that. And look, even offering the queen trade, it's interesting to note that, all positions, like end games as well, are just going to be better for Hans. The one thing that rook e4 does is, it starts to make me think of, not right now probably, but rook takes d4. If I could sacrifice and maybe win the e-pawn, I might be interested in that. But at the moment, it's just not really an option because white can trade the queens on b5. I'm desperate to just get some playability back in the position because I really don't see the future. Like you said, you're just going to be suffering, playing some moves that are just the best you can do in a bad position. And the best Giri can do now is just play fast.
Yeah, just play fast. You hope that when Hans pushes forward and opens up a bit more when he feels like the time is right, that might also be the right time for Anish to, as you mentioned, maybe sacrifice an exchange for compensation. He's utilized that in a few games. We've seen Nihal in some tough spots really look for that kind of escape. But in the meantime, Hans still nurturing this space advantage, and Anish is just giving checks with the queen. That might be practical. This is some of the hardest chess to play as black. But once you admit you've played it poorly and your opponent has a big advantage, you're no longer looking for that equality. You just have to then your plan is simple. At least you have some clarity. c5, I understand he wants to put his queen on c6 and maybe at some point utilize his queenside pawns to harass maybe the bishop on c3 or something. But the other c5 also has problems too. It does weaken the d5 square. And for example, if queen c6 was played, Hans can maybe move the rook back to e2, offer a queen exchange and be very happy.
Yep. Giri is basically banking on b5, a5, maybe c4 to close the bishop, or b4 to harass the bishop on c3. And I think that's why we see a4. I like that move. I know there's other things to do, but you have to understand that Giri is really not doing anything in his position right now. And so the one plan that does exist, b5, a5, stop that, right? If you're Hans Niemann, prevent that plan, and then you just operate from there. Bishop c4, I really like what he's doing. He's taking the slow approach. He's not rushing. We saw Hans Niemann earlier in a different match. He rushed, right? He had that game that he just went way too quick when he had an advantage against Sindarov. And I think that he's matured a little bit since then. And I love the patience that he's showing here.
Yeah, a4 and bishop c4 was great. It controls black's queenside majority. The bishop on c4 covers the d3 square, so anticipating black would try to grab some space on the d file, but it's all artificial, and Hans has increased his advantage and now is almost in a position to strike with one of the pawn moves in the center.
Look at those bishops covering every single access point. Just a beautiful game so far by Hans. I will credit Anish for keeping the time at least reasonably close, because at some point I wouldn't know what to do. Every move doesn't look good. The bishop on h7, you don't know whether you should play bishop g8 or not. It just doesn't have a future. So the fact that he's playing quick moves is at least something.
Some consolation, maybe with bishop g5. He might go bishop d2, trying his best to trade off. But the sad part is, even some trades like that, the position is still really, really bad, because you're still stuck with an observer on h7.
That's right. Yep. There's not much to do about that. One thing that bishop g5 does is threatens this idea of bishop d2, but it also allows potentially king or queen to g3 and then h4 to happen. So while it has an idea, it also allows a full pawn storm to potentially happen. So I wonder if Hans is going to be interested in that.
This opening in this position is one of the worst, from a e4, e5, worst positions I've ever seen Anish have. I haven't followed all of his games, but he is really durable and solid with black. And you just don't often see him with the bishop on h7 like this. It's not something you can afford against any of the elite players, let alone Hans, who's been really, really good at pressuring his opponents and converting his good positions. You mentioned that one game he slipped up. Well, he knows that, and he's looking to improve on that. And right now, like what he's doing, I also like what Anish is doing, as you mentioned. He's staying competitive on the clock in a position that we could flip the colors, and you saw how this is as well. This is not a fun position to play as black. But again, once you admit you've really messed up, it adds some clarity, and you're just okay, I'm going to shuffle, and my opponent's going to have to force their way through.
Okay, so very critical move that was just played. E6. The bishop on h7 breathes life again, but obviously this pawn on e6, incredibly well supported. The bishop on c3 is now open. Bishop d2 doesn't really exist because bishop e5 is now the reaction. And depending on the move, okay, rook e7, of course, blocking the pawn. There you go. We might see the idea of trying to push the h-pawn now take shape.
Queen g3 and h4. What do we do as black?
Exactly. King g3. Love it. All looks good, because where's that bishop going? Bishop d2. Very, very artificial. And remember, there's going to be a lot of positions where queen down to f8 is going to be a knockout blow at the end of a lot of variations. Queen g3 did have the idea of bishop d6, which I thought was interesting, but king g3, you're just looking to, h4 and kick that bishop out. Well, it looks like h4 makes sense.
I'm almost going to play h4 and almost take on d2 and play queen e3.
Right.
I don't see the win there fully yet. So rook d2, queen e3 with queen takes h6 ideas. Maybe that's too hasty.
But maybe you have rook
getting...
f7 at the end of that line.
Yeah, exactly. We're at the point in the game where Hans is looking for the win.
Yeah, he's not just looking for the next move. He's looking to win the game with tactics outright. You know, even rook takes d2 if you don't win the game outright. I think that's one of those moves that reminds me of the sacrifice Levon did. It's just a good sacrifice. It must lead somewhere, but you know, you can't go out on a whim. You got to have raw calculation. Let's see what he decides to do because he has a number of good decisions, but rook takes d2 looks very strong.
Just looking at black sacrificing back on e6, that's why I wasn't fully sure. Bishop here, I saw that's a really nice looking move. Just sometimes you tell yourself, is that too fancy a play? Hans says no, I can get away with it. And
yeah,
wow,
so he wants to, you know, take back on f6 and then rook g7, maybe play rook takes d2, queen takes h6 check, and then pick up the rook on d2 again. And I'm wondering, you know, is there really anything that can be done about that? I'm not sure. So maybe
that's really nice. A really nice find by Hans.
Rook f8. Let's be honest, not the move that you want to see in a position like this.
Can
just
you
looks
take on g7 tricky here?
Yep.
And just go into the end game? Or
take
is that
on f8 and then
no.
You can take on e6 though.
Yeah, e6 is hanging.
Gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Oof. And you know, there's still a huge advantage for Hans Niemann here. Giri is fighting super hard. Like, it's really, really impressive. But to overcome the advantage that Hans has is going to need a lot more than rook f8.
Yeah, and the nice thing for white is that king might look open to you. Hans confidently played it up. It can always go to h3 if it ever gets checked. And then there's no more checks, no more problems. He's not worried at all about that. He knows he's winning. He's playing like it's winning, and it's time to go. Yeah, just go for that king. Go for that king, or push that e-pawn through. Rook d8. Anish is still finding some annoying moves. Just staying in the game is very impressive. So much to calculate for everyone involved here. But at the end of the
now
day,
rook f8 doesn't work, right? Rook f8, bishop g7, king g7, queen e5,
yes.
and bishop d3.
This is looking like a model game from Hans Niemann here.
Could you just take the rooks here? Bishop e7, bishop d8? Is that crazy?
You could. For some reason, I think you might be looking at a move like queen e5 here.
Yeah,
and there
much more control. I like that. This has been a great game by Hans. It feels like Anish kind of just handed it to him in the opening. But you know what? Converting a winning position is not easy to do. And Hans has really never taken his foot off the gas, start to finish. This is looking fantastic.
So if you take on f6, okay, now rook f7. Just rook f7, rook takes d2, right? That's just immediately over.
Yep.
I was wondering what the plan was if king f7, but that was just rook f7 as well. This is just over. And even psychologically, what a blow.
That is just a beautiful, beautiful game. I mean, he was given a nice position at the start, but he made the most of it, and there's really nothing that Giri can do. Hans Niemann with the white pieces wasn't a total win on demand game, but he absolutely, clearly needed this win because you don't want to draw the game and leave it to the last round.
Yeah, this queen b8 move does get the queens off, but notice that d2 bishop hangs in the end, so white is up. That f7 pawn going to make rook d7. It's all but over here, and Anish is down to 40 seconds. Him even surviving up until this stage is impressive, but the way Hans is playing, it's not enough. It was a winning position a long time ago. It's still winning. He hasn't relented, and just a couple accurate moves, and we'll be looking at a tied match.
Yeah, 1.5 going into that final game.
You think maybe
Armageddon.
Rook. That's a move.
B3 here. And you can probably just collect the pawns. Remember, the most important pawn to win is actually the H pawn because you want the 2 connected pawns. Rook F4.
I'm a little surprised by a couple of decisions. Like, I think this is still winning. For sure it's winning, but it wasn't necessary. At the end of the day, though, Hans is winning on the board and on the clock.
I would play Rook F6 here. That looks like a position that you'll either win or flag in, but, may not be objectively the best.
Hans is a little bit nervous right now.
For sure he is.
Even, and he's only like...
Not his proudest conversion.
But here comes the king.
Mm-hmm.
Great move. King E7. Great find. All of a sudden, Hans is down in 20 seconds. He was completely winning, and he chose to go into this endgame. Can he convert this? He's now down time, only up a pawn. There are situations where Anish can come back here.
And that was a good move. But remember, Anish can actually win this game on time, and he would qualify. This is incredible.
Hans needs to play faster here.
He's not realizing the danger of the clock.
He won't even have enough time, even if he wins material here. He's down to 8 seconds.
Hans needs to wake up and just move.
King
It doesn't
G7,
matter what the move is.
Down to 6 seconds. What's going on?
It's all about the time.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
not moving fast enough.
5 seconds. He's going to take on B6. The pre-moves are coming in, but can you actually win this game? Oh.
Okay, he's sacrificing to help the pre-moves. It's a good idea, but I don't think that this is enough. Will the players draw the game? He's 1 second. He's going to flag.
It's not enough. It's not enough. The rook's coming in for another check. Oh my goodness.
That's a qualification for Anish Giri. Hans Niemann is officially out in incredible fashion.
When Hans... Oh, wow. He was in the flow the entire game and winning, and some sportsmanship there between the players. He just never transitioned to bullet mode. He was up 15, 20 seconds. That was one of the most winning positions he's had. And
he'll look back on that for a long time, Eric. He will not be happy.
I have to give so much credit to Anish for even lasting that long. That was something I was so impressed by. One of the hardest positions to play. But Hans had numerous moves that would have put the game away. And those are the nerves, experience. I mean, it's going to be a lesson. There's Anish there. He's punched his way through to the EWC chess main event with a 2.5 to half match win. Is that right? Was it 2.5?
Yep, he managed to get to 2.5 points. We have another match that's ongoing, but still the adrenaline from that is incredible. Hans with a totally winning position, unbelievable. He's probably looking over the position right now and seeing how many wins did I miss. But Anish Giri just kept fighting, and you know what, Eric? We can just say Hans had to be nervous. He never went into bullet mode. He didn't realize the pressure of the time. That is esports for you. When the time is getting low with no increment, you got to clue in.
One of the most painful losses I've witnessed. Hans Niemann is officially eliminated. Finishes, tied for 5th. You still get a prize, but he was here gunning for that spot. Mm-hmm. He was in a prime position to take it to a final game, and an incredible collapse. And that just shows the nerves that just involved that the players are under. And Anish, talking about Anish Giri, he's not a player that you'd think historically is known, he wins lost positions. Like Hikaru might have that reputation, or some of those fighting players. He doesn't find himself in lost positions like that often, but he's maybe not known for just swindling people. But here he showed incredible poise to stay in the game, stay optimistic, and take Hans into deep waters and outlast them.
Yeah, just incredible. We're still reeling from that. The Hans fans as well, wanted to see him in that Esports World Cup. But let's focus in on this match, which decides our other qualifier. And you know what, Eric, I want to mention the fact that we're even spectating this match means that Esipenko won a game, because if it was a draw, Levon Aronian would have won and already qualified. But Esipenko had a really nice third game. He won with the black pieces, and that's why he's sitting here with the white pieces and a chance to win on demand. In some ways, Eric, this would be an even more insane result to be down 2-0 to Levon Aronian. The way that Levon was playing, if he's able to win 2 games in a row and take it to an Armageddon, that would be incredible.
It would be. Winning with black against Levon, I mean, in his current form, we missed the game, but that's incredible. Don't know if it was a blunder or what happened, but now Levon needs to stabilize mentally. Again, a draw secures his place, but we know that Esipenko with white, he's shown really, really good fighting spirit. Against Nihal, he had white, wasn't able to crack Nihal. Can he find some play here against Levon?
Let's see exactly what's happening. Levon, h5. This is an annoying move because after maybe h4 in some positions, g4, you can even consider bishop captures on g4. The sacrifice with the idea that your queen comes into h2 after the knight recaptures, and that's a dangerous proposition.
Very dangerous, and that's sometimes the best way to play it. You need a draw, but just put your opponent under pressure and attack. That's maybe in the previous game, Levon needing a win with white, a draw with white. Maybe he didn't play his style, or just you can coast a little bit. And now with black, he's like, no, I'm gonna put a bit of pressure on you. I can't just relax. I mean, that's not the way to get there. And here we have such an interesting position because white's got some great outposts. You see d4, you see f4 blockading. On the other hand, black has a nice knight on e5, some light squares to jump on. Very interesting.
Yeah, this looks like a position.
Rich play. It's hard to evaluate. The bishop on g2 isn't happy, but at the same time, black's pawns in the middle are blockaded. They're on light squares, so if anything ever crumbles, I mean, it's not going to be good for black. The pawns are ripe to be picked off.
Yeah, I do like these knights here, but it is such a double-edged position because that h4 idea on the other side of the board can easily shift things. We also have g5 waiting to be played. a6 is crucial because you've got to control the b5 square. Knight b5 would be way too strong, but I'm looking at h4, g5, all these moves on the king side, and what you talked about with the rook coming to d6, it can easily switch sides and suddenly find itself all the way on the king side.
Yeah. I wonder, these players, this game, all the pieces are on the board. They're under 5 minutes. So at some point, unless there's some exchanges soon, this is going to get wild. Andre knows he wants to keep the pieces on the board and the tension, but there's going to be things missed. It's going to open up. One of the breaks here for white is at some moment, b3 with your pawn, c4. It's got to be timed properly. But those are if you don't have that, where's your break? Do you want to play f3? No, that weakens your kingside pawns. Do you want to play pawn to h4? No, you're just giving the g4 square to black's pieces. But it's up to white to try to find something here. Levon is very comfortable with, a draw or just no progress. And black's position definitely looks solid enough, but still early days here. Andre's got to watch out for the clock. We just saw the previous game and what happened, which is still incredible. I'm still processing what just happened in Hans versus Anish. But here we have 2 warriors fighting it out. Andre Esipenko, he's on the right-hand side. He's down 1-2 in the final game for the final spot of the EWC qualification, last chance qualifier. He needs to win. And G5.
Wow.
Asking
it's about
a serious question.
And I think at some point you have to take, because retreating the knight to e2 feels like the attack is still going. So you're not really preventing anything by refusing to capture. The interesting thing about this, it prevents the rook from going over to the king side, but it allows the queen to slide over. And this move is played because it is so dangerous to allow a position where you do not have the f4 move. Then black will just shift all the pieces over. Knight maybe sinking into the f3 square. Can't allow it. So he wants to play f4 so that his queen can actually participate, Esipenko's queen on the king side. And if this is taken en passant, which I expect, there we go. takes on f3, knight takes. If you exchange again, it does look like a pretty promising position for Levon. You can, I mean, can you even just grab this pawn here? No, there's rook c1. Okay.
E6 is interesting to me. I like the way Levon has been playing, and he's up on the clock, and he forced Andre's hand to trade off pieces, and now White's kingside. Black's played g5. Kingside is also weak, but so are White's pawns. That's an isolated pawn on e3. c2 hangs in the future, not right now. e6, I wonder if that opens up opportunities, because something I've noticed is the tactical vision for Esipenko, open positions, is pretty strong, and I wonder if here he's demonstrating it. This move c4 is very, very classy. Queen c4, there's rook c1.
Yep.
If d takes c4, I'm trying to find the idea, but I like the energy behind the move. Like when he's playing it, he's not just like gambling. After d takes c4, is he going to follow up and trade on d6 and then play rook d1? Is he but he doesn't want to play passively against Levon. It's a must-win game. Wants to get that queen on e1 involved in some capacity. What happens after d takes c4?
I guess you could trade. You could bring the rook to d1, take on b6, kind of draw the queen away. Because what's annoying is I can't activate my queen because the g3 pawn is hanging. So I'm trying to bring the rook over, play pawn takes b6, have black take back, and then try to activate my pieces from there, like queen c3.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, there's only so many things White can do. The bishop on f3 doesn't have any follow-up moves. A rook on a1 needs to join the game. Yes, the queen wants to move from e1. We're just concerned about this pawn on g3 sometimes hanging. But this move has Levon in the tank. Come on,
the time's reversed, right?
Yeah.
He's down 30 seconds now.
And time is a huge factor. We're really seeing the essence of this time control, where people are flagging. It doesn't matter how winning they are. Rook f8. If you're White and you can get away with c4, which after rook f8 you have, that's a huge accomplishment. He's opening up the position. You want, two-sided play, open position, open lines. You get winning chances that way. You want targets for that bishop. That bishop on f3, it's hitting d5. You need a pawn to really make it weak, though. Levon's position, is it still fine? Absolutely. But Andre's position, for the purposes of finding winning chances in the match situation, has improved. He's breathing room. He's not just letting Levon dictate the initiative, and you've seen what Levon can do with that. All of a sudden, Levon has questions to answer as well. Look, if I take on c4, is queen e5 going to be a problem? And the answer is probably yes. Maybe queen e5 is a move, and it is a problem. But what's being threatened right now? Pawn c4 to pawn c5. All of a sudden, Levon is almost down 1 minute. He's got to pick up the tempo here, Amon.
Yeah, things are hanging as well. This is a very loose position all of a sudden. Yes, you've guarded against c5, but the h-pawn is just sitting there hanging. It can be taken. This is now anyone's game. I'm not sure what to make of this. The black king is completely exposed, and Esipenko has given himself winning chances. There's also an idea of, at some point, bringing the queen to that e5 square, and it's available right now that I mention it.
What about queen e5 right here? That's right. That's the queen's journey from e1 to c3. That's why I love the c4 move. He finds queen e5. I said Esipenko's impressed me. That win against Nihal the other day, attacking Nihal, who's been impeccable. Here, queen e5, he's finding all the critical moves. He's up 40 seconds, and he's got threats all over the place.
So g5 is hanging, but hang on a sec. Rook takes d6? Was that just winning? Rook takes d6 on the previous move. Can't live in the past, but that definitely looked like something there. He took on g5 pretty quickly.
It did look like something. It was so obvious, we all missed it, except for you.
Well, I have the benefit of being able to still calculate it after the move was already made. These guys have to make split-second decisions. And remember, he's still got time, right? He's still got 20 seconds. Time is absolutely a win condition, and he'll be using it because he needs a win, and a draw is not enough.
Yeah, but this is a problem. He missed the rook, which you just mentioned, and now Esipenko's up a pawn, but those are double G pawns, and now e3 is loose. Both kings are open, And when both kings are open, perpetuals come into play. So many things. He needs to keep it steady. The time is evened out. I mean, Esteban goes up on time after a moment there and pushing. Here, what's happened?
I mean, Queen G7 is available, but okay, giving up this pawn here. I think he wants to take with check. Remember, Queen F2 is an idea.
The queen covers the diagonal. Black's queen covers the E5 square. So I'm
wondering. He wants Queen D4 here. Queen D4, he has to try it. Only attempt. I don't know if it works, but he's got to try it.
But now there's going to be rooks on the board. So even if it doesn't work, rook versus work, flagging potential
you can flag
is possible.
This. You have to try.
He's got to go for it. This is going to be interesting, guys. 40 to 35. Levon's got to play faster. And this
he might also win this, by the way. No, I don't know if this is so easy to draw.
No, and he doesn't even need to win it.
G5. I think he can just push the pawn. Yeah, exactly. Rook down to A1.
King E5?
Oh, no, this is amazing.
Oh, my goodness.
He knows that he must have the win in
There's no way to lose
here.
this as white, pretty much. And, fortunately, he's up on time. So even when...
Oh, this is obviously not going to be enough. Still tricky, but there's no way that this is sufficient.
17 seconds. And now here comes the D-pawn. Andrei Esipenko is about to equalize the match down 2-0.
It's just unbelievable. The way Levon was playing, it looked like there was absolutely no shot. I'm trying to think of a stalemate, a last-minute trick. You know, you try to come up with something.
Fortunately, the king can go to B3, so no, that...
Wow. 2-2. Esipenko wins. He was down 2-0. He won back-to-back games against an in-form Levon, and now we have Armageddon to close out our day. Eric, we are blessed with the best action in both of these final qualifiers.
For sure. We're not worried about missing our flight anymore, by the way, schedule-wise, and now we're just enjoying some fantastic, high-stakes speed chess in this last chance qualifier for the EWC. I really am shocked by a few things. Esipenko coming down 2-0, the mental fortitude to produce that is incredible, especially against Levon, out of all players. And we saw how he was playing. And we're in for a treat. Don't go anywhere because we have an Armageddon for the final spot in the main event between Levon Aronian and Andrei Esipenko. I mean, this just is like hockey, like coming down 3-0, best of 7, like just wow. And he earned it. That C4 move is what earned it. That C4 move was just out of nowhere, changed the complexion of the game. Levon's clock went down. He started going backwards. He started making mistakes. And just that one moment. And can you seize that moment, right? And Andre did. Here we go.
Yeah, we already know that Nihal Sarin, Yavakir Sindarov, Anish Giri have qualified into the Esports World Cup, the main event, and we are just waiting to see, will it be Levon Aronian or will it be Andrei Esipenko? We have an Armageddon game, a reminder about Armageddon, in case you didn't catch the last one, or perhaps you just joined us. I'd say at the best time because we have an exciting matchup coming, but you just missed an amazing one as well. But Armageddon means the players are going to submit blind bids for the black pieces, just, how much time they'd be willing to take, a time deficit from 10 minutes in order to play with black. And why do you want to play with the black pieces? Because if the game ends in a draw and you're playing with the black pieces, it means you win the match. So you accept less time at the beginning, time deficit, but with draw odds for the match. The players both submit one bid, and well, whoever has the lower number, and you can see the bids are being submitted right in front of us here, and we're waiting to see who is going to claim that last and final key. We can just kind of tune in, Eric, to the live action. It's literally happening in front of us.
This camera view is great. We just want to see behind the scenes how the players are right after that match. Levon's probably walking around a little bit. He's got to walk it off.
Yep.
He's really got to walk it off and reset.
Yeah, I like this I like this camera view. It really does feel like a reality show. Levon, Aronian, after the bids were counted up, Eric, we can report he will be playing with the black pieces. So the bid was 7 minutes and 47, and look at this on camera. 750, an outbid by 3 seconds. You talk about the battles. They're not just on the board. They're not just with the clock. They're even before the match has happened.
Yep. And what we're going to have is pretty much a repeat of the game.
Yep.
That Esipenko has to win with white. He just did it on demand. He's got to do it again. And he can be disappointed that he got outbid by 3 seconds. You're kind of like overthinking as a chess player. But at the end of the day, he just proved he could do it. And this time he'll have an extra 2 minutes and 13 seconds to do it, right?
Yep, exactly. It basically has the exact same game, but now he has more time. So when you put it like that, it's really, it's not too much of a disappointment. And he has the confidence and the momentum of just beating Levon twice in a row, back to back. He must be feeling good, and I'm sure that he wants this break to be as little as possible. Just put me back in front of the computer and let's play again. Hit the rematch button. But you know what? As much as you and I might want that, Eric, and the crowd to just get things underway, at the end of the day, these players are afforded a small break as is deserved before they get into the most important match that they'll play in a long time. So before we get into this Armageddon, we are going to take a short break so that the players can have a moment. And when we come back, we will find out, will it be Levon Aronian or will it be Andrei Esipenko in the last qualifying spot for the Esports World Cup? Stay with us.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And Eric, we are as excited as the audience, and maybe not as the players. I'm sure there's some nervous energy in there, but it is only one single game between one of these players in qualification to the Esports World Cup. Levon Aronian, Andrei Esipenko. The momentum has to be with Esipenko right now, but I will say kind of a small victory for Levon, and must feel good for his confidence just with the outbidding by 3 seconds. That's, he's got to take those little bits to get his own confidence back.
Yeah, that's definitely consolation. And I just have to say, I'm very happy to see an Armageddon here, because one opportunity of these events, these qualifiers, that anybody in the world could have joined it, is that there's a spotlight. And for a lot of fans, they might not be as familiar with Andrei Esipenko. I mean, if you play a lot of chess, he's a really strong grandmaster, but he hasn't been in all of these top events. And you see how many strong, talented players there are out there, and an opportunity to show their moves, and it's just been incredible. And having an opportunity for anyone to fight for this chance to make it to the biggest event of their careers, you really feel for them. And so, yeah, I'm just so hyped for this. We have the Armageddon. It's just begun. Yeah, Andrei's sticking with his usual laid-back body posture.
Right. He wasn't laid back in that time scramble at the end, though. So I feel like we may see him slowly start to creep up in his chair, but he was trying to calm himself down after that. Remember, Esipenko with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. The only good thing for him is he had the white pieces, and he was in a must-win situation just moments ago, and he managed to do it. So he just needs to do it all over again.
And we have a Rogozin, which is a pet opening of Aronian. He's really played that for most of his career, and it's an opening defined by pretty concrete lines. And that can be beneficial for Black and Levon. What Andrei needs is he is a very strong, well-prepared player, so I do assume he's got things prepared here, because this is an opening Levon knows really well, lots of forcing lines, and it's not necessarily what you want when you're playing white, because then that time advantage might not be as significant if your opponent can, rattle out 20, 30 moves of theory, get into an endgame. Not as much pressure as you'd like. But here, let's see what Andrei comes up with. Levon playing quickly and confidently. This is a pet line of his. A feature of it you can see in front of us is Black right now has the bishop pair. Pawns are a bit looser on the king side. But the king's not necessarily weak on e8. It's hard to target just with the stray knight on h5. And oftentimes what white tries to do is eventually queenside castle, and then you might have time to put pressure on this h4 isolated pawn, or just go for a strategic approach. Just, playing it positionally, putting pressure on d5, h4, maybe f7 in the endgame. Black's compensation is the bishop pair. So when you see the move c6, it means probably that bishop on b4, if it gets uncomfortable, will slide back to d6. d6 can't be attacked. Also takes away that escape square for the knight on h5, which would be f4. So it's considered a very dynamic opening, if need be, but just also very solid. So curious what Andrei comes up with here, because he will need some ideas. This is really, as I said, Levon's got a lot of experience here, and you got to be careful about those bishops.
Yeah, the bishops are going to be very strong. I like how bishop d6 takes away the f4 square. It makes me think of bishop f3 as an option. First of all, the g2 pawn is loose. It's unclear whether you'd want to ever take that right away. But the reason I was looking at bishop f3 is I did want to play knight to f4, but I thought that bishop to d6 was annoying, and I wanted to react with knight c to e2, dropping the knight on the queen side back to support it. Here, I think that if bishop d6 is played, we can even follow up with g3. This is a possibility as well, using the pin from the h1 rook all the way down to h8. So I'm wondering if we're going to see it maybe transpose. It does go with bishop f3 anyway, yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems with like g3, Black plays loose in this line, but it is theory. If you go g3 with a pin, maybe Black goes rook h6 or something, and you don't necessarily want to give Black an opportunity to trade off that isolated h-pawn and liquidate more pieces. So it's a bit of a dilemma. Andre here, already losing most of his time advantage.
That's
and
right.
faced with a decision, he goes 92. But again, Levon is comfortable here. The onus is on White to come up with a plan and a way to press. Bishop g4, I wasn't actually sure about it. I thought he was going to go bishop f5, the usual place. This trades things off. But I wasn't that thrilled with the bishop on f3 necessarily. If Black assumed the diagonal with bishop f5, I was kind of curious what would happen. a4, that's a move to try to pry Black open, kick away the knight on b6. At least here there's a sharp position. And one thing I like about White is there's stability here. When your knights are on e2 and f4 like that, you never have to worry about g2 hanging. You know that if Black trades that bishop, you just replace it with another knight, and then at least you can make the strategic argument. Even if we trade off queens or something, if this were an endgame, as long as that pawn is still on h4, pawn on f7, White has a better pawn structure, and all you need is something to push.
Is a5 playable here? I'm looking at some weird move like a5, bishop b4 check, and queen to c8 or queen d7. And the idea of like rook a6 to trap the queen. But, overly fancy for sure. And the reason, though, that I was even looking at stuff like that is because I thought that if long castle, that maybe a5 and a6 was not really what you wanted to see.
I actually don't know why Andre played a4. Maybe as an idea here. I thought he was just going to prepare to queenside castle. Maybe double on the h5 with his rooks. Simple, maybe it's not very deep, but there's some serious drawbacks with what he's doing with the pawn here. You get it to a6. Black often replies with b5 or b6. Rook d7. Wow. Saying, you know what? You can take that. And the king loses some cover. But all of a sudden, White's king will be in trouble if Black recaptures the rook and wins b2. Open positions, if Andre's not careful, his king could find itself in a tough spot because sometimes White queenside castles. Then if you do queenside castle, you might be regretting pushing your a-pawn. But the players are playing a sharp position pretty quickly here, really trying to avoid serious time trouble. And, anyways, for the match situation, this is anyone's game.
Very double-edged. This is just an exciting position regardless. White has a great knight on f4, but it does need support. So it's a great looking piece, but the knight on e2 has to stay there. So White's in this position where the knight on f4 is covering g2. It's covering or preventing Black from playing pawn to h3. And in general, it's just a very, very solid position. The Black knight on b6 can't move to a4, c4, d5, d7. It's effectively trapped at the moment. And the bishop on d6 never wants to take the knight because, White's just happy to take back. But the pawn on b7 and just that achievement with a4, a5, a6 and taking, I think that's the difference in this position. It's why I kind of like what Esipenko has here.
No, I like Andre's position. I like the knights on f4. I feel like when you're in an Armageddon situation, you're playing White, you want paths to victory. He's got the endgame ideas where he can play against the weak pawns. He's got the attacking ideas. Kings are on opposite sides of the board. The A file's open. You can maybe target Black's king. So he's got attacking ideas. He's got the clock, positional points as well in his favor. So exactly what you want for the situation. Black's position is still fine, but I kind of said it's up to White to prove something. I'm not sure if Black is equal here. The knight on b6 is not a good piece. It has no squares.
Yeah.
Black's holding everything together tactically almost, or with active pieces, but broken down, not so sure about that. There's a lot of these endgames. The h4 pawn is going to be a target. I don't like the a7 pawn, is an isolated pawn. Look at c6. All of Black's pawns are weak. All of Black's pawns are weak, and I feel
islands.
Is Andre going to play knight g1? Knight f3, is that an idea? Put a knight on f3 and just try to put pressure on h4. I'm not sure if that's progress or not, because the queen on e4 is very annoying. I even think White can go for queen trades in certain positions, but maybe you wait till later. Andre's got to watch out for the clock. He's up a little bit right now. And the main decision is he's got his king on f1. He probably doesn't want to go to g1 and maybe pin the g-pawn. But where is the progress to be made? Okay, so the knights have changed a little bit from e2 and f4 to d3 and f4. And what does that mean? Well, on d3 and f4, the d3 knight's probably more impactful than it was on e2. So it's probably a positive shift for Andre. So I think that's a good idea.
Aronian has a knight that's joining the game now as well. Like that knight we were talking about being trapped, all of a sudden they've switched places. Rook b7, knight d7. The knight can reroute into the game, f8, e6, maybe also f6 to e4. And things can be kept pretty well defended here. Either rook b6 or bishop c7, that rook on h6 playing double duty.
It's a bit clumsy to play knight f8, knight e6. If you have the time, definitely. I think another idea, Andre might look towards playing rook f3 in some position in the future. Maybe he can then move his knight out of the way and like play knight h3 and activate. But I like White's position here. Knight f8, knight e6. Does Levon have time for that? Is Andre preparing to play knight c5 now?
Also, b5 is a potential idea of maybe if knight f8, b5 could be a shot with some like checkmate ideas.
Yeah, this looks really good for White. The more I look at it, the dynamic compensation that Black is supposed to have for the structure, I don't see it fully. Queen e8 is not a Levon kind of move. It kind of shows he's not too comfortable, but he has to play fast. Yes. What does it allow? The knight can go to f6 now because c6 is defended. It can swing over to e4. Even though when it goes to e4, it's a better than it was on b6.
But also there's knight g5. He could be planning like knight e4, knight g5, h3, and suddenly there's play that you didn't think that you would have to deal with on the king side.
Knight e4, knight g5. That would be a way to use that h-pawn and rook and be in... yes.
Right, and here if you take the knight, yes, you don't have to deal with knight g5, but the b-pawn all of a sudden is just hanging, and the knight on e2 is not great because the resulting position is just Black having the kind of the queen back into the action here. So I wonder, knight takes e4, if queen takes e4, are we going to see potentially b5 again?
Yeah, White has lost a bit of time in the last few moves. Right after I said I like the position, knight on f4 is well placed, but it needed to be tethered by the other knight. Knight on e2, not happy about whatsoever. So Levon seems to be back on track, but that 30-second time advantage is so far maintaining for Esipenko. And but he needs to find progress.
Yeah, I really wish that...
Levon's not going to give him easy exchanges. He's not going to take on c5.
The knight on e2, I want it to be on d3 because then we'd be supporting the b-pawn, supporting the knight on c5, but the knight on e2 is feeling a little misplaced because I can't reposition it without the assistance of the other knight. If I play knight f4, that's going to be taken.
f5. Levon is an active player, very dynamic, and if you give him a chance, you'll seize the initiative again, and look at that. So knight g5, the idea you spotted is great because that rook on h6 and pawn on h4 were blockaded, and that's a weakness. If he can get rid of it and get to Andre's king, oof, you don't want your king open down to 2 minutes. Like, so h3, with h3, that's an interesting move. White might have
queen e4 is coming.
Yeah, queen e4, I want to go knight e1, but b4 is hanging. That's why even some of the moves that Andre played, they're committal. It makes sense for the match. But all of a sudden, the liabilities are piling up.
I'm surprised by rook takes h3. I thought queen e4 was just a little bit annoying, hitting the rook on h1 and maybe the knight getting involved only afterwards.
Queen e4 is a good spot.
Because this, you don't want your knight on h3 probably. It doesn't look like the best square for it. Still, queen e4 is absolutely the next idea here, so you have to get ready for that.
I'm guessing knight c5, and if you play f4, something like queen h7, queen f5. Queen f5 of f4 is a nice way to improve the queen, and that knight's a bit offside.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
The good thing for Andre is they keep taking a lot of time. Doesn't need to be winning or much better.
So what is white threatening if black plays a slower move like queen h5? I guess like maybe knight d7 comes to mind.
Yeah, knight d7. Knight d7 looks nice.
He's freezing a little bit here. Gotta get a move out. It's so easy to say. It's so difficult to do.
Throw in like knight a4, repeat. I mean, not quite yet. The queen is watching over c6.
Here we go.
Knight d7. It threatens the rook with check.
Yeah, we might see it on the board. Because also, what is black threatening? Exactly. Queen f3, right? So it's like there's a couple moves until there's a big threat. Knight d7 played, time ticking down. That looks like a big move.
Yeah, queen f3, you can take the rook with check, and I don't think the tactics work because if you need to bail out, well, your queen is in time to defend f2. So he takes that. Isn't this just winning?
King b7, knight g1.
You know what? I was going to play knight g1, queen h1, rook c. No, rook c1 doesn't work. That's me getting ahead of myself.
Oof. I mean, you could literally just king e2, king d3, like get king out of there.
Because queen takes g1, queen takes f2 is the threat. Queen takes f5. Queen takes f5. Does that work, Amon?
Oh, wow.
Queen takes f5, queen takes g1, king e2. Things are held.
Coordination is incredible there after queen takes f5. That might be a knockout move.
Queen takes f5, queen takes f5, knight takes g1, and you're still holding everything. So then you just move your knight away. No, that's not it. Queen takes f5 was the move that Andre just missed. I think that holds everything. Here, there's a bunch of checks and things to watch out for. This still is a game and still playable. That's why you see the bar moving a little bit, because he had a chance for material advantage. If rook
try
c1 is
queen
bishop,
d1, but queen h4 or queen... I guess queen h4 is no good. Okay, what do? You just play knight f3 after that. This is easily swinging in Levon's favor. Time is even now.
Can I go king c3? If knight e2 check, just move the king. He's got to move. Andre's got to move here. That doesn't work. That's just not the move. You can play a6, and I don't see how that helps.
He takes it now.
Yeah, this is a worse version than previous, but
he has to take.
He's got to take.
He just has to
try to win this time scramble.
Yeah, he has to take now. Oh my goodness, he's allowing queen takes f2. That can't be right. And then just a6 after. b4
a6,
as well.
Yeah, a6.
Levon can't get too low on time. Bring the knight in. He didn't even have to move that a pawn. I thought maybe knight f3.
That's mate.
Wow.
That's mate.
Checkmate.
Wow, queen a2 coming, and Andre's realized it. His chances have been extinguished. Levon Aronian wins with black to qualify. And what a tense game. At some moment, Andre was winning, and it just comes down to one move. And queen takes f5 is a hard spot. Levon finding tricky moves, tough choices. You see the players talking after the game. It's exhilarating. The adrenaline is crazy. He doesn't seem too demoralized because, I mean, what an incredible match between these two players. But I think he's realized he had queen takes f5. He played it later and probably saw how the queen actually was glue. It defended everything. The rook on b1 and took away the checks.
It's so tough to find those moves that just have beautiful coordination. But you can tell, I mean, just into the final hours of the evening, right? Pretty much the last two chess players in our beautiful venue here. Just incredible. And you can see the appreciation and respect for one another there. They won 2 games in a row each and ultimately took Armageddon to separate them. Levon Aronian will be our final qualifier, as I think he's probably being prompted to head over to the key and etch his name there and claim that final qualifying spot.
Yeah, it's just tough. You feel like so many of these players were deserving and we want to watch more of them, but only 4 could make it. And Levon is the last one.
And there you have it. That means a lot, just slowly seeing that smile set on his face because he has had quite literally the longest day. He went all the way through the qualifier, Group A, and he's here with Esipenko just, a bit dejected in the background, but I feel like he has a very good attitude about it. What a resilient champion he is as well. Just to come back and give us an Armageddon is incredible.
I think, Andrei Esipenko can be really proud of his performance. He's going to take home a prize, I think $7,500, so not peanuts for chess. It's actually very good.
Yeah.
But the showing was really impressive, and I'm hoping, people watching, you found some new players to be a fan of, because that was an incredible display of chess today that we had, and it was a privilege to commentate with you, Aman, and the audience. Once we got going, that was non-stop for hours. I feel like I'm sweating or something. Like I just got out of that was a workout.
It really was a lot of fun, and I didn't mind, being put to work there. Just nonstop action is how I like to watch things. I'm glad that we finally were able to get up and running. Look, it's a tough thing to manage. The 133 plus players, split them all into different groups is quite the undertaking here. But I definitely think that the audience can really appreciate what we got to witness today. Non-stop action, and this is the full picture of how these players qualified. Nihal Sarin, Yavakir Sindarov. Remember, they started all the way back, right? We had Nihal Sarin against Denis Lazovic, right? There's so many things could have gone just a little bit differently. Anish lost to Nihal and Esipenko as well. So Nihal absolutely went through the gauntlet there. And Sindarov, I think those two players, Eric, really stand out as ones that were really in form.
Yeah, scary players. Some of the moves that were found. I mean, looking forward to seeing them next week. They haven't always been featured. They're young, up-and-coming players that are already strong, established grandmasters, but not always finding themselves in these top-level events. And now's their chance. Through the losers bracket, Anish Giri and Levon Aronian qualifying, those should be household names.
Yep.
They've been in these fields a lot, but I think it takes, you get a lot of credit. You didn't make it through the main event normally, and a lot of your colleagues did. Like Aronian and Giri, a lot of the guys they play against, their rivals are in there. They had to fly to Riyadh, play the last chance qualifier, go through the gauntlet, as you mentioned, through the Swiss stage, then through the knockout, through the losers bracket to make it back with their colleagues. And that's not easy to do. That's not easy to do. So props to them. I think we're in for a treat next week. We have all 16 players now confirmed, 4 from the last chance qualifier, and the 12 invited players. And you and I are pretty much headed straight to the airport to, arrive for the main event. Hope people continue watching. This was just the start of it. The main event is coming up. Yeah, what a pleasure it's been the last 3 days, and I can't wait for more of it.
Exactly right. We're excited to go there in person to commentate. It does feel like we're really in touch with the players. Just having commentated this event, watching the journey, the struggle, the heartbreak for some of the players, really is the best precursor to the Esports World Cup, where chess will be a part of it for the first time ever this year. So very exciting that you and I can take part in our own way as well. So that's the next plan for us. But a full day of action. We know all of our qualifiers to the EWC. And I once again just want to say, I think the production has been fantastic, and the way that things ran today, I hope that the audience sees just the effort that's going into it, because you take the breaks away and the delays from the playing hall and look at us go. Those were some exciting matchups, and truly the action and the entertainment was at an all-time high today. So Eric, it's been a pleasure. A lot of fun commentating those games. We had the best seats in the house. Hope everyone enjoyed, and please keep following the Esports World Cup. And we hope to see the global audience there for all the esports, but of course, for chess. So we will see you guys in Riyadh.
See you guys in Riyadh.